¿Por qué hablo yo de insuficiencia dinámica, señor presidente? Porque hay un hecho muy serio, a mi juicio, que ha ocurrido y que caracteriza los últimos 2 decenios. Prácticamente toda la fuerza de trabajo que en la América Latina ha abandonado por una serie de razones la agricultura no ha sido absorbida, sino en mínima parte, señor presidente, por las actividades productivas de las ciudades.
Muy buenos días, tengan todas y todos.
Good morning, dear friends. Greetings from Casa Amarilla, the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship in San Jose, Costa Rica. We will now begin our second day of this 38th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And after yesterday having a very productive day, and I will over that this second day will be even better with the participation by distinguished speakers and remarks that will allow us all to view concrete steps ahead based on the studies and work being carried out and that so kindly ECLAC has prepared. One of the items of the agenda adopted yesterday was precisely on the presentation of the document prepared by ECLAC for each period of sessions. On this occasion, the document titled Building a New Future, Transformative Recovery with Equality and Sustainability will be presented by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena. And subsequently, we will hear the valuable contributions and remarks by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado Quesada, Mariana Mazzucato, Director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose of the University College London, Jose Antonio Campo, Professor at Columbia University. Without any doubt, with the engagement by the distinguished panelists and the comments by various delegations, this will be a very rich and fruitful discussion. So I will now hand over to Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for her presentation. Dear Alicia, the floor is yours. Good morning. Good morning, dear Chancellor Rodolfo Solano, and thank you very much for such a very productive day yesterday. I would like to greet everyone here, Member States, President Carlos Alvarado, and of course, Mariana Mazzucato, Jose Antonio Campo, Teresa Rivera, who is also with us here today. And begin by saying, Chancellor, that this document, Building a New Future, Transformative Recovery with Equality and Sustainability, is the work of the ECLAC team. I was accompanied by all the directors at this organization, and there was a very important drafting team. I cannot mention them all, but they are mentioned in the document. I will begin immediately, given the time, but just like to say that yesterday, of course, we did talk about this. Well, we are in a world that is going through a changing era. There is a crisis of multilateralism, contention, a new economic geography, and global governance that is worn out, climate change, diversity, technological revolution, migration, structural gaps, not only in our region, but in the world, with insufficient growth. And for us, this is a periphery, center periphery with external restrictions. We're going to talk about that, low productivity, and intermingled inequalities. And especially our region is crossed by social discontent, fragmentation of health, education, social protection, mistrust, and corruption. Of course, the 2030 Agenda does inspire us, and the Paris Agreement also inspires us in this document. This document is about the future. And the future, we see it as affected by three structural crises that have sharpened with the pandemic. Undoubtedly, there is a weakness in growth a crisis of a development model, not only in Latin America but worldwide, because growth of GDP has been slow. There is also a weakness of international trade and a number of imbalances in the external sector, especially, as we were saying, for the periphery economies, center periphery, as Prebish said. And as an effect of the pandemic, we are experiencing the greatest economic contraction since the post-war period. We have high levels of inequality, asymmetries among countries, and above all, please look in terms of income. The wealthiest 1% increased. The wealthiest 1% increased their income constantly, so they captured 27% of cumulative growth from 1980 and 2016. Now, 50% of the population only had 12% of income. So this is a very delicate issue, and the limits we've seen a very important destruction of almost 1 million species are in the process of extinction. And although there is talk of a temporary relief, there are still very high levels of emission. And so what is this? Well, basically, there's a cooperation in crisis, more divided societies, a lack of confidence in democracy. And so therefore, we need to combine policies and instruments for economic recovery that changes the development style. As we said, the crisis, the most important thing I would like to highlight here is the lost decade. That is the issue. Underlying all this, our region and the middle-income countries in particular will be facing a lost decade. And that is a core topic that I would like to address today. Now, this lost decade is associated to a loss in GDP. That we all said 9.9 of GDP per capita, a high poverty, 230 million, 96 in extreme poverty, exports collapsing, unemployment 44 million, informality 54%, the closure of enterprises 2.7 million, and 40 million homes without internet connection. A lost decade. And so therefore, the GDP per capita that is used to assess middle-income country, the truth is that, as we were seeing yesterday in the panel, well, what is happening in our region? One of the most relevant topics that we have talked about for a long time is equality. And we here are addressing inequality from many viewpoints. I cannot present it all, but this is a summary of which are the dimensions of inequality in the labor market, in gender, ethnic group, race, access to education. Please take a look how income per hour of the employed occupation for years of schooling shows the tremendous inequality. Non-indigenous, Afro-descendant men are up at the top, 22, and non-indigenous and non-Afro-descendant women, 5.6. Indigenous women, $5.6 an hour. This is a tremendous inequality. We do a proxy with employment, and here we can see it clearly. The other thing that we address in this document is the double asymmetry. The double asymmetry because we have countries and social groups that do not have so many greenhouse gas emissions. However, they're the most affected. Our region, 8.3% of world emissions. However, the population that lives below, for example, in the Caribbean, the emissions are 0.36% of global emissions. However, it is a sub-region highly affected, and the population below 5 meters, the blue bars, and the percentage of population that lives below the 5 meters. That is a region highly vulnerable to cyclones, flooding, and all types of natural disasters. And so here in this document, we are presenting a 3-gap model. And the starting point is recognizing, this is the most important thing about this document, we are recognizing that the 3 dimensions of sustainable development must be seen together. They cannot be separated one from the other. They're integrated. And so therefore, as we say in this model, in rates of growth, what rate of growth is compatible with external balance? What rate is compatible with planetary balance and the environment? And what rate is necessary to attain the equality objective? And these are dimensions that what we do, of course, is to put across the model with the three rates to really be able to analyze now what is the situation of our region, which is the technological lag, productive specialization in low technology intensity goods and low skill jobs. And we're going to see one by one. We analyze now what is the rate, the minimum rate that we need to achieve with the redistribution in order to do away with poverty, to eradicate poverty. That is, to get 37.8% of the population out of poverty. That is what this document is proposing, that we need to grow at 4%. That is, but not just grow, we need to grow to equalize and grow to equalize. And that is what we are showing. And how to achieve this? This is a transfer of a poverty line of the wealthiest decile, the wealthiest 1% to the poorest. And we're beginning with 1.5% of GDP in 2021, and we're going to increase the distribution by 0.5 points a year, and we're reaching 3% in 2024. And from there, we end with extreme poverty. And if we continue with this 3% transfer from the wealthiest to the poorest, the level we could put an end to all poverty by the year 2030. This is the basis of this document. And so therefore, we need a 4% rate to create the necessary jobs and reduce the number of poor. That is, we're beginning from the basis that there is a feedback here between greater quality, competitiveness, job creation, and equality. Now, one of the themes that we analyze here in a very novel way, I believe, is precisely what is happening, what is limiting our growth rate in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is a very important topic because please look, on the left here, we're seeing in this graph here the current account balance, that is the balance between imports and exports in each period, 2004, 2008, and 2014, 2019. As you can see, our balance in the current account is an issue. And in South America, we see a positive balance at the start, but this was the commodity boom, in fact. And then on the right, we see that this prevents us from growing more and places a ceiling to growth on account of this external restriction. Because if we go beyond this ceiling, we could get into debt, we do not have financing, and what we need to achieve, well, there's no problem getting into debt. Well, but as long as we're able to do this structural change, as long as, well, what is the issue? Our region, when it grows, it imports more and does not necessarily export more. And that is the problem, underlying issue here that we, in a summed up fashion, we put here the link between technology, structural issues, and countries such as Korea and China have highly concentrated activities in technology, and so therefore they're high exporters. They have a less trade deficit, and so therefore more space to grow.
And that is the key point that we are showing on this document, where we see if the world grew at a 2% rate in the coming years, our region, with the present productive structure, cannot go beyond in South America of 1.4%, 2.6% in Central America. And yes, it creates debt and financing, but it needs to change productive structure. That is the substantive issue. It's neither compatible. And here what we see is what's the rate that will not, or the maximum growth rate that will not cause or will not create an issue insofar as the carbon budget that we have in mankind, and this is being used by developed countries. Here in Latin America, we see two levels. Latin America and the Caribbean, with its national emission reduction commitments, can grow until to 1.2%. There is some room there. However, developed countries, and truly, we don't want to go beyond the carbon budget and overcome these asymmetries between developed and developing worlds, would have to innovate and disseminate environmental technologies to increase room for global growth. Developed economies should move to technical progress to reduce carbon emissions and give us more room. That means that is environmental justice. Without a structural change nor decarbonization, our region can only grow at 1.2%, and that is to comply with the Paris Accord. So what we are saying in a few words, it's that there needs to be, first and foremost, technical progress in developed economies. Number two, there needs to be technology transfer to developing economies so that everybody can decarbonize and we open room for growth. Close three gaps, that is what's all about, and that is in line with sustainable development. How do we close? The social, environmental, and external restriction gaps. And this, we have a proxy with growth. We need 4% minimum rate for growth with equality, right? And this calls for redistribution. We said that it's not only growing for, you need to redistribute annually. But this needs to be done with a structural change. We've said that external balance will only be solved if the region is able to produce more exports with technological innovation that will solve in some way its trade deficit. And we also said what we can do in order to increase the growth limit according to the Paris Accord, we need to decarbonize ourselves and everybody. But what does this call for? Technical progress. Technical progress. And this is the substantive topic in this document. We've spoken about a big push for sustainability. And what is it that we do? And this is the most novel part, is that we are materializing this in sectoral investments, not marginal. It's not a matter of doing some marginal innovations in sectors. No, it's a matter of intervening in sectoral systems of large scope. And we've proposed 7 sectors that really invigorate this big push or drive it. And they play a strategic role to close the gaps. They promote technological change, reduce external dependence, and the environmental footprint. First is transformation of the energy matrix based on renewable energies. Second, sustainable mobility and urban space. Third, digital revolution for sustainability. Fourth, the healthcare manufacturing industry. Fifth, bioeconomy based where? Of course, in our tremendous wealth of biological resources. Sixth, circular economy. And 7, sustainable tourism. Examples. Energy transition, decarbonizing. Here we include several examples. I will decarbonize the energy matrix. Electric one costs less than maintaining it. In fact, if we start from the present situation that is planned, carbon emissions are around 6 gigatons today, gigatons. But what's planned by countries is to reduce it to 4.8 gigatons. If we go to renewables without regional integration, we can get to minus 30 of emissions, and with integration, minus 31.5. That is why that of Central America is so important. that tremendous integration they are doing of the electric power. The weight and the cost of this a year is 1.3% of annual GDP between now and 2032. This is possible, and this will generate 7 million more jobs. The other issue is electromobility. What a tremendous opportunity for the manufacturing industry of our region. We have in Latin America and the Caribbean automotive capabilities in our countries, and therefore we should move to this change where we have verified in this document that there is a lower operating cost in the life cycle of electric vehicles vis-a-vis the conventional vehicles. And here we give you examples. In life, a 10-year life, the cost and operation of buses for 10 years is less in electric vehicles than in those of diesel. And we see that our network has extensive public transportation systems and conventional bus fleets. So lower cost, of course. The investment is a bit more in electrical ones, but long term it has an advantage, especially using our automotive manufacturing capacity. Why? To import less. That is what's all about. To have domestic capacities with the abundant lithium, copper, green hydrogen, solar energy. And the other thing we showed in this in a very absolute manner is that it is more economic to reconvert diesel automobiles to electric ones or buses, and it would cost half of buying a new one. Thirdly, invest 1% of GDP in per year in a basic digital basket. The pandemic has revealed that digital exclusion is a problem. 40 million homes have no internet connection. 67% uses internet to mobile phones. 33% of urban households and 77% of rural are not connected. 42% of those aged under 25 and 54 have no connections, but 1/3 of countries does not have the download speed necessary for simultaneous data-intensive online activities. So the proposal is one basic digital basket, a portable notebook, a tablet, an intelligent and internet contract. Of course, this is supplemented with infrastructure actions, regulations for safety, and we have no time to go into details, but in each one of the sectors you can find all the details. The other sector which is key is the healthcare manufacturing industry. In this pandemic, we were able to see very clearly that our region is highly dependent on medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. We only produce 4% of all that we require in the health sector. And look, here clearly you can see in our trade balance with the rest of the world, in terms of exports of the pharmaceutical industry, we are much, much below. Our exports to the rest of the world are not even 4%. And we are importers rather. And our intra-regional exports are a bit higher than exports to the rest of the world, but even so. So how can we need to invest in these sectors because that will help us to reduce our external deficit if we do it in the region. It will allow the public sector to be articulated with the private sector, as it is the case with the vaccine, where Mexico, Argentina, Brazil are promoting with local private industry. These are assets for industry development. And the startups, of course, of high quality basic research, we have that. And the incipient process of startups. We need to move to production and aggregated procurement. And we are promoting an international waiver for the production of medicines and devices. That is, we need to be assigned preference in WTO, preference on intellectual property rights. That is what we seek for health and environmental sectors. We cannot keep on paying intellectual property when these are needs of humanity, mankind. Two pillars: bioeconomy, diversify the productive structure, transition towards agroecology, value chains and development of systems of crops natives to the region, agriculture, agribusiness. We need to progress with combining with technologies, biotechnologies, digital technologies, and afford value to nature-based solutions. What about circular economy? Imagine all countries are moving to recycling, and we need to increase the materials that are covered by recycling, because today we are in plastic, in cardboard, in electronic waste, but we need to give a leap forward and take technologies from many countries. We need those technological waivers in order to move to a circular economy that will link where productive local chains be set up in recycling and waste management. Plastic is an excellent example. Our region has abandoned it, but we need to articulate that. And for that, we need the participation of private sector and of our citizens, of course. And we believe that an impulse can even generate, a big push would generate 450,000 stable jobs and boost the region's GDP in 0.35%. And then finally, what do we do with tourism, which is so important for Central America, for the Caribbean? Look how tourism has dropped, the two major drops. It's a key sector for employment. We need to protect employment and foreign exchange. We need to protect the workers, but especially to generate value added companies that will allow us to recover this sector in medium, short term and increase resilience. But for that, we need regional cooperation. We cannot go back to where we were before with this tremendous flight intensities. We need to analyze this sector with great detail. Conclusions: we need synergy. A synergy between the economic, the social, and the environmental. How can this be achieved? With businesses, with policies, with business strategies, public policies being combined with normative and incentive systems that will enable investment. We are in a shock of investment, but at the same time, with the development of human and business capabilities, innovation systems, businesses, universities that have been so important in the history of this region. Therefore, we need knowledge and innovation transfer, as it is the case, for example, of agriculture or bioeconomy. And of course, interrelations and synergies between these sectors. Digitization, for example, that can cross all these sectors and promote a greater implementation and management. Is this possible? Yes, it is. It is, with the right mix of complementary and fundamental environmental, industrial, and social policies. Environmental policies, reducing subsidies, using the fiscal space to support renewables and regulation that not only deliver employment and growth, but also boost them. And this must be complemented by industrial and technological policies to build national productive capacities, increase competitiveness, and correct the external deficit. And with a positive impact on employment, growth, and distribution, this can help us in this global environmental agreement, climate change 2030 agenda. 5 medium and long-term policies: fiscal, progressive taxation; social, a new welfare and social protection regime; environmental, internalization of environmental externalities; industrial and technological development; integration. I will refer to two very important. The fiscal, we need an expansive fiscal policy with low interest rates. Recaudación
increased collection with a progressive criteria, the wealthiest must pay more. Revenues and equity. We need to expand sources of tax revenues with a better fiscal governance in the digital economy and strengthen environmental taxation. We need to make the most of public funding sources to mobilize private finance, bonds, green financing that are there. And the other thing that I want, because these are the 2 points of our 5 policies: integration, strengthening regional integration for renewed multilateralism, harmonizing policies in the regional space, negotiating together the exemptions or the climate waiver that would exempt us certain measures from taken to address climate change from being challenged at WTO. This is essential, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, authorities. We must go with a single voice to flexibilize property rights in sectors such as pharmaceuticals and digital environmental technologies, and the financing for development agenda. We've already talked about a phase yesterday where we said that phase is a great initiative. We need it, and we need to ensure funds for the Paris Agreement to work, and we must see this in detail. 7 proposals, we mentioned them yesterday. I will not repeat them because these are the proposals for emergency, the basic basket, fiscal policies and monetary policies, international solidarity, recovery plans, and political and fiscal compacts. And that is my last slide. Public policies and building social consensus. The role of the state. We need to recover policy and politics for a tool for change, compacts for welfare state, and with the broadest involvement of all stakeholders, with political and social compacts. Youth must be on the table because we are, without a doubt, and there is no doubt about it, before a major change in era that does require justice, intergenerational justice. So thank you very much for your attention. And this document has 3 very important elements. It is a document for action. We need to advance in this society. The change in era claim is requiring this. It's realistic because we're proposing based on the technical, econometric reality, evidence, and it is necessary because it responds to the urgent needs of Latin America and the Caribbean, building a new future, a transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention, and welcome, President Mariana, Teresa Rivera, Jose Antonio, and all of you. Thank you, Minister.
Muchísimas gracias, Alicia.
Thank you very much, Alicia, for this valuable presentation that you've just given, and that I share your thoughts that it is framed within these 13 capacities, knowledge, and commitment. And it is the umbrella of a total and absolute will towards a far more active regional integration. Now, to continue with our agenda, I'm now honored to invite His Excellency, the President of Costa Rica, to take the floor, Mr. Carlos Alvarado Tosada. President, the floor is yours. Good morning. Good morning. It is a pleasure to greet all of you. Alicia Bárcena, dear Alicia, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Rodolfo Solano, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, Mariana Mazzucato, Director of the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, University College London, Jose Antonio Ocampo, Professor at Columbia University, Dear delegates, good morning. I'm honored to have the opportunity to be part of the presentation of this very relevant position document that describes three of the various structural crises affecting the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that have been enhanced on account of the pandemic created by COVID-19. This is a broad, structural, substantive, and rich document for consideration by and analysis by decision makers in our countries. The economic crisis, inequality, in the issues affecting the environment in our region, all based on social, environmental, and sustainability gaps that were already there, and that there's a global context characterized by weakened international trade and economy with persisting inequalities and an environmental crisis, the consequences of which are each day more pressing. On starting 2020, many of our governments did so with the same spirit and hope that characterize our Latin and Caribbean spirit, trusting that this year would be better than the last. At least, that was the scenario in Costa Rica. We were moving ahead in our aim to reduce the budget deficit, one of the highest in our recent history. But at the same time, we were moving ahead in implementing the 2030 agenda, in updating our nationally determined contribution, and by making operational our national plan for decarbonization. But the world changed. Today, we see that we're in the need to have very quick and effective responses to the multiplicity of social challenges, economic, health, employment, and political challenges created by the pandemic. We've tried to answer in the best way possible, safeguarding first the health of our brothers and sisters and making sure that the basic needs regarding to food and housing of the most vulnerable are safeguarded. We have speeded up processes for personal and institutional transformation, establishing online connections as one of the main tools to prevent contagion and to continue working. We've also witnessed that the crisis created by COVID-19 has thrown bare part of our reality, our levels of inequality, the weakness of many of our health systems and social protection systems, the deterioration of our ecological systems, and the loss of our biodiversity, all added to the financial exclusion, high levels of informality, and fiscal weakness, among others, are all factors that have enhanced our national crises. And so now we must deal with the consequences in our process towards recovery. According to ECLAC, same as what happened with the world economy, trends in the region were already not very favorable before the pandemic. From 2014 through 2019, economic growth has been the lowest since 1951, 0.4%. And it was forecast that by late 2020, the GDP per capita in the region would contract by almost 10%, similar to 2010. Our fiscal space with which to respond to the pandemic has become smaller. Public debt increased around 30% of GDP from 2009 through 2011 to more than 45% last year. In the Caribbean, the average was of 68.5% in 2019. And some of those small island states were among the economies most indebted in the world, a situation aggravated by structural weaknesses and vulnerabilities, as well as their very high exposure to natural disasters and the effects of climate change. That is, our systemic and structural issues continue to restrict our growth, and our competitiveness is each time more compromised and tied to a great extent to the extraction of our natural resources and unskilled labor. Keeping the stars of development is not sustainable in a post-pandemic period, and we must correct those structural issues. We know the solutions. We've all worked on diagnosing where we need to invest. We've designed multiple, albeit deficient, models for social inclusion and gender equality. We've adopted the 2030 Agenda and we've signed, all of us, the Paris Agreement and other relevant conventions, but there is still resistance to move ahead in topics so crucial such as the global carbon market, and we're still not doing sufficient to protect our biodiversity. And so then we must ask, how can we achieve that equilibrium and stability at the same time ensuring equal opportunities together with recognizing differences and the dignity of people, but with social peace and respect for human rights? How to do this in the midst of these crises that compromise our future and test the very value of good governance and democracy? How to answer to these three crises jointly and survive them? In terms of the economy, ECLAC says that we need to ensure 4% growth in combination with a redistributive policy that includes a gradual increase in transfers from 1.5 to 3% of GDP a year. And in this way, eradicate poverty by 2030. And that this year will rise to 231 million Latin American and Caribbean brothers and sisters living in poverty. In all scenarios, growth below 2.5 would distance us from this objective. And although post-pandemic scenarios do seem encouraging, let us not be fooled. Before, we must correct the structural issues and mobilize our political will in that direction. We must pay attention to what's urgent, yes, but we cannot leave aside what is strategic in the medium and long term. In their forecast, ECLAC says that from 2022 through 2030, the trend in atmospheric emissions in the region would distance us from the objective of 1.5 centigrades from the Paris Agreement, and therefore is insufficient to ensure a better planet for everyone, our children, and future generations. It is necessary to decidedly deepen in our efforts to decarbonize our economies. We must encourage innovation and develop new processes and technologies to keep us below that threshold. Our public policy in this process towards recovery must be consistent with high climate ambitions. Our nationally determined contributions must be updated and show progression, recognizing common responsibilities, yes, but differentiated, and also our respective capacities in the light of the various national circumstances. In this way, we will all be able to address our individual and national responsibilities towards the environment, our people, and the planet. Sebal also said that it is possible to think of green fiscal reforms that would favor a carbon tax in the entire economy, same as tax waivers and incentives to invest in low emission technologies, motivating sustainable investments and disincentivating perverse subsidies to fossil fuels, thereby working towards a fair transition for our societies. And to achieve this, I cannot but agree with a proposal made by ECLAC in terms of concentrating on 7 strategic sectors. The first has to do with the great opportunities offered by renewable, non-conventional energy sources such as biomass, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal, and biogas that represent about 18% of consumption in the region in 2018. And contain a very valuable opportunity of more than $800 billion in new investments, up to 7 million new jobs, and the long-desired transformation matrices. And from the viewpoint of a country that creates 99.5% of their electricity from renewable sources, we trust that these transformations should deepen on our way towards the 2050s.
Another relevant sector is urban electromobility. Given that this is the most urban developed continent with 80% of all of us living in cities, the opportunities to become more efficient and sustainable countries and leaders in this matter are enormous. However, we need to face the poor planning and growing pollution given the almost absolute total dependence on fossil fuels in transportation sector. In view of this landscape, electromobility is the ideal response. Transforming our energy matrix and investing in clean and green cities, we will be investing in a better future. Electrification of transportation, digitization, and supply of clean energies create a virtuous cycle that can transform our economies and the cities where we live in. And the decarbonizing should necessarily be part of the urban agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean. ECLAC, likewise, raises a new idea regarding digital revolution for sustainability. In this connection, in spite that last year 66% of our population used internet, its access depended on the income level of households. This situation was evidenced in the education crisis we are experiencing, where millions of children and youth saw restriction on their access to education when not having the appropriate sufficient equipment, their internet access or both. The fourth industrial revolution, digital technological, needs to respect human rights in the digital environment and be based on principles on inclusion and sustainability. The fourth sector refers to manufacturing industries in health, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices and equipment, and also research and development. These are important strategically, especially in the health crisis we are experiencing. It has the power to consolidate our human talent, generate employment, decent employments of great quality, and create productive chains, which are very necessary for our region to be self-sufficient and be prepared if global chains, supply chains again are interrupted. I invite governments to consider managing production and joint procurement of supplies. In Central America, we have moved forward in these efforts and results have been positive. Furthermore, thinking about cooperation mechanisms that we need to drive, Costa Rica believes in the need that our region acknowledge public health as a public global good. And it is under that rationale that we have launched jointly with WHO and 14 more states the CTAP initiative as a platform for exchange of information, knowledge, and intellectual property for tests, treatments, therapies, vaccines, and COVID-19 technologies be accessible to all inhabitants of the planet. Also, bioeconomy and our biological resources and natural ecosystem have an enormous potential. Our agriculture, agribusiness, food industry, as well as biotechnology may have a surprising impact on the well-being of our countries. As a way of example, Costa Rica, being so small, was able to develop convalescent plasma and horse serum in order to fight against COVID-19, leveraging the experience in the anti-ophidic serum by the Clodomiro Picado Institute of Costa Rica University. Today, we have made available to all countries of the world all that knowledge, including yours. And also, it's important to highlight the importance of promoting nature-based solutions, not only to approach the environmental crisis, but also to drive economic opportunities that will stem from the responsible management of our natural resources. And it is along these lines that Costa Rica and many other countries promote the High Ambition Coalition for People and Nature, and thus achieve 30% of protection of land and maritime territories of the planet for the year 2030. The sixth sector refers to the development of circular economy, which in our view is the appropriate response with commercial potential for the management of our waste. We have the opportunity to move forward in recycling competitive methods, processing efficiently plastics, batteries, and other products, creating value chains in urban and rural areas. Of course, there is tremendous room to create value, regional value, of up to 450,000 employments and 0.35% of regional GDP, according to ECLAC. Finally, the tourism sector, which is so important, it's key for all of us, and whose consequences generated by COVID-19 have been disastrous, causing tremendous pain and anxiety in millions of homes throughout the region. The sector simply came to a stall, impacting strongly economy and employment, particularly in countries of the Caribbean and Central America. That is why in our path towards recovery and in our stages of opening up, we need to become safe destination points, reducing infection rates. We need to think in very insightful ways of incentivizing domestic and external demand, strengthen our region as a region that works and takes care of itself, strengthening our management models of the crisis jointly with the private sector. And to conclude, I'd like to give a few final thoughts. Coronavirus came here to stay, and we need to coexist with it, at least until we have an effective vaccine against it. The virus has changed our lives for everyone. It has exacerbated the economic inequality and environmental crisis, things that already existed. That forces us to modify our lives and the way how government work, operate, respond, and their policies in transforming reality. We witness a process of deep changes in our societies and the whole world. And amidst this change process, we need to model, give a shape to the future. It's not any future, it needs to be a better future. We live very complex times whose real consequences are still uncertain. The certainty that we do have is that the path towards the new normalcy will be painful and difficult, and only working together we will be able to guarantee better results without leaving anyone behind. No one is left behind. We need to insert ourselves, our countries, in an intelligent way, in a smart way in the 21st century, investing in environmental sustainability and green growth. Latin America and the Caribbean cannot tolerate a lost decade, but rather we need to work in a decade of opportunities to rebuild better our economies and societies. There are two international instruments of tremendous relevance: 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Accord. Both are visionary future instruments, comprehensive, transforming instruments whose targets need to be accomplished in order to have a much better tomorrow, a fair tomorrow, more sustainable and more peaceful. We cannot reach a sustainable development if global temperatures increase more than 1.5 degrees centigrade, whose cost would be much higher than those crises as a result of COVID-19. In financial matters, it's important that we coordinate efforts to create the necessary synergies between global and regional agendas. And thus, I underscore the efforts of the Prime Ministers of Jamaica and Canada, jointly with the Secretary General of the United Nations and Assistant Secretary, who have created a process of global dialogue within the framework of financing for development process. Costa Rica and several countries of the region have joined this process, and we trust that others will also join. Also, Costa Rica called on the international financial agencies to create a fund to alleviate economy from COVID-19. FACE, that is the acronym in English. And I ask for your help, please, your support of this initiative. This is a special support fund funded with 0.7% of GDP of the strongest economy of the world in the way of soft loans and with solidary conditions to emerging countries, that is long-term fixed rates and with all the facilities involved. A Marshall Plan to take care vis-a-vis COVID-19 and have a new birth. Let us unite and ask for support in this initiative. I urge the region, jointly with ECLAC, to work together strengthening regional and international cooperation mechanisms based on multilateralism and solidarity principle. Its efforts should place Latin Americans and Caribbeans in the center of the public and private activities, and especially those who are most vulnerable. Our indigenous peoples, Afro-descending populations, LGBTI populations, migrants, older persons, people with disabilities, childhood, youth, women. Also, we need to continue promoting with all of our strength, mainly the participation of women in political and productive agendas, one of the areas where there is greatest inequality in our region. Finally, I wish to express once again the commitment of the government of Costa Rica to work with all of you during our temporary chair and contribute in building joint responses to face this crisis. We trust that together, all of us consolidate regional leaderships based on principles of inclusion, solidarity, and sustainability, with the renewed dialogue spirit, with the total commitment to the defense of human and promotion of human rights. Let us allow new social contracts of our region to be enriched with hard work, hope, and commitment with the future. This crisis provides us with a tremendous opportunity as a region to leave behind many of our differences, and that we come together with joint objectives of taking care of our populations, of working in teams. Only in that way can we build a developed future in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado Quesada, for your contributions that are complement to the executive report of ECLAC, and that invites to a transforming action by all the region. Thank you very much. Now, continuing with the list of distinguished speakers, I would like to welcome Mrs. Teresa Rivera. She is Vice President and Minister for Ecological Transition and the Population Challenge of Spain.
And so I now give the floor to Mariana Mazzucato from University College London, Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. She's a well-known academic and researcher in relation to innovation, and we will be enriched by her valuable contributions. Professor Mazzucato, the floor is yours. Well, thank you all, ECLAC, for all your work. And
Italian, Spanish, English will become confusing. I'm going to share my screen. This is the difficult bit where you need to make sure people don't see your emails. It is a real honor to be able to discuss this incredible report. It is a report that talks both about the rate of growth and its direction. And unfortunately, economic theory has at best tried to talk about the rate of growth, but has not really worked out what it means on the ground to take on the challenge which this report is presenting to us, which is challenge orientation, mission orientation, and inclusive and sustainable growth means fundamentally doing things very, very differently. It means doing capitalism differently. It means structuring public-private partnerships differently. It means having an industrial strategy, which is not just a list of sectors, but concrete tools which allow additionality to happen. Additionality meaning making things happen that would not have happened anyway. Otherwise, if we don't do that, policy is part of the problem, not the solution. It simply ends up redistributing some income here and there, and even worse, allowing for lobbying and capture of government policies by vested interests. So bringing public purpose and challenge orientation and this really bold direction, which your report, which talks about the future, but a particular type of future, it's not enough to talk about the future, absolutely requires redesigning the tools we have on the ground, from corporate governance to public-private partnerships to procurement policy to how we think about innovation policy and industrial strategy. So I want my limited time, my 12 minutes, and I've already done with 2, to focus on the practicalities. How do we get our hands dirty to actually take on this wonderful report's ambition? And it's hard. It really does mean to be honest with ourselves where the bottlenecks are, of why we have not achieved these kinds of ambitions. These are the kinds of things I'll talk about. The COVID-19 moment is the time to really, really test our ability to do things differently. All the talk about stakeholder value, do we know how to do it? And if we don't do it now, then government is putting more money into the system than ever. If we don't know how to structure these recovery funds to build back better, it would be a massive lost opportunity. We have to, as also the president of Costa Rica said, begin with the Sustainable Development Goals, but create a clear investment pathway for that. And again, the report makes it very clear what that might look like, and what I want to do is add a bit of detail to that. It requires an outcomes orientation to a policy. No more talk just of types of sectors, types of technologies, types of companies, the obsession many of us have with small, medium enterprises. The question is, how do we turn these missions into opportunities for scaling up the startups? But the scaling up procedure needs an actual direction, a mission-oriented direction. We need to rethink our obsession in the past. By our, I mean, the systems obsession with debts and deficits, and recognize that actually many countries, including my own Italy, have had mild deficits, but very high debt to GDP, precisely because they haven't been thinking strategically about the long-run drivers of growth. We need strong state capacity and really recognize that it's so interesting. If you look globally, it's Vietnam and Kerala, in India that have done really well actually during this period, much better than countries like the UK, which have stopped investing in their own state capacity. And state capacity means particular types of investments within the state also, within public administration, bringing back these notions of purpose to how we design, say, procurement policy, and having a design approach, a design thinking approach to how we do long-term planning is extremely important. We need a new social contract between the state and business, one that is more symbiotic and less parasitic, less inertial, less static. And I think in Latin America especially, we really need an approach to the progressive agenda that is just as much about pre-distribution as it is about redistribution. And pre-distribution means not only making sure we invest in all the drivers of long-term growth and have an innovation and industrial strategy, but also get the contracts right, get the relationships right ex ante, so we don't create inequality in the process that then has to be picked up afterwards. And we really need to govern our production systems and innovation systems towards the common good. And again, COVID-19, what a moment to learn how to do that better, because otherwise the risk is we just talk about the vaccine, a race for the vaccine, but then we don't govern, for example, the intellectual property rights in such a way that really fosters the common good or collective intelligence instead of private profits. So I will very quickly mention a bit of these things, but I will actually focus on the concrete points. And this point about challenge orientation and focusing on the SDGs and the title of the report about inclusive, sustainable growth, which Alicia Bárcena, who is really a hero, I think, for all of us, has always been focusing on for a long time before it became fashionable, requires a different approach to the policymaking process itself. We need to stop thinking that at best the role of policy is to fix market failures, so you actually have to wait for the market to fail before you do something, and to have an approach that is explicitly about co-creating and co-shaping markets. And this requires really getting rid of the stupid assumption that the state is there to simply set the rules of the game, level the playing field, regulate, administer, facilitate, enable, and then get the hell out of the way for industry to do its thing. What we need is just as much creativity and out-of-the-box thinking in the public sector as in the private sector, and especially rethink their relationships. Again, I'm from Italy, where the problem is not the lack of public, it's that the relationship between public and private has been deeply problematic, inertial, more about guarantees and subsidies to remain still, the status quo, as opposed to creating new instruments that create additionality and really nurture as much bottom-up experimentation throughout the economy. And to do that, we actually need a much more tense, healthy relationship, which is also based on conditionality. Quid pro quo, the word that we have all become familiar with now with Trump, the quid pro quo between business and policy is very important. We don't just put money into the system, we try to achieve something. So the inclusive and sustainable growth that we want to achieve, the circular economy, and all the different objectives like the future of mobility and having healthy cities to live in, that requires conditions to be attached to how we invest and how we relate one to another. And last year was the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, which humanity did, amazing feat, putting a man on the moon. That required public and private institutions, but it was a very clear goal. It was very clear, and we could say, did we achieve it or not? And to get there, there was many different sectors, nutrition, textiles, electronics, the whole software industry actually emerged from that moon landing. It didn't exist. And so many of the interesting things happened along the way. There were spillovers, dynamic spillovers. And do we have an ability within our public institutions to evaluate dynamic spillovers? When you have a bold program like your report is putting out, you need to then think very concretely, how will you evaluate your programs at the end of the day? And if you end up having to simply answer, which market failure did you fix? Or did you, do a cost-benefit analysis or net present value test? You probably won't even begin. So the problem is that these sustainable development goals and all the targets underneath them, there's almost 200 targets, they're harder than purely technological feats. They're wicked. They require social change, behavioral change, political change, regulatory change. And this is why Richard Nelson, a wonderful colleague, wrote a book called The Moon and the Ghetto. We got to the moon, but we still have ghettos. We still have inequality. And we have to recognize it's harder. It's actually harder to fight these social problems. But there is a way, and we can learn from the moon landing by having a challenge-oriented approach, which I really think is embedded throughout this wonderful report. And it means you begin with the challenge, turn them into missions, which require many different sectors to invest and to innovate. So it's no longer an opportunity for a government just to make a list of sectors. You focus on the problems. What are your missions? And your wonderful 7 problems that you talk about in the report can all be made into concrete missions or sets of missions. But it means actually having an approach to industrial strategy that's intersectoral. And also, coming back to my point about design, you then have to redesign your tools like procurement, grants, and loans, and to be less about handouts and guarantees and subsidies, and more to be catalytic to fuel bottom-up experimentation towards those goals. But that's also why the design of those contracts are very important. These are just 2 examples, just to be very clear, clean oceans, plastic-free ocean. This is, of course, an international ambition. There are carbon-neutral cities. Many different sectors will have to invest and innovate, and all those different projects. It also means being willing to experiment, and this is another important capacity that governments need, the willingness to experiment, trial and error, and to really think of it as a portfolio. So an investor of first resort, not a lender of last resort, but thinking of it as a portfolio of project financing towards goals. Missions have to be bold and inspirational, and unlike the moon landing, we need to bring citizens to the table to help think together. What do we mean by a greener city? Who's going to be defining it? Just us here, CEPAL, academics, some policy leaders, or how do we bring citizen groups also to help formulate and co-create these ambitions? Has to be cross-sectoral, cross-disciplinary. I will skip ahead. This is, I think, a very important point that I've already made. Industrial strategy needs to be challenge-oriented. So these wonderful challenges that we've put there, really transforming them into missions is key. But to do that, we can learn, for example, from how this is being done around the world. This is an example from the United Kingdom, where the future of mobility strategy, similar to the one that you set out in the report, was designed in such a way also to stimulate innovation from the area of disabilities. Because if you have a transport system, for example, that is 100% accessible, it will need a particular type of innovation, not just any innovation. Similarly, if we want a vaccine that is universal and accessible by everyone, that's going to be a different type of innovation system from just saying a race to the vaccine. So how we govern these processes that actually meet some common good criteria is very important. Let me just skip ahead. State capacity, I've already mentioned it, extremely important. This is, we need to realize that it's especially in weak states that we need to resist the simple outsourcing to the private sector, including consulting companies, of state capabilities. And really thinking through how your report will then need to be mapped into specific new types of capabilities around financing and crowding in opportunities, around how we remain flexible and adaptable within our public administration to do that sort of portfolio management. These are the nitty-gritty questions that if we don't get them right, we will continue to be over-reliant on the big 4 consultants or different private institutions that come in and help. The point is not public or private, but how do you really form that kind of partnership that is purpose-oriented and challenge-oriented, and that requires both capacity in the state, but also new relationship. And the sense of purpose that so many are talking about, there was Larry Fink's letter, the CEO of BlackRock 2 years ago. 1 year ago, the Business Roundtable wrote this letter saying we need more stakeholder value, not just shareholder value. This is really the moment to test this, as I mentioned in the beginning. So it's interesting how in France, President Macron actually said, we are not here to simply save business, but to help transform it. And so the big benefits and recovery funds, which different sectors got, were conditional on them lowering their material content, their carbon emissions, Or in Denmark, for example, they said no tax havens. So putting conditionalities to the table, especially now when we have these massive bailout schemes, is something we can learn from also in more normal times. So we don't just talk about public investment, but how to really build a symbiotic, mutualistic public-private partnership. It's about partnership, true partnership. And again, I already mentioned the vaccine experiment, which we all say we need. We need to govern that with a proper public partnership and not one that then abuses the patent system, the intellectual property rights, as unfortunately we continue to see in other parts of the health sector. We need, as I mentioned, a pre-distribution way to actually think of these relationships. I don't have time to go into it, but there's all sorts of different ways that we can restructure the contracts and the relationships between public and private to not only share the risks, but also the rewards. And we absolutely, this is my last slide, I will stop, need a new vocabulary. In all our white papers and green papers, the reports we all write, we need to explicitly talk about the directionality that Alicia was talking about in her presentation. The direction of growth requires new tools. So let's stop using the boring words, leveling the playing field. Let's talk about it as tilting, but tilting towards a direction and feeling as much bottom-up experimentation and create as many dynamic spillovers along the way. But we need to get serious about the metrics, otherwise it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Much, Mariana, for your interesting comments and your constructive insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tengo el gusto de introducir.
I now have the pleasure of introducing the fourth Vice President of Spain, Mrs. Teresa Rivera. Thank you, dear Minister. Good morning, President, Executive Secretary, dear Mariana, Jose Antonio Campo. It is a tremendous honor to join you in this meeting so as to publicly express congratulations and the satisfaction of having heard and read that summary report of such a powerful study and comments on what is being done and going to be done in Costa Rica, and always the excellent ideas of Mariana that help us to strike a balance or rebalance or balance back the way in which we organize to get the best out of each and every one. I will have brief comments in order to contribute on something that I believe that we are all united looking for similar solutions, and we support enormously. This is an answer, a response that unprecedented. We have experienced a global crisis of great vulnerability for everyone simultaneously. So it's difficult to cover each other or help each other because the reaction is going to be more or less in sync. And with that, we are all facing similar risks and challenges. And in order to use means or ways to shape a response. It's true that at this time, the major challenges that the region was facing with complete solutions with biodiversity that looks for solutions for a young middle class that and raw materials with diversification of the economic that in itself already was raising major challenges institutionally speaking, as we have all faced trying to obtain solutions for urban models, and that consolidates parameters that probably are not sustainable. And that makes us think that the way out of the crisis, the need of re-guiding, rethinking, reorienting are the words that are underscored in the ECLAC report. And this triggers both objectives that Alicia inclusive and sustainable, seeking equality of opportunities and thinking in persons within the environmental limits. Those sustainable development agenda of all the objectives, we're speaking about urban model, energy transition, consumption models, households, mobility, protection, maintenance of natural capital, eroded capital, solutions that we seek in order to achieve those objectives. So the situation we are experiencing allows us to see what risks are we not willing to face again, and to what extent cross-sectional interaction or of those environmental limits constitute a risk in itself. We don't want to incur in the major social inequalities. Difficulties of persons are a risk in themselves, and thus guide what are the answers that we seek. There are a series of ideas that probably represent a bit different from that which has been presented by the President of Costa Rica and Executive Secretary. When we have raised this debate in Europe, it is a complicated one. It has called for a strong political energy with major operational challenges, but also those in order to facilitate a common response for countries led by different politicians. Of course, at least we have overcome that test, but there are several things that could be useful for the world. First, that we're speaking about justice between generations. If we are going to contract massive debt, it's not only important the public purpose now, or that idea of where do we want to get, but also help solving problems that, if not, would be our legacy to the future. This is key insofar as equity, that is setting the basis for actions that will be purposeful, long and medium and long term. And in order to do this exercise, to think about the future generations, this is calls for specific facts. Key public services, which are those intangibles that every society needs in order to continue progressing. We have learned how important it is to have a good health system, a sound social protection system. It's so key. It's also it's important to have good education system guaranteeing that those less favored children can even have the possibility of access to education under circumstances that are very difficult, and the possibility of having a balanced economic system in order not to face the major impacts or consequences of that system, and especially the importance of working in natural capital and to work together with projects that go beyond the national scale, that very often call for regional efforts, but also highlight how important it is, that other gap to which Alicia referred, multilateral work, international work, to protect the commons, to provide responses to global challenges. There are interesting lessons that guide our response. And with that, we can leverage each one of the opportunities we have ahead. I was following very closely because Spain will be the chair of negotiations for the protection of the Antarctic Treaty. Something to which Chile, Argentina, and many other countries of the region have contributed significantly. Protection of a space of biodiversity, climate, science, know-how, all of this. Well, to what extent each one of the opportunities of diplomacy or co-building, co-construction will help us to find an answer to the challenge of a new development model that will require not only local efforts, but regional and global. And the next thought, more practical in nature, is when you are before your desk and think, what's this recovery plan all about? in our house, we have identified 4 major cross-sectional agendas that reflect, or rather, also were mentioned by the Secretary of Costa Rica to think about a transition to a good management of natural resources, to think about in a transition that will facilitate access to those resources, strengthen the elements of territorial and social cohesion elements. We won't overcome if we don't have a social agenda, or if we don't bear in mind the gaps that are materialized evidently under these circumstances, and strengthen the gender agenda, that is equality of opportunities, because as it is the case in many crises, the first group of persons that is being impacted most are women, especially in labor aspects and others. All these 4 cross-sectional pillars move us to think in these sectors in which we should focus on for transformation: energy, ecosystems, urban agenda, modernization of industries, of manufacturing industries, tourism, education, health system. We believe it is key to work in a fiscal system that will allow to respond to the challenges that we need to have consolidated public utilities. And also, if we think about the practical side, what Mariana said, not only bear in mind what is the public interest objective that we pursue, with that we think in strategic terms. We cannot really waste such an enormous number of resources, but rather we need to think strategically. Where do we want to get? Where do we want to move after this crisis? And with that strategic thought, we need to think in very practical terms. That is, in the short run, operationally, have rapid responses that will generate immediate benefits for persons, that is at our reach, that will facilitate the compliance of that mission or of that strategic vision. And this sometimes calls for something else, not only money, because we need to think reforms in public policies for facilitating transformations. And when putting in money, we think of 2 main questions. First, how do you build those partnerships, something that for those that have received a Catholic upbringing can be power of talents, where public money will allow to grow as a society, but also involve the responsibility and investment of the other players. And the second is, what are the allocation mechanisms? What is the relationship between public and private? What is the most effective mechanism, but also compatible with that public interest? Is it a subsidy, sometimes a partnership, sometimes fiscal incentive? But you need to strike a balance with the mechanism. And we need to agree on applying one or the other mechanism. It's not that simple. It calls for in-depth reflection. And my final comment is that in the dimension of how do we finance, or what to do, and what are the partnerships to be created, some tangential events have come out. But important, I think today, what's most urgent, what's most important is to ensure the viability of persons. As Christine Lagarde, not arrive late and badly, but a great move to keep persons with a livelihood that is decent, reasonable. The banks have a lot to say, the public agencies also, indebtedness. Well, we need to think about green bonds, social bonds. Is that something relevant? Yes. Is this purposeful in the medium and long run? And as I was saying, when implementing recovery measures, it's key to have solidarity policies that go beyond the capacity of national treasury, very much linked to those public services, utilities, and that amount of resources that are being provided to face health crisis will require also an accompaniment or having a possibility or also private benefits. It needs also to contribute to benefits after classical mechanisms that need to have public policies with public monies and with social policies that call for different fiscal policy.
Teresa Rivera, Fourth Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenges of Spain. Thank you very much, Minister, for your engagement to enrich this discussion. And now I am pleased to introduce Professor José Antonio Ocampo to share his comments. The floor is yours. Thank you, Minister. I am delighted to once again be at ECLAC, an entity that I dedicated many decades of my life as a Deputy Executive Secretary, and I was recruited by Alicia Bárcena, and she was a successor at the Executive Secretariat. And so I would like to celebrate the opportunity of being in this panel together with the President of Costa Rica, Mr. Alvarado, also Teresa Rivera, and my dear friend and great economist, Mariana Mazzucato. And I would like to especially thank Alicia for the invitation to be here with you in this manner. I would like to add to this document, and I'd like to begin by highlighting that I understand perfectly well the framework of the three international crises that ECLAC is pointed out at the start of the document. And highlight, however, two things that I do believe are very relevant. The first is that there's been little international cooperation during this crisis, and I believe that this is one of the most complex aspects. Even when in an article that I published in the ECLAC journal in the month of August, I did an analysis of Latin America specifically, highlighting the scarce international cooperation that has marked this crisis. When you compare specifically the response of the G20 in 2002. And therefore the need to have far more ambitious initiatives. And among these, I would like to highlight this proposal by the President of Costa Rica, a FACE, which I believe is a very interesting proposal. I was in a panel about this organized by ECLAC. And the second thing I would like to highlight, and it is also the subject of another paper that I've done for CEPAL this year, is that the Latin American crisis is not so much a direct effect of the international crisis. Somehow the international crisis has had an impact that is far less negative than the previous crises. For example, private external financing through international bond market was activated far more quickly now than during previous crises. and 12 Latin American countries were able to access this. Second, the reduction in remittances has been small. And I would say, in fact, in Mexico, there's been an increase in remittances. So the total reduction of remittances during the first semester was barely 4%, according to ECLAC data. Third, the price of commodities have not fallen substantively except for energy. So therefore, it's the oil exporting countries that have been most affected, but not the agricultural products exporters or others. International trade has recovered far more quickly than after the 2008-2009 crisis. In fact, according to recent data, you could say that in August, the international trade has recovered fully. And in fact, Latin American exports that had collapsed also recovered. Now, of course, there are remarkable exceptions to this, highlighting, of course, tourism that affects the Caribbean and several Central American countries. And so therefore, in that context, in my view, the magnitude and the severity of the crisis in Latin America that competes with Western Europe and India, where are the regions that have had the worst performance in the world during 2020, this does not so much have to do with the fact that the external shock was particularly severe, but rather the fact that we came into the crisis after 5 years of poor economic performance, as the ECLAC document highlights. And in an article that I published at the start of the year, I said the lost decade. And we arrived with a fiscal margin was very limited and that did not allow addressing the crisis. So, and then domestic circumstances, of course, we became the epicenter of the epidemic for several months, and that explains the magnitude of the Latin American crisis rather than the impact of the international context. And I would like to keep that point on the table, and developed in an article that ECLAC will be publishing on a special number on the COVID-19 crisis. Having said this, I fully share the approach put forward by ECLAC in this document and the need to integrate social, economic, and environmental policies in an interrelated manner because one strengthens the other. And I would like to highlight several parts where the document says that environmental measures do have positive impacts on the economy. There are sources for innovation and productive development, and even job creation. Having said this, I would like to also highlight some things. The first, in social matters, the first thing I would highlight is I accept the basic income proposal by ECLAC, but I would say that the most important issue here is the deterioration of employment. And this is going to be, we're going to need specific measures to turn this around. And here I would like to have far more concepts by ECLAC in future documents. I believe that we encountered the crisis with very high levels of informality, but also the crisis has destroyed many jobs in Latin America. In my country, Colombia, the unemployment is equal to 20%, the highest in our history. And it has come down a little bit, but nevertheless, the situation is complex. The second, economic matters. And here I depart somewhat from the concept of external limitations. I believe that is not the problem. The problem really is the other thing that ECLAC mentioned, the need for productive transformation with more technological content. That's what in my jargon would call the dynamic efficiency. That is the ability to have productive sectors that dynamize production. And in that, I fully share the Mariana's appreciations in her presentation. This requires of a new way of seeing the public-private relationship and where you try to create markets and new relations between these basic agents of development. And then the 7 sectors highlighted by ECLAC in their document, I believe, is a very innovative selection of sectors where it is possible to have productive development policies actively, and development policies that will strengthen the economic effects, but also the environmental and social effects in socially, specifically job creation. And I would also like to highlight the environmental matter as something that I repeat is has a core location in the document, and it could not be otherwise with the executive secretary that ECLAC has, who is highly focused on the relevance of the environment for development. I would like to end with 2 final appreciations that I believe are very relevant. The first, elaborate this conception of integration presented in the document. The document speaks of the need for Latin America to come out jointly to the international context. For example, the proposal to reduce the IEP standards in relation to health and the environment. That's a proposal that I fully support. But in addition to that, and strengthening multilateralism, joint Latin American and Caribbean action to strengthen multilateralism, I would like to highlight the need to work together through science and technology projects or projects for the formation of value chains in the 7 sectors identified in the ECLAC document that I believe would be very important in order to make those leaps in terms of production. And most important to me, depoliticize regional integration. I think that the politicization of regional integration has been fatal. The European Union is an excellent model. They work with right wing and left wing living together. Because if you do not want to tolerate a different view, this weakens the process. And lastly, the firm commitment to defend Latin American democracy versus adverse trends that can be seen in certain countries, with this trend towards polarization of policies that several face, and so therefore the need for a firm defense of democracy. The lost decade of the 80s was an unfortunate decade in economic terms, but was very fortunate in another way. It was the transition of almost all Latin America towards democracy. We ended the 80s decade with democratic regimes, and so the time is that the defense of these democratic regimes be at the core of our development agenda. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Professor Ocampo, for those very valuable comments, and that show us the reality that we're facing and also the appreciations that make up decision making. And so now we will proceed to recognize the delegations that have asked for the floor, and we beg of you to please keep to 2 minutes at the very most, so that others may comment on the presentations that we've heard. So first of all, I would like to recognize Master Camila Cepeda Isama, General Director for Global Issues at the Secretariat for Foreign Affairs of Mexico. The floor is yours, Director Cepeda. Well, thank you, Chancellor Rodolfo Solano, Alicia Bárcena, distinguished delegations. Mexico is grateful for the very relevant contributions by ECLAC, such as this study. so important to build a new, resilient future. In these times of crisis, we believe it is essential to drive a transformation of the development model and towards a model focused on the people's well-being. A more inclusive social compact committed to the needy. What we need is a roadmap to integrally consider economic, social, and environmental development, and is today more relevant than ever before. The 2030 Agenda. This is a decade for action, and we need to double our efforts. Although we've heard that multilateralism is in crisis and that it has been insufficient, Mexico is convinced that international solidarity has shown that multilateralism is the most powerful way to address the global challenge.
And I would like to mention a few initiatives that we have promoted and for. One is Resolution 174 on world access to medication, vaccines, and medical equipment to face COVID-19. It was one of the most outstanding achievements in the last General Assembly of the UN. We had the honor of being pro-tempore chair of the Latin American and Caribbean states. We also are part of the coalition for the preparation of post-COVID. As Alicia said, we have, for the preparation of the vaccine, we have signed agreements with AstraZeneca and Smith so as to produce in Mexico, Argentina, the vaccine. Those are examples of successful multilateralism. We can promote coordinated actions in order to strengthen international and regional cooperation for recovery with equality and sustainability. It is very important to promote productive conversation within the framework of Friends of Monterrey. We thank ECLAC for all the proposals, and we believe that we need to build a common strategy, including all countries, on the basis of justice and fraternity. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I would like to invite all those delegations that would like to participate, please send in your chats. I will now recognize Mrs. Deborah Rivas, Foreign Trade Vice Minister of Cuba. Thank you, President Carlos Alvarado, President of Costa Rica, Alicia Bárcena. I would like to begin this intervention thanking the Executive Secretary for the presentation of this document, Building a New Future, Transformative Recovery with Equality and Sustainability. I'd like to congratulate the wonderful work done by providing us with a true tool for countries of Latin America. Just as the Secretariat says, there is a thorough analysis of the present situation of our region within the context of the present deficits in developing systems in order to meet the basic needs for the well-being of nations, to have a different development vision, taking into account impact on social dynamics, the downgraded ecological and environmental panorama as put forth in the 2030 Agenda. Even with a consensus in the region to move forward with equality and do away with the culture of privilege. Sorry, the sound is very insufficient. the effects of the pandemic impacting the world, to think of a recovery, it's impossible if you do not consider a transformation of the present development model and consider the key gaps experienced by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The present development goals are difficult to achieve. We need, with the present international system, we need a renewed multilateralism, a frank dialogue, greater cooperation among countries based on solidarity principles without any conditions. International institutions should adapt to this new development dynamism, a complex process, and should provide support to national processes in financing for development. Modify the present system facilitating new resources that will allow to see to the special needs by middle-income countries and also small island states. Dear delegates, our president, our chair, has mentioned that we need cooperation in order to move forward. And first, thank this position paper. In our experience in Cuba, our system has the person in the center, but needs to rethink the public policy makers, needs a transformation, and in the case of our development model, we began this transformation in 2011 in a sustainable and socialist society, as it is put forth in the document, following the guidelines of the 2030 Agenda. And we've had a process that has been the result of consulting the people. Our model is considering the 2030 Sustainable Agenda with 6 pillars: social integration, productive transformation, international insertion, infrastructure, human potential, science, technology, natural resources, human development, and justice. The strategic pillars of the Cuban plan coincide with the 7 sectors, dynamic sectors raised by the document presented by ECLAC. Of course, adapted to our own characteristics. We had the first positive cases of COVID in March 11. And starting then, it has included 497 measures for the protection of Cuban health and population. Thanks to the timely effort of the state, we were able to reach the peak and then decline of infections in spite of financial blockings imposed by the government of the United States. It has blocked access to fuel and trade. And this is for the path to development is thought in a comprehensive manner and combines short-term measures with long-term development objectives. And to obtain a necessary transformation as a result of the pandemic, the country is trying to face a new economic and social strategy that it's called for the drive of the economy and designed to preserve and ensure economic recovery. Principles and strategic measures need to promote exports, complementarity among economic players, a dynamic role of our national economy. Cuba is also developing sovereign vaccines. That's the name we have given to this research. And of course, we will make available to all the brothers and sisters. We reiterate the excellence of this document. There's no development without peace. Therefore, we need to postulate Latin America and the Caribbean as an area of peace, because we will not reach equality if there is no peace. You can count on Cuba as a partner for the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. We will continue to share I would like to say that in more than 38 countries, we have South-North cooperation. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, ECLAC, for this invaluable document. We hope really it will be a tool to build a new future with equality and sustainability for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Vice Minister Rivas. Now, I give the floor to the delegation of El Salvador, Mr. Héctor Jaime. Please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the speakers for your excellent contribution. I take this opportunity to really highlight the very important role of ECLAC and the commitment of the Executive Secretariat to provide us countries with technical estimates and proposals. Of course, a large part of decision-making processes that countries have adopted in this health crisis, we have received and welcomed all the recommendations and conclusions, as well as the measures to approach the gaps that are ever deeper in our countries. El Salvador underscores the need of leveraging efforts of states and to be all together towards an integral recovery. We have received considerations of the position paper regarding the need of adapting our livelihoods, ways of life, environments, sustainable housing, making all these measures consistent friendly with the environment and seeing an opportunity for pushing innovative actions that are, we also need to consider the social distancing that is so necessary in these times, but without preventing the flowing relationship in all areas. We express our concern in view of the growing digital gap in the countries, which has ever been more evident as a result of the pandemic. Access and connectivity to internet of quality and appropriate speed are related directly with the exercise of rights to education and labor. El Salvador has done its role through promoting 9 modalities of work, education, and health through digital paths in order to have greater access for the population to basic needs.
Digital region development in the region, despite efforts made, is far from guaranteeing total respect for these mentioned rights. So, despite the achievements made so far, continue to deepen gaps and reshaping patterns of social exclusion already prevailing and that we must overcome. In this sense, El Salvador urges the strengthening and renewal of regional space, multilateral space, to achieve consensus in the frameworks for dialogue at the highest level must be a priority. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development traced out a road that should be the starting point to reduce any type of uncertainty regarding the future. We should move towards overcoming our discourse on development and apparent contradiction with environmental sustainability and equality in all its dimensions, to strengthen synergies that we've already identified in addressing this. I close by calling to wager on the extension of this discussion in order to have more widely taken decision making in order to face what is expecting us ahead. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for these very relevant appreciations. I would now like to check if there was any other delegation that may have requested the floor. Since there are no further requests for the floor, I will now like to thank everyone for your participation. And so we reach the end of this segment, and thanking the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, and her great team, and the distinguished discussants, and Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mr. Carlos Alvarado Quesada, and Teresa Rivera, Fourth Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge of Spain, Mariana Mazzucato, Director of the University College London Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, and Professor José Antonio Campo from Columbia University, as well as all of you who so kindly have been taking part. And now we will propose reviewing the position document via 2 topical panels. The first, titled Sectors Driving Sustainable Development, and immediately followed by panel 2 on Policies for a Transformative Recovery. In the first panel, the Minister for National Planning and Political Economy of Costa Rica, Pilar Garrido, will moderate, and the next one will be moderated by Andrea Mesa Murillo, Minister of the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. So I invite the Minister for National Planning and Political Economy of Costa Rica, Maria Pilar Garrido, to proceed to moderate this first panel, Sectors Driving Sustainable Development. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chancellor. It is a pleasure to share with you this morning. And this panel right now precisely has to do with the need to address the issue of productive structure, how to make it more sophisticated, how to transform it, and achieve all this based on the details and zoom in on these dynamizing sectors for sustainable development proposed by the document with a future outlook. It must be transforming and sustainable. And so we will have to see what cooperation should there be between key sectors. What is the role of the state? What are the strategies for collaboration between public and private sectors? And also the social and community initiatives to be developed in order to ensure the structural change, able to close gaps between the environment and what's social, so that our region may be, as we dream of it, resilient, sustainable, and with greater quality and dignity for everyone. And so this morning, our first speaker is Matias Culfas, Minister of Productive Development of Argentina, and the minister is an economist from the University of Buenos Aires and a university professor, has a master's in political economy from the Caxo University and a degree from social sciences from the same university. So we hand over to Matias Culfas for 10 minutes. Good afternoon, Matias Culfas. We have no audio from Matias Culfas. Could you please check your audio connections? Thank you. Can you hear me now? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Minister Garrido, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. It is a pleasure to greet so distinguished colleagues. And I'm very happy to be part of this session at ECLAC and offer the view of the government of Argentina and the steps that we've taken in this sense. Our view of sustainable development coincides conceptually with those mentioned in the ECLAC document, understanding that day by day, it is more feasible to overcome old contradictions between productive development and caring for the environment and the social development objectives. We believe that there are ways to establish productive targets that more clearly consider the environmental dimensions and include placing the focus on social progress and human development. And so in that sense, we greet this new initiative by ECLAC that we believe makes new contributions to the very important discussion in Latin America and the Caribbean. Moving on to the presentation as such. As I was saying, historically, there was a view of production aiming only to maximize the growth in output and overlooking the environment. Our tradition is that this growth should not be only macroeconomic, but productive policies are of key relevance to not only help from the economic viewpoint improving balance of payments and surpluses or fiscal situations, in the sense that greater productivity would improve the figures, but the productive policies are relevant for environmental sustainability, with systems of incentives that are friendly towards the environment and favor minimizing climate change. We need to dynamize productivity. So the environment is considered not as an economic cost, but an opportunity to create new markets and technological solutions. In this sense, here we're speaking of 5 major pillars that we are working on in this government. It came into office in December 2019, and in the midst has had to implement packets of aid linked to COVID-19. But we believe there are 5 pillars that have to do with industrialization and that consider the environmental dimension and that seek toward having a new productive model. The first has to do with the knowledge economy, digitalization, and the 4.0 revolution. That means changing productive practices. The second, sustainable mobility, electromobility. Third, sustainable production, that is being able to give a green sense to production. Fourth, the circular economy. And lastly, energy efficiency and the provision of clean energy. Now, let's briefly get into these briefly. In terms of the economy of knowledge, I'd like to say that the government of Argentina, the parliament, passed a new law on the economy of knowledge with everything related to software, audiovisual industry, biotechnology, IT, genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and others that have precisely to do with the economy of knowledge. And we've already started programs, public policy programs, training programmers, and the 4.0 industry platform, using them in the world of production, especially SMEs, and then programs to support competitiveness and the national production of computers. Then, in terms of electromobility, we have a new law that has to do with a new law on mobility. This will soon be sent to Parliament. This new law on electromobility is a promotional regime for the development of the production chain. Because as we were saying earlier, our view with regard to productive policies have to do with sustainability, macro as well as environmental. That is, if it is environmentally sustainable, but will, for example, lead to an imbalance in our balance of payments, this is going to lead to economic difficulties. We must consider both aspects simultaneously. And so, our draft bill foresees fiscal stimuli and other incentives for the consumption of electric cars in cities as well as the entire production chain. So, if you only wanted to spur consumption, we would possibly be incubating an issue in terms of the balance of payments. So what are the fiscal benefits for this? We will be furthering production projects in the country, including national suppliers, and will benefit the entire network for R&D, for electromobility, that there is an entire network in Argentina in the universities and technological innovation centers. And they're concerned the arrival of electrical vehicles. And so this ends with fiscal benefits to acquire those electric vehicles manufactured in the country. So that's what they're working on simultaneously. on the supply side as well as the demand side to improve urban life and, of course, making positive contributions in environmental terms. And, of course, developing the lithium production chain. Argentina has important reserves of lithium related to electromobility, and we are actively working on developing the lithium mining as well as subsequent processing, and there are many studies being studied for this purpose. Third, I would like to mention sustainable production, environmental remediation, and productive readaptation. We've recently implemented a new decree, and when we've included the dimension of green parks and technological parks that are environmentally sustainable with fiscal incentives.
On the one hand, our minister offers non-reimbursable contributions for infrastructure works and also to modify and environmentally adapt those industrial and technological parks. Secondly, we are working in basin industrial reconversion where you have pollution problems, especially in Matanza Riachuelo, which is a highly polluted basin, both in effluents and emissions. We are also launching non-reimbursable fund for supporting those productive basins and promote technological solutions that will remedy and provide environmental sustainability to those water flows that are polluted. Thirdly, to certify sustainability in a public agent, we are trying to certify companies that can be according to international standards. And also we are working on a sustainability national program in mining. Of course, mining needs to be sustainable, inclusive. We are working on regulations, procedures, and technologies that will minimize negative impacts and leverage positive externalities of mining activities. Fourthly, circular economy. Well, several initiatives. We've been working jointly with the Ministry of the Environment. There are three initiatives I would like to mention that are being under implementation. One is with non-used tires in order to work for recycling of tires. Then secondly, urban recovery. There is a cooperative for recycling. We are working with that sector in order to optimize the use of those inputs provided by recycling, and a federal plan of eradication of open skies dumps. The idea is to work on renewable energies and that they can be used in the industrial sector. This also involves, among other things, because sometimes you can seek different supplementary objectives, but the idea is to take advantage of these waste or recycling, and that means increasing the income that these cooperatives for recycling have, and very often is taking them out of poverty. These cooperatives work under poverty line, and with this they can obtain income that will make them leave this situation. And finally, a system of vehicle management at the end of the life cycle. In sum, all of this is designed to materialize with a dialogue with productive sectors, a circular economy. And finally, I would like to refer to energy efficiency and clean energies. Argentina is working in a process to reduce energy consumption in homes. And part of that deals with the stimulus to changing many appliances. But in Argentina, it has existed for many years, and there is a very high average consumption of electric power. So we have promoted and launched a line with subsidized interest rates and financing so that homes will refurbish or have new electric appliances of less consumption, improving energy balance, environmental balance, and will contribute positively to macroeconomy. Secondly, we believe that we need to work that not only will incorporate the demand for technology, but also productive supply. We are working in an air generator. We have experience in wind energy in Argentina. We're trying to recover that project and have new windmills. We have wind parks in Argentina that are working perfectly well. And the idea is to have the Argentinian air generator that could be exported to other countries of the region and the world. And then finally, a national production program of solar panels that will promote thermal solar energy, where it is more complicated to have access to traditional electricity. So, as a way of conclusion, I would like to thank you. And we are convinced that it is possible to have a productive development policy that will actively incorporate the environment, so that it be sustainable macroeconomically and at the same time contributing to improve the quality of life of all of Argentinians and Latin Americans. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Minister, for Minister Kulfas for the different perspectives and different perspectives of work to have productive development, including sustainable circular economies and energy efficiencies. Now we will have our next speaker, Germán Rueda. He is Vice Minister of Digital Transformation of the Ministry of Information Technology and Communications of Colombia. He's an industrial engineer from Miami University, an MBA in management and policies in the health sector. Digital economy has proven to be one of the most dynamic sectors responding to the pandemic. That dynamism has been shown in areas linked to the consumption of goods that can be expeditiously distributed. What has been the business dynamics in your country? And are there opportunities for the micro, small, and medium companies? Similar dynamics will focus in different areas. Please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Minister Kulfas, and thanks to all the members and speakers that are connected at this panel this morning. Firstly, I would like to say that in Colombia, we are significantly progressing in digital transformation of the state and enterprises in order to improve the quality of life of all citizens. And bearing in mind the different factors that in sustainable development, the initiatives of this Ministry of IT and Communications are in accordance with the policies set forth by ECLAC for this progressive transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. And the idea is to facilitate interaction with the state through many channels, offering services in a disruptive, free manner with different initiatives, considering different communities, enabling building a future based on equality and sustainability for the development of the whole region. Specifically speaking about the concern you've raised, it's important to say that the pandemic indeed has accelerated electronic IT trade. We have figures of digital ecosystem of 2020 saying that only in 4 months from March to April, 38% of electronic companies have grown. That growth is led by a study. We have had 9.9% growth in Colombia. And to drive dynamism in the public and private sectors, different agents that promote this electronic channel reacted very fast in the pandemic to incorporate micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs in this ecosystem. I would like to share a few examples. From Mintec, we promoted the Meet Pymes digitization plan with the support of OAS. And since March to date, we have achieved that 24,000 companies have really publicized their offers and services. 67% of beneficiaries have expressed that they've seen a significant increase in their sales thanks to this initiative. Also, we have accompanied 800 entrepreneurs in their route of digital transformation through our business digital transformation centers. This is a strategy that Mintec promotes, and this is for all the SMEs in their digital transformation processes. From the first step, we've had 18 centers of digital transformation. We've accompanied more than 1,500 entrepreneurs in their paths. This year, our objective is to have 24 operational centers in all the regions of the country. In Mintec, we have structured already different initiatives to accelerate the adoption of e-commerce and SMEs, not only to achieve sustainability, but rather as a mechanism to contact new markets. And thus, in 2021, we'll be benefiting 20,000 businessmen of all the country. Additionally, next year, we'll be doing a series of national studies that we will be able to see how the entrepreneurial companies are accessing and taking ownership of e-commerce. All of this in full articulation with the National Statistics Administrative Department and with the Electronic Chamber of Commerce of Colombia and academia. Thus, from MIMPIC and other government entities as like Ministry of Trade and Tourism, we have implemented policies and programs taking into account the needs and situations of different sectors, and we continue to support small and micro enterprises. Thank you. Thank you, Germán, for being so efficient in the time use. Very interesting, that of digital transformation with equality and sustainability, and you can promote that change, structural and progressive change, to which Alicia and the ECLAC team is inviting us to. Now we will have the video participation of Graciela Marquez, Secretary of Economy of Mexico. She's the first woman in taking this place in Mexico. She studied economy in UNAP and master's in the Colegio de Mexico, as well as a PhD in economic history in Harvard University. Please, can we see the video of Mrs. Graciela Marquez? Good morning, everyone. Dear Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Sorry, we have no audio. The interpretation booth has no sound, no audio. I have recorded this message to wish you the best of successes and congratulate Alicia leading such an important organization as ECLAC. The subjects of the panel meeting are transcendental. They allow us to reflect about the very different dynamic sectors for the economic recovery in Mexico, and at the same time find the ways to incorporate the SMEs in this process. Likewise, this is going to be an opportunity to identify the possibilities that TELMEC provides us with to leverage trade and integration and raise the participation of women in the labor market in Mexico. I will now give you Dr. Sergio Silva. He is the head of the Global Economic Intelligence Unit, and he has prepared a presentation on these subjects. Hopefully it will be of your interest. Thank you, and hope you have success.
And so we recognize Sergio Silva, the Chief of the Global Economic Intelligence Unit of the Secretary of Economic Affairs of Mexico. He has a degree in economy and a PhD in economic history, University of Harvard. The floor is yours. We greet everyone who's here today, of course, the Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena. We were going to share a very short presentation. I will try and be as dynamic as possible. I don't know, we're already sharing it. We're going to move on to the fourth slide straight away. And the first one that we wanted to share is the situation that where we stand today. The Mexican economy depends to a great extent on its export platform. This is the part of the economy that to a great extent conditions the speed of growth and development in Mexico. That is how the economy was built over the last decades. And as you can see here, evidently, the economic difficulties faced this year began with the exporting platform, even before we saw important cases of COVID-19 in Mexico. The exporting sector began to decline as a result of the situation worldwide. But it's also relevant to highlight that despite being the first to feel the drop, it was also the first to recover. And today, we've practically returned to the same levels of trade that we had at the start of the pandemic. Now, the interesting thing is the sectoral distribution of the effect of the pandemic on the exporting sector in Mexico. There are more dynamic sectors than others, and sectors that were more affected than others. But the challenge that we face as the administration in Mexico is to create the structural conditions necessary for recovery to be sustainable, and also for the recovery to allow us to reconfigure the Mexican industrial platform in terms of sustainable growth and green growth in the long term. Now, the sectors that we can see here and that suffered during the pandemic and have recovered little by little were the traditional Mexican exporting basket, computers, electronics, motor spares, and the less complex side, and of course, the oil sector. Now, the next one. One of the things that strikes us is that we have detected with the data that we've collected that one of the sectors that will probably move to the front of the revitalizing of the Mexican economy is health. In this new normal, manufacturing of health products must be considered as a pillar of long-term sustainable development, not merely based on the economics, but because we need to be prepared for the future, when we could have emergencies as we have seen now worldwide. This is a sector that does exist. 1,864 economic units that manufacture for the health sector in Mexico, especially concentrated in the Mexico City, Jalisco, and Lower California. That is, we're not starting from scratch, but, and without a doubt, it is a sector that will gain in relevance. The next one. Now, on the left, you can see the makeup of medical manufacturing in Mexico. More than half manufacture non-electronic medical equipment. And on the right, gross production in percentage and value in US dollars according to 2019 data. More than 60% of gross production in the country comes from the manufacturing of pharmaceutical preparations. And so this sector is strategic for Mexico, and there's already a basis to further develop the sector. Activities here produce more added value in Mexico are, as I said, pharmaceutical preparations and single-use goods. They produce for the pharmaceutical industry. So this is a sector that, albeit in Mexico it has grown, today it is a strategic sector for the country. And we will see it working hand in hand with other sectors already described as strategic for Mexico. Other key sectors are electromobility. Mexico has a very sound motor industry, but of course it is a combustion industry and we need to move towards electromobility. So we are clear on the links in the chain that we need to strengthen to successfully move towards electromobility. Circular economy is cross-cutting to the whole economy, and there are already tools that we're using for this purpose. E-commerce is another, probably one of the great lessons of the pandemic, that our e-commerce must be far more able to reach every corner in the country, and we need to include other sectors of the population. In aerospace industry, this has changed radically in recent months, but it continues to be key in Mexico. Among other things, because it is a sector where it's possible to transfer all of those capacities that for 30 years have been created in Mexico around the motor industry, and that will fit into the aerospace industry once the motor industry moves towards electromobility. And then, of course, the software industry. This is something that we had already been pointing out since before the pandemic, and now it is even more important than before. Now, to speak of strategic sectors in this sense presents two difficulties, which means that we're left with a superficial discussion about this. These things, we've mentioned them when we're speaking of the Mexican economy as a whole, but that could be a dangerous abstraction because Mexico is a large country, and in fact, we would have to determine strategic sectors region by region. It's not the same to talk about strategic sectors in Tijuana than in Merida or Monterrey or Mexico City. And so what happens when we add the strategic sectors that we believe are relevant to the country as a whole, but that we're convinced the development of Mexico must also be based on its regions? So this is the first difficulty when we talk in general of strategic sectors. The second, I believe, is the most relevant of all, and where I would like to dwell for a moment. It will be of little use to develop these sectors if we do not also include another essential ingredient in the future of the Mexican economy, and that ingredient is inclusion. Regardless of the sector to be developed, regardless of the fact that undoubtedly we need to have a more innovative, diversified economy, if we don't turn it into an economy that is also more inclusive, sustainability in the medium to long term will, of course, be at risk. And when I say inclusion, according to the work that we do at the Mexican Secretariat for the Economy, there are three important things that we're thinking of. First of all, gender inclusion. Without including women in the economy, no economy could expect to flourish and be successful in time. We need to overcome the gender discrimination that we have. Here we see the percentage time week of the population in a particular age group. The important thing here is that in 2019, the last year for which we have data, 67% of women in Mexico dedicate 67% of their time to unpaid work, whereas men only dedicate 28% of their time to unpaid work. Now, here, quite aside from a discussion that, well, of course, is relevant and that must be had in terms of the fairness behind this data, there's also an issue of productivity, economic productivity. Integrating women to the labor market, opening the doors to them, will mean economic growth and sustainable development in Mexico. Now, of course, this gap in Mexico varies considerably from region to region, state to state. Nationally, the average number of hours a week of total work performed by women is as you see here. And this is more serious in the south and in the north of Mexico. Any economic indicator shows this clearly. And so therefore, yes, it is important to have a discussion on strategic sectors. It's also important to talk about innovation, diversification, and so on. But it's also important to construct a model or a care system that pays attention to those that most need it. Girls, boys, elderly people, people with disability, people who are dependent. Because this should allow women access to paid work, to expand their business and different ventures linked to communities and train them with skills, allow them to better compete in the labor market. This week, while we are talking, there is a business round with we call Exporting Women, MX, and women are holding business meetings with their counterparts in the USA and Canada as a way to make the most of the new North American trade agreement, focusing not so only on SMEs, but also micro and small enterprises led by women. The second thing is policy for SMEs. The policy for support for SMEs places the most vulnerable micro enterprises first, then the most consolidated, and so on, all the way to medium-sized enterprises. And why is it important to talk about these micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises? Well, because it is precisely these that create most jobs in Mexico, but they are least connected to the most dynamic part of the economy. the one that is connected to global markets, 89%. Mexican exports are comprised by no more than 5% of exports by micro and small enterprises, where in Europe, the percentage is as high as 25 or 30%. So this is an issue that the micro and small enterprises have been excluded. And so we're working on this every day. And then inclusion, regional inclusion. If you please take a look at this map here, well, you can see that what states in Mexico are connected to global markets and where do we have a deficit in this sense. The north of the country, representing 89% of the exports, whereas the southeast is no more than 14% of exports. And in this sense, well, there are many activities that are being carried out by the Secretariat for the Economy, our intelligence units. I don't want to dwell on that, but I don't want to take up too much time. But one very important one is developing digital tools to provide information to micro and small enterprises in Mexico for decision making. This is a way of democratizing access to information so that the decisions made are in fact better informed and with a higher chance of success.
Data Mexico platform, it is the most important one, but also it is one integrating data from more than 60 databases of different origins on Mexican economy at municipal, state, and national levels. We have other platforms, perhaps simpler, but very useful as Export Dinex, that allows small businessmen to have an idea of the main markets for their products in the world. I will stop here and just to repeat that there are important sectors where we are working and we believe are going to be very important in the recovery of the Mexican economy, but without the ingredients of inclusion, we won't be able to transform it in a sustainable manner. Surely we will continue to be an exporting country as we are today, but we need an exporting sector that can be adapted in order to include more women-led companies, more SMEs, and more regions of the country. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Most valuable is your intervention. I'd like to underscore the need and ambition of Mexico in order to articulate its industrial platform based on sustainability and inclusion. And once identifying strategic sectors, as has been the case of Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico, to do it, what's the governance of them and what our territories reveal, especially in such large and heterogeneous countries as ours in Latin America, and particularly in Mexico, and all these views on productivities and structural changes incorporating more people, resolving and solving deficits of the productive matrix, like the incorporation of women and SMEs, closing regional gaps. These are key aspects for our Latin America. Now we'll recognize Mauricio Besequieri, Director for Latin America of ENEL. He is cum laude graduate of chemical engineering and has led many companies, multinational ones like in Europe, Middle East, and Latin America. Please, you have the floor. Mauricio. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting debate. Thank you, Alicia, Mrs. Alicia. It is a very interesting, in-depth study that really raises several inflection points. Thank you, Pilar, for the floor. And I greet all the other speakers joining us tonight. I will say I will refer to 4 of the 7 dynamic sectors of the report. This is of energy transition, electromobility, circular economy, and digitization. We'll see in what context are we analyzing these 4 aspects in the context of Latin America. It is one of the areas of the world where the urban development dynamics is quite strong. 80% of Latin American population lives already in cities. In Europe, it's only 67. Or UN sees that in 2050, 68% of world population will live in mega cities. So this is a unique feature of Latin America. Now, also the subject of decarbonization. Decarbonizing is a much broader process that moves internationally. And it is another feature of Latin America. In Latin America, there are natural resources, wind, sun, water, that are of top quality. Therefore, Latin America is benefited by abundant natural resources. Why decarbonizing is something that moves worldwide? It's because of the environment, which is relevant, but it is also because of economic reasons. Since renewable energies have been introduced in Latin America, we would say 2009 and 10, there is there the start of the path to renewables, and there the energy price went down because renewables had the ability to give long-term prices, 15 to 20 years, and this of course provided a possibility to make the cost of energy cheaper. And the third element is one of the financial nature. Today, the investment funds investing in companies that are based on the environmental, social, and government criteria. They are the ones that win the most and invest the most there. And since last year, we have in the funds bond emissions with long-term objectives. So in terms of megawatts of renewable energies and reduction of greenhouse gases. So providing a financial, environmental, and social context that are all of them moving in decarbonization. Of course, having or living in major cities, having broad spaces, allowing for production of renewables, this effects or impacts on decarbonization in many countries, and particularly Latin America, for the features I've given you. Just to give you an idea of what is it that we do in Latin America, we have today 14,000 megawatts in operation in renewables, of which 10,000 are of major electric power plants and 4,000 are of solar and photovoltaic energy. We are also building in this pandemic period other 5,000 megawatts of renewables and of renewable energies. And the pandemic, because of its tremendous burden of suffering and pain, has also placed us before a challenge of experiencing new forms of work, new forms of active interrelationship with communities, and therefore and renewables have a different characteristic. Usually they are around these power plants, you have the development of communities and thus a dialogue among them. The energy transition has two chapters, two pillars. Let's go to the next chart. Two key pillars. One, given by electrification to support the massive development of electric mobility, and then decentralization and digitization. But as we've said, in Latin America, in our view, there are three major ecosystems. The first one is large cities. And however, 80% of the population lives in major cities, and 20% lives very much distributed in the territory. And 4% of the Latin American population has no access to energy, and 2% has poor access to energy. Therefore, if we focus in energy transition of cities, we need to take into account that there is this 20% living in isolated rural areas. In rural areas also, we find major agribusiness industries. Therefore, structures need to be, or infrastructures need to be built in a way, and there is a need for energy in a structured and capillary manner, because this constitutes one of the major wealth of the development of Latin America. Therefore, you have the rural and urban areas, and then you have a third ecosystem representing the industries that are far from the cities. For example, the mining industry. This is another sector that has been very much pressed by the financial world, because in 2020, the impacts of mines or mining activities has been very significant. Therefore, many initiatives have been developed along the lines of electrification and of the energy consumptions of mines. We are collaborating in Chile with important mining companies, providing them with electric transportation. And during the day, they use electric buses also with batteries, and in order to cover the type of energy demand. So these are the three systems. We've seen the main drivers of energy transition. And here in this next chart, another subject that is in the report of and the study of ECLAC is interconnections. For me, the issue of interconnections is not merely a technical issue, it is also symbolic. That is, so as to be a more resilient system, you need interconnections among the different countries that make up Latin America. The study reveals, and also we have conducted similar studies, as Alicia showed in the beginning. There is a target for countries for 2032, but there are studies that make simulations of a more significant penetration or greater penetration of renewables that would allow to save very significant economic amounts, but at the same time, important reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Evidently, interconnections request harmonization, evidently among different regulations, different states, different technical rules. And of course, and here I can refer to a topic that has been repeated in these discussions, where we need to do it together, and multilateral is important, but there is no multilateralism without clear, interchangeable rules of the game. So from the point of view of interconnections, you can have Central America as reference.
On account of what they have done and the advantage that they've had in terms of the system and offering a better quality service to all Central American inhabitants. But their efforts to overcome the technical barriers and the various market mechanisms to overcome these form of nationalism, all of this has taught us which are the themes that have been deepened and further elaborated. So it is a major challenge, and that will open our viewpoint. I would like to say that electromobility, it is clear that in 68% of all Latin Americans move in this way. Countries such as Costa Rica are focusing on electric trains, but there are two countries that have quickly moved towards this. Today in Latin America, there are about 1,000 electrical buses being used. And we help this as Enel. The first country was Chile, with the electrification of a public transport route, followed by Colombia, with the first auction in coming months. They will have auctions or tenders rather for another 2,000 buses. So electromobility is also getting into Brazil. And in Peru, because the quality of life in the cities requires specific solutions. And so extensive use of electricity is not limited solely to transport. In Argentina already, for example, there is also an ample electrification of buildings, existing ones and new ones. And so electricity is extending to not only transport, but household appliances, because it is an efficient and less expensive way of providing services to citizens. So in the public sector, in buildings, but also in the private sector, it is moving, it's changing. We are installing 1,200 loaders that will be used throughout Chile to favor private transport. We've reached an agreement with Volvo, and we're going to also put up 700 chargers throughout the Pan American Highway, going from the one tip of Chile to practically USA. Will serve the launch of an electricity highway. In Europe, 30% of mobility will be electric. But here, the relevance of open government policies. Of course, the fees, in some cases, imposed, and it's slow. The entry of electric vehicles is a source of renewable energy as well as labor. But of course, the labor could also be, the jobs could also be created in supplementary services area. Well, because the time is running short, I would like to say that digitalization. Of course, this is not just making the internet available to people. It's you need fiber optics and 5G. That is what we mean when we say digitalization. Digitalization, for the first time in history, is cross-cutting sectors such as energy as well, and transforming it totally. Today, this is an example. We took a neighborhood in Sao Paulo, and we are transforming this experience of a city into a smart city. So that information, transport, and everything has 5,000 sensors providing centralized data to build an open platform. Because that is the other essential aspect in this that was being taught to us by COVID. That is the creation of platforms for people to work from home. Because the innovation must be open. It's lower cost. You have an opportunity to involve more people. And so you create an eco-environment that is far more friendly. And finally, the circular economy. The circular economy it involves waste management. We see how sustainability is not an additional activity. No, it's a matrix that you can use to address any type of activity. So when we start to design and work on a plant, we decide operations circularly. The materials used, the way of working already incorporates reuse. So a circular economy is not just having an impact at the end, but having an entire design right from the start that allows you to reuse, to extend the useful life of equipment, yes, but circular economies, and well, another of the topics touched on by Alicia is the architecture of the labor economy. All of this opens up a great opportunity for a whole of Latin America, different type of professionalization. We know that this is a commodity export, the region as a whole. Every new design allows different manufacturing destination, selling services. Because in Latin America, we have so many areas that would allow building, as we've heard before, a knowledge economy. But here we have a quick view in front of us, and this is an opportunity that we cannot lose sight of. And this is also, lastly, and here we could see the distribution of wealth in Latin America, how it could be. First of all, I would suggest that this be compared to the first world economy. At first sight, there's not that much difference, but there is disparity. But the biggest difference has to do with an unequal division of resources. And so in the study, what's called digital divide, how but also energy is an essential driver of so many other activities. And so commitment to universal access to energy, for energy to be accessible, is another essential element, and moving everything ahead together, like governments, private sector, in the form of public-private partnerships, but also investment. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Mauricio también por.
Thank you, Mauricio. There's so much valuable information that's been shared today. And, well, regardless of this, the invitation to approach these dynamizing sectors as such is interesting. You said digital transformation and infrastructure, and including 4 and 5G. Well, this is a tremendous change and would produce a very different reality, transforming the way of producing, and will have a direct impact on the distribution of wealth and growth and well-being. So thank you very much for the invitation. And now we would like to open up for other delegations to make their comments, reacting to what was said in the document and what has been said by the panelists. And so I already have the delegation from Peru who've asked for the floor. So please let us know if you wish to take the floor. So I would now recognize Peru for 2 minutes to make this effective as possible, ensuring the full participation by all delegations. Peru, the floor is yours. Thank you, Minister. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, panelists. Peru once again thanks ECLAC through the Executive Secretary, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, whom we would cordially greet, and thank you for the preparation of this very relevant position document on building a new future, transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. And also a document of the morning that puts forward very interesting lines of action. In relation to the ideas put forward by the panelists, the economic crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and the efforts made by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to recover our path towards more inclusive, sustainable development. Well, Peru would like to emphasize 2 cross-cutting areas. First of all, considering micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. MSMEs that play an essential role in the Latin American economy on account of their contribution to creating jobs and added value. And in the case of Peru, it's estimated that close to 99.8% of enterprises are MSMEs, basically manufacturing, that employs 75% of the economically active people in our country. As is known, SMEs are very heterogeneous in their access to markets, technology, financing, and human capital. These are players that affect their productivity and exporting capacity. On this account, it is essential to reduce their levels of informality and turn them into more productive economic agents via public policy, as well as promoting their integration to the global value chains. And second, it is important to speed up the process of digital transformation in the region towards a digital economy that will allow reducing production costs, creating enterprises, suppliers, and users more safely, and use databases in encouraging greater technological inclusion. Along these lines, the government of Peru last week launched the design of the national policy for digital transformation and the master lines to make a leap in the use of digitalization. Peru is aware of the relevance of driving various initiatives and digital initiatives not only to face the impacts of the pandemic, but also for the modernization of the state and importing the fourth industrial revolution, technology, designing smart cities, ensuring universal access to digital networks to increase knowledge and productivity. In conclusion, a partnership between government, private sector, and civil society will be needed in order to promote initiatives for SMEs and promote a digital transformation process in the region as crucial elements that will finally contribute to inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miguel Aleman from Peru. I see no one else. So, I will make a comment regarding what our colleague of Peru said. As the document provided by the Secretariat sets forth, and especially regarding what is. Yes, before closing, I'll give the floor to Germán Rueda. Minister, thank you very much. I just wanted to share an idea on the fourth chapter of sustainable dynamic factors. It was mentioned in several interventions, and we need to say that there is a great opportunity for digital institution and implementation of technologies in the fourth revolution in different sectors that have been identified as strategic. This gives way to include processes of technological innovation, sustainability. We see how the technology is involved in all areas of the human being, in consumption, in productive processes, business, in different industrial sectors to increase competitiveness. But also we see how in a positive way it can impact on the well-being of society and become a very important partner to reach the objectives as to employment generation, inclusion, and environmental sustainability. And in the closing, I would like to share specific indications within the framework of our fight against COVID-19. We have really focused on application of technologies for managing the virus, and invite you to know the different strategies that we have developed on the digital side. We have CONAP. It's a mobile application that has been key, allowing to report and
reveal the health status in the area and the persons to act with effectiveness. And we have the national portal coronaviruscolombia.gov.com, where we have information and tools for all the citizens. As to limitations that are identified for digital inclusion, we have many challenges as a country, as a region in connectivity. We need to close the gap. Colombia, we have a priority in state transformation, and all the entities of government have displayed initiatives in order to close the gap. On connectivity, we are working to take connectivity to rural areas so that they can have mobile coverage and access to the web. We have important progress in teleworking. We have regulations since 2009, and we are working in aspects in order to reach out to the rural areas. All of this in partnership with the private sector, with a regulatory framework for this to be disseminated. We have encouraged many actions in digital transformation, digitization of companies, but also with new technologies like Technolab project. We are fortunate to have the center of the fourth industrial revolution, the city of Medellin, in order to promote the adoption and generation of knowledge and display of initiatives in order to take advantage of the opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution, and understanding that the different sectors, like we are seeking digital inclusion, democratization of technologies, access to information and communications. We have promoted projects and in all the national territory. And I want to reiterate that in Colombia, we reaffirm our commitment to make ITCs to be accessible for all. It is our commitment of all persons without any distinction to have early access to technology. And that can be achieved if we work jointly together with the other countries of the region, with academia, private sector, and regional organizations. We are open to share our experience and hear our peers so that all together can have sustainable development in the region. Thank you, Minister. And thank you, Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena, and all the other members today. Thank you, Germán, for your last intervention. In Costa Rica also, we have been working in this effort of including of having decarbonization of our economy. What are the key sectors with a regional approach? And this along the lines with what my colleague from Mexico said, and all the experiences are available because ECLAC is a community of best practices, convinced that the transfer of knowledge and experiences is ever more enriching. Another final relevant issue is to celebrate recovery from COVID, but to transcend it from an economic growth paradigm, closing gaps. It's necessary to accelerate these dynamic sectors, but do it with cooperation, capacity building, and also with that fabric of synergies of state policies, strategies of private and public companies, and promoting initiatives of civil society that will close that virtuous cycle, and thus allowing us to overcome economic contraction, improve productivity, and have greater distribution of wealth, equality, and resilience. All that our region is capable of doing, and that we can undertake very soon. I'm sure. I would like to thank the panel members who have been really outstanding. I'd like to thank ECLAC and the whole team. And now give the floor to colleague, Minister of the Environment, Andrea Mesa, who will chair the next panel. Good afternoon, good afternoon to Mauricio. Thank you, dear colleague Pilar. A cordial greeting to all those that are following this session, to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena and all the representatives of different governments. It is an honor to be here chairing this panel, Chapter 5, Policies for a Transformative Recovery with Equality and Sustainability. And as we have heard, the different views of different governments and institutions and sectors, a complex, challenging situation is raised, and therefore this chapter 5 will provide ideas regarding those framework conditions, medium and long-term policies that we need to implement. What are the instruments associated of scale, of financing, of risk management? What are the policies of the industrial productive sector which are consistent and that will allow us to move forward with sustainability and inclusion? What do we do with our social protection systems? How do we give clear signals to public investment and to the different issues of international trade? And how do we link the different regional integration processes? Do we have any view that will allow us to move with these approaches? It is that competitiveness that we need. It is a generation of employment more than ever, but at the same time with sustainability and inclusion at the forefront. To continue this joint building, a series of generic questions were raised precisely linked to that requirement of investments. We need to make strategic and smart investments that will reactivate economy, that will generate jobs, but at the same time to be within this decarbonization, digitization, decentralization framework. All these words have been repeated. How can we have a public capacity, a state that will give those signals? And for that, we clearly need resources. And it is there where fiscal issues become central. Any of the countries of our region with this very high indebtedness, that is the reality that we need to face. So to what extent is it the precise time or timely time to withdraw subsidies from fossil fuels and at the same time speak about a carbon tax with the fresh resources for investment in renewables, sustainable transportation, how to generate that fiscal consistent framework, what incentives and what not. That is vital. How are we doing? How are we adopting these new technologies and capacity building, new institutions, new response capacity, so as to see to the needs of our citizens? We need to reflect and of course, taking into account patents, technologies, and environmental innovation. And then finally, international trade and foreign direct investment that once again, we need as a region to generate marvelous conditions, human talent, natural resources, but we want to bring investment that is aligned in generating well-being and with these sustainability regimes. So what do we need to do to diversify our productive system and address those systemic risks that have become ever more evident. And at the same time, regional approaches. For example, we heard electric interconnection. And so regional and integration schemes have a key role again. We have a really great panel meeting, and we will begin with Mr. Luis Carranza Ugarte. He's the executive president of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. He's Peruvian, and he has been Minister of Economy and Finance twice, and he has a lot of experience, expertise in these views, and has worked with the IMF and BBVA, Bank of Spain, before taking office as president of CAF. So you have the floor, Mr. Luis, to continue with this. Each panel member has 10 minutes. Please, if we could cut it down to 8 minutes so that at the end we can have time for delegations. Floor is yours. Thank you, Minister. My greetings to you, my fellow speakers, and the delegations that are with us, as the audience following us online. I'd like to begin by thanking ECLAC for inviting me to be part of this very relevant event to reflect on policies for transformative recovery. It is essential to pick up the spirit of this report, where we see it is compatible to achieve growth, reduce inequalities, and improve environmental sustainability, even in the short term. And a series of recommendations are given in terms of policies, public interventions throughout the report, especially in this chapter 5. It is clear that in the short term, for recovery of domestic demand, we require a fiscal and monetary policy that is very audacious. In monetary terms, we must consider not only the liquidity of the economy, but also the credit rating conditions and putting an eye on the health of financial institutions. And on the fiscal side, we need to support monetary action and essentially focus on concrete tools to support the most vulnerable population. Now, the important thing in this report has to do with the reflections with a view to the medium to long term. And 5 essential topics are mentioned. First, the fiscal aspect, albeit it is true that the report focuses on the tax aspect, and there is a good chance of extending the base by doing away with unnecessary tax expenditure with little impact on development via a better tax administration. Reducing tax avoidance and evasion, it is also true that the report has a central thesis, and that is that in the current situation, we need to expand expenditure and maintain debt levels above what we're used to. The question regarding this thesis that we do share is how to prevent this from creating a lack of credibility in the long-term capacity of fiscal matters, especially the terms and the focus on which we would like to support this expenditure by governments. And I think an institutional response has to do with considering
second-generation fiscal rules. Fiscal rules have been useful in Latin America to achieve macro stability. However, little emphasis has been placed on issues such as inequality and growth and efficiency in the long term. And so we've seen that these fiscal rules have not favored public spending and social spending and have been focused on short-term goals. So we need to aim towards second-generation fiscal rules that provide peace of mind and confidence in international markets, which is something that there is debt temporarily, but there will be a gradual trend towards fiscal consolidation in the medium to long term. But above all, protect social spending and infrastructure spending that will have a very powerful impact on growth and the reduction of inequality and poverty in the economies of Latin America. Furthermore, taking into account that fiscal conditions in Latin American countries are not the same. In some countries with certain investment ratings have access to international markets, and others that are just coming out of a debt restructuring process. So in these circumstances, it would help a lot if international cooperation could channel significant long-term resources at concessional rates to support Latin American countries in this process towards convergence, towards sustainable fiscal situations. But we agree with the central issue that in fiscal matters we require support by governments in tolerating more debt in the short term. And the second, how to internalize environmental externalities. This is essential. You mentioned it, Minister, in your introduction. We require giving very clear signals to economic agents in that the relative prices will change and they must change. And this implies having environmental taxes and review subsidies that do not have an impact or have a perverse impact on the environment. Now, this must be done in a smart way, gradually announcing right off now how those relative prices will be modified within a reasonable period of time, especially given financing facilities with special conditions for private agents to be able to reconvert and that their profit margins are acceptable in the medium term given this new structure of relative prices. I would like to share with you a very interesting experience of a CAF loan that we gave in Ecuador for the expansion of transmission lines aiming to reconvert the use of electricity in the shrimp industry in Ecuador. Now, why is this irrelevant? Because when you change from thermal fuel plants and diesel for this, when you change it by a clean power, hydro, you increase productivity 20 to 30% in terms of production. We should also highlight that with the savings of the subsidy paid in Ecuador for fuel, you finance the extension of the electricity network. And furthermore, it is possible to provide electricity to rural people that at the moment do not have electricity. And so, we're 6 objectives. We're able to increase growth via greater productivity, improving the living conditions of rural people, and now we have less pollution and the use of clean energy. So there's a series of other examples such as this via smart interventions to achieve these 3 very important aims. Regarding industrial policy, I would like to highlight the issue of SMEs. This is a core point in the report and has to do with industrial tissue in Latin America and the need to improve productivity and have quality employment in our countries. Then we should highlight 3 things. The first has to do with financing and the harsh stage that our SMEs will be going through in this process for economic recovery. At CAF, we have implemented relevant financial resources to support our institutions. In the case of microfinancing, we have doubled our lines this year, and we've extended the repayment terms case by case according to each condition. And we have redirected our credit lines towards the development banking at a local level to support financing for Latin American SMEs. All in all, we have assigned a line of $1.6 billion to support this very the financing of this very important group of Latin American SMEs. And second, we need to work very smartly, as proposed by the report, by identifying coordination failures and public interventions in the various industries. Not all industries need the same sort of infrastructure or the same type of public service. And working with a network of suppliers supporting the internationalization of Latin American SMEs. And then lastly, moving ahead, and this has to do with the last point of the report regarding integration. Move ahead in creating regional value chains. When you analyze experience in Asia and Europe, clearly there are major gains to be made in external economies by neighboring in our countries, and that we're not using here. So all of these are core points in the report, and we fully agree. We are working along those lines to support Latin American SMEs, I repeat, in a situation that is very complex, especially for these companies. The fourth point has to do with social protection and well-being. This is the heart of the ECLAC report, that growth targets in terms of well-being and social protection are compatible. We cannot have public policies that support growth at the cost of increasing inequality or leaving our workers unprotected. And this is very important in Latin America. What I would like to say, basically, is how we can see a virtuous channel where we can enhance growth by making improvements to living conditions. And basically, the idea is to have public goods and services in the quantity and quality required by our citizens. I'm thinking basically of basic infrastructure, health, and education. This improves the living condition of the people, and this important increase in human capital will all have an impact on productivity in the long term in our countries. And this in turn will have an impact in greater resources that will allow governments to continue along this road towards growth, well-being, and reducing inequality. So these are core issues, and of course, in terms of integration, we already mentioned this earlier, the need to have regional value chains in order to support long-term growth and well-being in our countries. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Don Luis. Very interesting remarks and putting on the table interesting conditions. And when you hear about the role of development banking in this process, which is also essential, that it be understood and see this consistency in terms of investments that need to be implemented. Very interesting, and the regional value chains and so on. I would now like to hand over to our next speaker, Miguel Seara Hatton, Minister of Economic Affairs, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Miguel is an economist with experience in macroeconomic, economic development, public policy, among others. And you have the floor, Don Miguel, to continue with this panel. Thank you for recognizing me. Can you hear me? Yes? And so I would like to briefly share a presentation. Can you see it? Yes. I will be providing a context for the policy analysis in the document, which we believe is an excellent document and we fully agree. So, to put that in the context of what is happening today in the Dominican Republic economy, I barely have 40 days in this new government, and we've come up against the pandemic crisis that have resulted of a 6% drop in output this year, increasing unemployment, a very difficult fiscal situation. But the important thing in this is to understand the underlying forces that were behind this situation. In a way, the elements of the economic model of the Dominican Republic and that serve as a context for the crisis. The Dominican Republic is, together with Panama, that has most grown in Latin America since 1950. We grew in 17, 18, and now in 19 until this situation in 2020.
We are the sixth economy of growth. Volatility places in the sixth place. And in these 69 years, from 1959 until 2019, we've had only 6 years of recession. That is, we've had a really exceptional growth, above 5%. However, that growth has impacted very little on the quality of life of people. This graph shows the Human Development Index on the upper part, and on the side you have the world position of health and education combined rate. So in Dominican Republic, as we have improved our place in the world in the income per inhabitant, we have deteriorated the indicators of health and education. In fact, the Dominican Republic is the sixth country of the world that did not take advantage of economic growth to improve the quality of life of people since 1990 until 2017. Migration is the most significant expression of the inability of the economic and institutional model to guarantee a decent life to the population. In fact, the lack of opportunities, and as they don't have any opportunities, they leave the country. So, as we see, the first factor, the growth of exports and availability of foreign exchange, has been sufficient to generate a capital accumulation process throughout these 69 years. This is a very important element. That is, the economy has been restructured and has been able to maintain the currency flows in the long run. The growth of the GDP, there was a growth of 6.2% availability of foreign currency, although the volatility level of the growth and availability of foreign currency is greater than the volatility of the GDP growth. Second important element is that the economy was restructured with great pain. We went through 3 different models, but the most important one was the transition of the 80s, when the economy had sugar, cane, and tobacco and substituted in 1 decade for the development of a free trade area, tourism, and remittances. And that gave rise to an enormous flow of foreign exchange and a complete restructuring of the Dominican economy. Probably it's the second country of Latin America that in 10 years transforms what was 100 years of history and transforms them only in 10 years with lots of sacrifice and pain. Something is lost in that process. Of course, we had a favorable international scenario, migration processes and remittances starting in the 60s, a policy that where social pressure was moved abroad, and that has become like a factor of help for the exchange rate. And also we had macroeconomic stability, availability of foreign labor of low cost, guaranteeing profitability. I mean, Haitian from Haiti, Haitian labor that has grown in sugarcane, agriculture, and construction. Those 3 sectors, and has been an important factor. And finally, the salary became the adjustment price of the economy within the framework of different logics. So the salary as to purchasing power has a lower level than what it had at the beginning of the 60s, when the largest social mobilization took place. Now, why Dominican Republic shows so much backwardness in quality of life indicators? Well, the economy has grown in sectors that generate very little employment, and what is generated is poor quality. Secondly, because the salary has been the adjustment price of the economy. And thirdly, in the long run, there has been a deterioration of institutions. Perverse governance was generated that became part of the governance. I mean, with issues like corruption and impunity, the poor quality of public spending for many years, I would say since the 70s and prior to that for different reasons, concentration of power, weakening of citizens' stake, and immigration as a result of social pressure that was moving abroad. Now the question is, for the new government that as we've taken office only shortly ago, what do we need to do to change that situation? Of course, we had to focus on the quality of life of people. We know that growth and economy has a capacity, yes, but you need to incorporate the quality of life of individuals. What does it mean to improve quality of life? Well, decent work, to be fed correctly, to be safe, to have good health, to have access to drinkable water, to have a decent home. That is everyday life. You need to improve the conditions, the characteristics of the everyday life of persons. That is the main purpose of public policies, expressed in issues like decent work, food, security, safety, and education. And here we have 3 pillars. Development is not something personal. Skills are individual, yes, but we are speaking about concrete persons. But these are built collectively, socially. We need a strong health system for people to have access to those capability and good quality health. We need a good quality education, transportation system, a system of justice, a system of economic activity. It is an important fact to understand that development is not a personal adventure. It's not a dynamic that will be determined only by the market. but will not decide this. I mean, it is the collective thinking is represented in the state. And secondly, development involves the construction of citizen empowerment. And I can give you an example, the level of deprivation of a disabled person, not because there are no laws, but that those persons don't have the necessary power for claiming enforcement of those laws. So citizens need power. Development is not a technical problem. We understand it's not a technical problem. It's an equation. Of course, it's important. We need education and political power. Yes, there is a fight for the redistribution of income, which is key in order to improve quality of life. And the third element is that capacities and opportunities are built on a territory. Territory is a constitutional part of the development process. If we measure the GDP, here it is not according to territory. We need other indicators that will allow us to build with greater clarity, explanation of where people live. They live in the town, in the community. We need to have an integrated policy of territory. Sectoral policies need to be territory linked. Development is not a personal adventure. I summarize, development involves citizen empowerment, and abilities and capacities are built where people live. So first and foremost, empower citizens. It's key, this process. A citizen that is powerless reproduces authoritarian ways of life. So you need to create the space for citizens to be empowered. Fortunately, in the Dominican Republic, we are going through a citizen empowerment process that is critical, that is challenging the activities of government every single day. But that is the guarantee that the government will take into account that feeling, that purpose of the population. And secondly, power. We need to achieve or build a new way of doing politics. Politics or policies need to be an exercise of dignity, of convening. Dignity has to be given to politics. Convening efforts together. So we need to restructure that way of doing politics. Unfortunately, this is not linear. We go forward, backward, but that is the road to which that we need to tread. The third element deals with the new dynamics of the productive capacity. And there we have three major priorities: employment, foreign currency, and visibilized territory. That is, that growth, guaranteed that growth will reach out to every single corner of the territory. And all this is based on innovation, technological, institutional, organizational innovation. Technological innovation, what we need to create as a government is the conditions for companies might design better microeconomic policies for enterprises. But we at the government can intervene in institutional issues, how to generate institutional innovation to solve transportation, electric mobility problems. I mean, a series of issues that are solved with an institutional re-engineering and transformation. And then finally, we need to reorganize the state and change the way how things are being done. That means modernizing, making transparent, accountability. So we have 4 levels of action: citizenship, new forms of doing politics, new productive capacity, and state. And there we have a cross-sectional issue, gender. I mean, 50% of the population is somewhat down. We need policies that will incorporate territory, space, participation of citizens, sustainability. But here we want to add one element. We are an island and we are more vulnerable than the rest of the country. The condition of being an island, it provides us with a level of vulnerability. The fourth and fifth issues are transparency, accountability, and then finally information technology and digital transformation. After the pandemic, of course, the way of digital transformation has changed the way of seeing the picture. And then finally, we have sectoral policies. How will they respond to this logic? Usually what we do is add up policies in a mathematical way, but you cannot add pears and apples. You need to integrate policies. And the way we have said is that to modernize the evaluation area of politics, same questions must be raised. How will it impact on people? How will the everyday life of people improve? How much will employment improve? And quality thereof. And therefore generating a circle where we have some articulated policies. We no longer are or they are a Mona Lisa, a Gioconda, determining intervention to improve the quality of life with a clear definition of quality of life of people.
Guided by the principle, the 4 areas of intervention. And so we come back to the sectoral policy. As you can see, this arrangement, this rationale, coincides perfectly with the document published by ECLAC. Thank you, Minister, very clear, and we thank you for the transparency with which you have presented the data. That efficacy of the state in giving responses, we're seeing this in so many areas. We must reflect on this. We must give responses to the citizens. We're going to make a slight change to the order of the speakers, and now we're going to recognize Marisol Argueta, who is a Senior Director for Latin America and member of the Executive Committee of the World Economic Forum. Marisol, since you're taking part in this forum and that there's been such interesting analysis, we've been talking of the risks, systemic risks. Sorry. Apparently, Marisol Argueta had a technical difficulty, and so we will return to the original agenda. And so we would like to introduce Carla Barnett, Minister of State with responsibility for labor, local government, and rural development in Belize. The Honorable Mrs. Barnett, as Minister for Labor since June 2018, and previously she was Minister for Natural Resources. So an extraordinary view of the situation, labor, local government, and others. So, Carla Barnett, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to ECLAC and especially to Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena for inviting me to participate in this panel. It is a very special pleasure to be here and to contribute to this very important discussion. And I hope it leads to greater coordination of ideas and creation of solutions. The work that has been shared by ECLAC is very interesting and it provides an excellent basis for guiding the way ahead. These are indeed unprecedented times. There is not a part of our world that has not been affected by COVID-19. Belize is an extremely small economy. Our population is only about 400,000 persons, and our GDP is on the US $2 billion. Per capita, it's about 4,600 per annum. Tourism and agriculture together account for upwards of 60% of our GDP. And tourism abruptly ceased in March as we closed our international airport and international borders and implemented stay-at-home orders. Unemployment skyrocketed from about 9% before COVID to as much as 30 to 40%, and over 70% of our tourism workers have been laid off. Furthermore, COVID has come in the second year of a long drought, which has impacted agriculture heavily. And so our vulnerability to climate change has joined with the impact of this pandemic, and we are projecting a decline in GDP this year of between 15 and 20%. Government responded to the health crisis by increasing spending on health and social protection to mitigate the impact of the pandemic at the same time that revenues collapsed. For the first half of this year, government's revenue contracted by almost 20%, precipitating a swing from a primary surplus of about 0.6% of GDP to a deficit of 3.8% of GDP. This deficit is being financed largely domestically, and therefore government's domestic debt grew by 15.9%. Like other countries have done, Belize has repurposed development loans and borrowed from our central bank for emergency funding early in the crisis. The public debt burden, already significant at upwards of 60% of GDP, is becoming unsustainable, not only in Belize, but in all of the countries of the Caribbean like Belize. The height of the pandemic coincided with a particularly volatile Atlantic hurricane season, which is a reality we are destined to suffer again and again. While we do not contribute significantly to climate change, we in the Caribbean and the wider SIDS do carry the disproportionate burden of the cost. The prospects for Belize and other Latin American and Caribbean countries in similar circumstances look very dim. We are already seeing poverty and inequality increase, and our hard-earned development gains are under threat. I say again, these are unprecedented times. There is not a part of our world that has not been affected by COVID-19. If ever there was a time for a truly global approach, one that calls for meaningful multilateralism, built on an understanding and acceptance of an interdependent world, it is now. In this, the 75th year of the United Nations system, we are facing a global crisis, the scope and impact of which compared to the global crisis which brought the UN system into being 75 years ago. Within our countries, we have to get the economic policy response right. There is no getting away from that. But within the international financial institutions, in the multilateral and bilateral arrangements, and in the regional and sub-regional organizations and institutions, in all of these places where we are discussing solutions to this crisis, we also have to get the analysis and the policy response right. What should the international financial institutions and the bilaterals and multilaterals be taking into account in their analysis? We are 8 months into the COVID-19 pandemic. Our fiscal accounts have literally collapsed, and there is no real basis for predicting when the global economy and our domestic economies will or can rebound. There is an urgent need to consider ways to expand our fiscal space. The normal approach of fiscal adjustment to create expansion in primary balances will not work because the fiscal impact has already been huge in the opposite direction. Revenue has collapsed even as expenditure on health and support to vulnerable populations has had to increase. We do not have a choice but to increase our expenditure on health. The pandemic response nationally to protect our citizens demands it, and our commitment to the rest of the world to protect all of us also demands it. I want to mention here 2 key options that have been put on the table. The first, as also described by the Honorable Prime Minister Motley of Barbados, is to ring-fence COVID-related debt. What does that mean? The international community can agree that COVID-related expenditures are what they are. Investments we all have to make to protect all our citizens and their livelihoods, and to do our part to help the global effort to control the spread of COVID. Treat these expenditures like the essential and unavoidable expenses that they are, and find a way to fund them sustainably over the longest possible term at the lowest possible cost. Secondly, in order to improve access to finance for all, we have to remove the restrictions on access to affordable financing based on per capita income levels, which denies access to affordable financing, particularly to small island developing states, including those in the Caribbean. Small island developing states have been calling for a multi-dimensional approach that addresses the unique vulnerabilities, such as climate change, export concentration, revenue concentration, etc., that fits its face. This is not new. The studies have been done, whether in the context of the Commonwealth, the World Bank, AOSIS, and others, to demonstrate why we have to move away from the current approach and implement a new vulnerability index. We just need to do it so that SIDS can be more fairly and equitably accessed into the medium term as we find a way out of this crisis. What about national policies? Where is the room for innovation? Most of our countries have been taking measures to shore up health facilities and at the same time putting measures to ease the economic blow to our citizens. Many are making attempts to stimulate economic activity, but the truth is that we are largely not in a position to make the kind of investments in stimulus programs that is needed to keep jobs, incomes, and livelihoods at a level that protects our development gains. Even as we do what we can, there are important lessons that we are learning. Most of all, technological innovation presents great opportunities to foster more inclusive development and erode inequalities. But at the same time, the consequences of inequality are being exposed. Some lessons from our own experience. Technology is key. Our policies should incentivize increasing the use of technology to deliver social and economic support, reduce production, consumption, and transaction costs, and to deliver education services. Technology is transforming, has transformed, in fact, service delivery at a pace unimaginable before COVID. Here in Belize, we were able to design and implement in less than 4 weeks a web-based system for processing applications for unemployment relief, which is a major part of our economic response. We were advised when we started that we must retain a paper application process because not everyone has access to the internet. But the vast majority of the applications were made online. Less than 3% of the 80,000 plus applications were submitted in hard copy, and applications came from every corner of Belize because we made sure to reach out to urban and rural areas. Why was this? The application process was simple, accessible by mobile phone, and had immediate SMS responses built in. We also realized early that people help each other to submit applications, which we encourage. Sign is ordinary persons are willing to move towards new and innovative mechanisms if they are easily accessible. The demonstration effect has been strong, especially since we have been able to improve the processing system and correct inefficiencies in the second phase. This success is eroding the hesitance to move towards even greater delivery of government services generally. Good and convenient access to the internet is key. Systems must be robust yet simple enough for ordinary persons to use. And the obvious policy implication is that we can and should be seeking to implement technology more and more in the delivery of government services. In the private sector, we are also seeing web-based solutions in marketing and processing of sales, from food and groceries to the delivery of live entertainment. Concerts and plays are online and interest is growing. Mechanisms for monetizing and profiting from online service delivery are also growing, almost organically in response to the opportunities created by fiscal distancing protocols. In the education sector, with the long period of school closures, the integration of distance learning methods in education has risen to top priority. Where it was a desired outcome before, it is now urgent, and it is being implemented, but this is where the inequality shows up quickly. Students with inadequate or no computer equipment and internet access are severely disadvantaged, and special efforts have to be made to ensure access to paper-based lessons where needed. But clearly, this is short-term. The medium to long-term policy will have to provide equitable access to the needed equipment and the internet, new teaching methods, and teachers that are comfortable with distance and online teaching and assessments. What about new growth activities? This is still evolving and is being seen in several parts of the Caribbean. New agriculture, including home gardens, urban agriculture, green sustainable food production. We're also seeing quite a large expansion in the employment of online service agents by BPO, business process organizations, and domestic tourism is being promoted to keep businesses employing workers by encouraging tourism businesses to offer service to the local market. But we are severely constrained in our policy possibilities by the lack of fiscal space. We come back to that. Our high debt levels need urgent attention. Our high debt levels do not by definition indicate wasteful expenditure. SIDS in particular, as the data shows, have had to respond to economic, social, and infrastructural damage after disasters of nature, such as hurricanes and droughts, and after economic disasters brought on by market failure, such as the last global financial crisis in 2008. These disasters drive up the cost of food and places access to financing at cost outside the reach of those who need it most. This is the story of SIDS. Our countries need urgent access to liquidity on concessional terms. The Resilience Fund being scoped out by ECLAC holds much potential in this and requires serious and urgent attention from our international partners. Finally, we need to engage more effectively with our private creditors to encourage them to participate in finding a solution to the burgeoning debt crisis. Private creditors should come to the table in their own self-interest, and the role of private creditors was probably the most difficult of the topics on which to get any serious conversation going in the financing for development process, which was initiated by Jamaica and Canada, along with the UN Secretary General. But private creditors need to be willing to discuss their role in this if they want our parts of the financial market to return to investment grade. These are not normal times. The international financial market, indeed the global financial and economic system, is being exposed as particularly inefficient in addressing the global economic contraction. Market ratings and traditional economic programs will not work as would normally be expected in this setting, and the private creditors should be around the table as we seek to find a path through, especially since the options before us must include debt workouts. And I leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your clear words and bringing equity to this discussion. Continuamos ahora con la.
And so now we continue with our panelists. We have Marisol Alberta Evadilla from the World Economic Forum, and precisely because of that, we would like to hear what is the view of the World Economic Forum regarding necessary actions to address the context of the pandemic and recovery. This is a forum that has representatives from the private sector, global leaders, public, private, and so their thoughts are very interesting. And likewise, we would like to hear how environmental and social governance standards fostered by the forum linked to the UN agenda, especially the 2030 agenda. Carla? She corrects herself. Marisol, the floor is yours. Thank you, and I apologize. I have a bit of an issue with connectivity here, but it's a pleasure to be with you, and special greetings to the ministers, members of the panel, the Minister of Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, and Belize, who preceded me, the President of CAF, and Professor Carras from Brazil. A special recognition on my dear friend Alicia Bárcena and the ECLAC team for preparing this very important document on the transformative recovery. From the viewpoint of the World Economic Forum, I can share a view and actions coming from the private sector, from the viewpoint of businessmen, as well as the civil society. For those of you who do not know the World Economic Forum, it is the international organization for public-private partnerships. And so in 1971, our founder and the executive president, Klaus Schwab, founded the World Economic Forum and published his first book presenting the need for, unfortunately, it seems that we have lost the minister. We do not have any audio right now. Unfortunately, the connection is down. Perhaps if you do not share the screen. Yes, Minister, please interrupt me if there's any need to pause, or you can tell me if I'm not heard correctly. We can hear you perfectly. Thank you. Well, as I was saying, the decade of the 70s already, some world-level thinkers were concerned how to promote from the viewpoint of enterprises a new economic model, changing the role of enterprises as the agent for social progress. And then the new neoliberalism spread that did make important economic contributions, but has left tremendous social gaps, inequity, and many challenges in relation to the environment. In the current context, once again, this theory of the stakeholders' capitalism, which in Spanish was translated as the capitalism of the stakeholders. And the Davos Manifesto was published on this occasion in Switzerland, presenting the principles for growth with equity and sustainability. In September this year, during the fourth meeting on social impact of the World Economic Forum, it seems we have lost the audio once again. Marisol, can you hear me? Now, yes, we can hear you. It seems that you were down for a moment, but now you're back. Okay, I was saying that as of the publication of the Davos Manifesto, the theory regained validity, the stakeholders' capitalism. This year, in September, we published a system of standards, ESG, environmental, social, and governance, creating a framework that systematizes and gives order to existing metrics and devises guidelines for the communication of commitments and actions based on 4 pillars. This system is universal and that can be applied into any industry or sector to value the company far beyond its financial performance. These were developed together with Deloitte, Ernst & Young, PwC, and KPMG. And it was the result of consultation with investor, regulators, NGOs, and international agencies to create a framework or a global system of corporate reports that is coherent and complete. Then these metrics are adopted by the International Business Council, comprising 140 corporations the most important worldwide, including previous panel we had. Well, once again, it seems that the audio is down. He's going back now. 4 pillars directly linked to sustainable development goals. The first pillar is on people and reflects social capital of the company, its treatment of its employees, diversity, wage gaps, and health. The second pillar has to do with prosperity, and this deals on the impact of the company on financial well-being of the community.
It speaks about employment generation, tax payment, and investment in research and development. The third pillar has to do with governance, and it reflects the purposes, the strategy, and the responsibility of the company, including metrics that have to do with risks and with entrepreneurial ethics. And the fourth one is regarding the planet. This fourth pillar measures the impact regarding the environment, calculating greenhouse gas emission, the commitment of companies to protect the land, the use of natural resources such as water and others. And thus, the World Economic Forum continues to collaborate with the Impact Management Project, where we find the participation of the main creators of the reporting systems worldwide. Now, we were already impressed by the technologies derived from the fourth industrial revolution. And we heard before delegates from Peru, from Colombia. Sorry, we lost the sound. That we had to carry out in order to catch up with the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, COVID-19 increases that malaise and exclusion. So this is a crucial moment that offers an opportunity to change paradigms with a big impact upon the economic history of the world. It is very important for the companies to understand the importance of social, climatic factors and other non-financial factors that are critical for their viability and for their long-term success. These metrics presented by the World Economic Forum provide clarity to investors and contribute so that the capital is aligned towards fostering the program of the SDGs of the United Nations. And that is the capital that we have. But then we have the capitalism of the interested parties, and that starts operating. Some thought in the 70s about this, and today, through these metrics, we have the possibility of implementing things. And what is our work moving forward? What the forum is calling the Great Reset, that we are going to deal with the subject in our dialogues in Davos in January and in the presidential meeting that we hope will take place in May, to create a new commitment to adopt universally these metrics by companies, but also to create a commitments calendar or schedule to begin with this. We have lost the last minute. So what I was saying is that our agenda moving forward is to strengthen the historic opportunity that we have to close the social and environmental gaps that affect so deeply our planet. And in this way, well, this will be the core subject of the January meeting in Davos and the presidential meeting that we will hold in May. So we will bring to the World Economic Forum the main leaders of governments, of international agencies, of companies, civil society, the young, and we want everybody to adopt these universal metrics in order to be able to apply them and to implement that capitalism of the interested parties. What do we have to do in our region? In our region, these concepts and metrics have to be taken into account in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have built a group for regional action for Latin America and the Caribbean, where we have the participation of our dear friend Alicia Bárcena, where we have already produced a public document. I invite ECLAC to disseminate it. We would be glad if that happens so that the agencies that are participating can have a chance to go through it. This is a public document we can find it on our website, where we've done recommendations for the economic recovery, for the critical industries for our region, regarding strategic investments, and for public-private cooperation. And in this sense, obviously, emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. We have already 2 centers in Latin America. The first one was created in Colombia, in Medellin, as was mentioned by the delegates from Colombia. And the second one is already open and operating. We will launch it officially together with the government of Brazil and the state of Sao Paulo in the University of Sao Paulo. And this will happen this month. Amongst these recommendations for public-private action, we have a push for private investment with less barriers, to start regulations regarding bankruptcy, credit information reporting, non-wage costs reporting that foster informality. We have also incorporated the public-private contribution for infrastructure, not only basic infrastructure and generation, transmission, and distribution of energy, but also stressing information and communication technologies with appropriate content so that we can take good advantage of that infrastructure. The third subject is that of digital transformation of the governments. It is urgent to move towards more efficient models in the digital world, and also to reform accordingly the civil service. We have as a fourth point to have supply chains, as a fifth point, the collaboration between governments and the private sector for research purposes, for testing, and to carry out clinical tests for vaccination and alternative treatments for COVID-19. Marisol, since we have so many communication problems, if we could wrap up, we would appreciate it. We listen to a part of the presentation and then we have silence. I'm about to finish, Minister. We are promoting public-private actions to improve the coverage and social protection of the citizenship with sustainable systems, and of course with the necessary training and retraining for employability. Here it is very important for us to stress the incorporation of more women in education of the STEM areas. And then, this is the last part of the recommendation, this has to do with fostering economic integration of value chains in trade, which was mentioned by the president of CAF. We are discussing nearshoring policies, and we have recommended the harmonization of the 33 agreements, preferential agreements that exist for the integration of Latin America and the Caribbean. I apologize for the communication problems. I hope to continue to work with ECLAC, dear Alicia, with you, with Chair of Costa Rica and the government of Costa Rica, with whom we have a very close and pertinent agenda for the country and the region, and for the region, Madam Minister, and with the governments of our hemisphere and its private sector, so as to make progress along this path of growth with equity and sustainability. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marisol. Really, it is the contribution that the World Economic Forum makes is very interesting, and another fundamental player that might bring private-public involvement and insights. We will now open the floor for the vision of the academic world. We have Professor João Carlos Ferraz, who is Associate Professor of the Institute of Economy of the Universidad Federal from Rio de Janeiro. He is the last member of this panel, and then we will have some time for contributions from the delegations. Professor, you have the floor. I would like to thank for the invitation. It's very good to be home, and it is an honor to be in this qualified environment and to share the panel with persons who are heading many battles for the transformative changes. I've been a warrior during my period in the Development Bank in Brazil as representative of the policies between 2016 and 2020. I've been learning a lot and some legacy. And I have the privilege of being here as a former expert in policies, which today I'm in the academic world, so I have a temporal distance from the world of politics, and so I would like to make the comments on, first, the nature of ECLAC builds hope, and this is absolutely crucial. Your proposal, productive development with equality, sustainability, simultaneously is very strong. It takes us out of the comfort zone, and this is the proposal for development strategy. And this is different from what we had in the past. But at the same time, it feeds of existing forces. I think that the wisdom of policymakers will be precisely to search for what we need in order to feed this kind of process. I have three reflections on the importance of the leaders, and Alicia has already said so. The role of the state, and a discussion on strategies and the opportunities that we have. Now, as to direct answers to the questions we have here on this table, in March last year, we had a meeting organized by ECLAC, and we were there. Yes, to answer you, yes, there is room to use fiscal instruments. Yes, there are opportunities to build local capabilities. Yes, there is a space for better regional rapprochement, but we need for that partnerships, leadership, and mainly the ability to innovate in the political sphere. And that is so important. And I will take a look at this later on. Now, ECLAC is bringing experiences that associate, that relate sustainability, development, and bringing in cases. And that's very interesting because ECLAC is not preaching
And here I have recalled the two studies that I've just finished, one on mobility and another together with ECLAC, and one on the wind industry. But there are things that are crucial or at the core of what ECLAC proposes, especially to understand the policy and different factors. In the part on mobility, the success stories, after taking a look at the conditions, whether they're projects or not, the funding conditions, the capability of companies, the process, all of that. But what did make a difference in all cases is the capability to form partnerships between political leaders at local, regional, and national level. Notwithstanding the political parties, but focusing the attention on a specific project. That is extremely important. It's the alignment of planets, or in this case, of politicians, in order to serve the public. As to wind energy, that is a success story in Brazil. In 10 years, in one decade, our wind energy is responsible for 10% of energy production in Brazil. And it is capable of providing services at very competitive prices. Now, how did this come up? Because of two main elements. On the one hand, the importance of the coordination between the planning, regulation, and incentive institutions in order to move a policy in a certain direction. So here we have the issue of intra-state coordination. There's also a window of opportunities because of the international issues, because during those days, technology offered prices that were going down and capability going up. But what's even more important is the role of our BNDES, State Bank, had in financing that investment, and that made the wind park more abundant, and it allowed for the consolidation of an industry that provided sophisticated and competitive goods and services. And here, very important, is the capability of the institutions to innovate in its financial instruments, introducing new instruments that were adapted to the precise moment according to the momentary challenges. And that's very important, the capability to innovate. And here we see policy capability amongst institutions. Now, let me talk about the political field. What I have learned throughout my life is that we cannot do politics without theory. We cannot do politics without a framework of references in order to allocate priorities, to allocate responsibilities and resources. And that's not just public policy I'm talking about. Any institution that will make forward in a certain direction needs a benchmark, shall we say, a reference framework. ECLAC thus provides a reference framework with the models and gaps and everything, but it also brings the necessary evidence to say, hey, we have serious problems, but here we have a roadmap to track. No policy without theory, but we cannot do politics on the terms of policy making without the feeling of politics. And here, politics matters, as I already told you, and it can lead us or not for the future as proposed by ECLAC. And in terms of policy, the quality of the leaders is fundamental. Their vision, their country scheme and plan, political alliances, the confidence and the safety as transmitted into the population. Leaders, more than ever, good leaders are needed. And here we are with an audience, with a group of leaders. And please, and from looking from outside, I am confident that we will be able to build this future. Recovery and the state, the institutions where the leaders will act. The transforming recovery with sustainability and equality requires the state to change in the same way with equality and confidence and inspiring trust. That needs a state, but without a state that is transformed or changed, then we won't go far at all. So I think we do have a tremendous challenge ahead of us. But there are good signs. And during these days, we have had signs of proposals that go in that direction. At any rate, this is difficult. We have little capabilities amongst our public institutions to be efficient, effective. But that's how life is. We still have to make headway. How to make agencies that will truly cater for the public, and there's only one way: through policy capacity for transformation and capacity especially to innovate in doing politics. So innovation is not just something for companies. Innovation should start first of all and mainly when we talk about especially public resources from the state, from the government. I am sure about few things in my life, but one of these
sector privado y la sociedad civil. Observatorio Regional de Planificación para el Desarrollo, de la mirada al análisis y conocimiento sobre la planificación del desarrollo en América Latina y el Caribe. Te invitamos a explorar el observatorio, descubrir y ser parte de la generación de conocimiento para planificar el desarrollo en observatorioplanificación.cepal.org. Como consecuencia de la mayor pandemia que ha vivido el mundo en los últimos 100 años, los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales, la academia, el sector privado y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han estado abocados a la búsqueda de soluciones y alternativas para detener la propagación del COVID-19 y afrontar sus consecuencias económicas y sociales. Entre las medidas implementadas para frenar y controlar la propagación del virus, buena parte de los gobiernos en la región han optado por el confinamiento de las personas, decretando cuarentenas con fórmulas diversas. Esta situación ha generado no solo una contracción considerable de la actividad económica, con impactos diferenciados en la población, sino también una agudización de las condiciones de vulnerabilidad que afecta y menoscaba los derechos de algunos grupos de población específicos. En este contexto, la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe organizará una serie de diálogos virtuales en el marco del Consenso de Montevideo con el fin de analizar el escenario sociodemográfico de los países de la región en el marco de la crisis del COVID-19 y reflexionar sobre sus posibles impactos en el corto, mediano y largo plazo en grupos de población en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a la luz de las medidas prioritarias de dicho consenso y de los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible. El Observatorio COVID-19 en América Latina y el Caribe es una plataforma impulsada por la CEPAL a solicitud de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños CELAC. El observatorio rastrea las políticas públicas que los países de América Latina y el Caribe están implementando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia del COVID-19 en la región. A través de informes y documentos, ofrece análisis de los impactos económicos y sociales que estas políticas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial, además de apoyar su revisión y seguimiento a mediano y largo plazo. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados pueden visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país en materia de restricciones a desplazamientos, salud, economía, empleo, protección social, educación y género. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Anuario Estadístico de América Latina y el Caribe es uno de los 6 informes anuales de la CEPAL. En él se presenta un conjunto de estadísticas básicas que caracterizan la situación económica, sociodemográfica y ambiental de la región referidas a un periodo en particular. El anuario estadístico constituye una referencia para quienes deseen contar con datos estadísticos descriptivos comparables entre países y en el tiempo. También contribuye a promover la generación y uso de información estadística internacionalmente comparable, oportuna y pertinente para la formulación, seguimiento y evaluación de políticas de desarrollo económico, social y ambiental en la región. Porque lo que no se mide no cuenta, la CEPAL insta a romper los silencios estadísticos y buscar más y mejores datos para avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible con igualdad.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2020 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the spectrum of COVID-19. The multidimensional impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Developmental Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
Al año 2018, 21 países han creado o designado un mecanismo coordinador para la implementación y seguimiento de la Agenda 2030 a través de una resolución o decreto. Otro aspecto importante es que más del 50% de las secretarías técnicas de estos mecanismos son las autoridades de planificación. Tienen el gran desafío de coordinar a los sectores, de convocar a los actores, de definir las estrategias y alianzas para el logro de los ODS y prepararse para los procesos de rendición de cuentas. Ello posiciona a la planificación como un medio de implementación de la Agenda 2030 y plantea grandes desafíos tanto para los funcionarios como para las prácticas de la administración pública. La Agenda 2030 nos desafía a planificar con una visión integrada y de largo plazo. El nuevo escenario global en tiempos de la pandemia provocada por el COVID-19 hace imperativo tomar medidas urgentes y evaluar los impactos de estas acciones. Para apoyar el seguimiento y monitoreo de avances a mediano y largo plazo, la CEPAL ha puesto en marcha el Observatorio COVID-19, un esfuerzo coordinado por la Comisión Regional con el apoyo de los coordinadores residentes de las Naciones Unidas, que presenta información actualizada sobre los anuncios de política de cada país y otros materiales de interés. El observatorio recopila y pone a disposición tanto las políticas públicas que los 33 países de la región latinoamericana y caribeña están tomando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia, como el análisis de los efectos económicos y sociales que éstas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados podrán visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país. Estas están divididas en 5 grupos: medidas de contención, de salud, empleo, economía y educación. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Observatorio del Principio 10 en América Latina y el Caribe es una iniciativa de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, por contribuir a un mejor conocimiento, difusión e implementación de los derechos de acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales consagrados en el Principio 10 de la Declaración de Río sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo. El observatorio ofrece referencias destacadas de los derechos de acceso a leyes, políticas, jurisprudencia y tratados relativos a los 33 países de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, proporciona acceso a publicaciones, datos, mapas y recursos relacionados y cuenta con temáticas como biodiversidad, cambio climático, género, educación ambiental, minería, pueblos indígenas o defensores ambientales. Como centro de intercambio de información, el observatorio busca hacer un aporte a la implementación del Acuerdo Regional sobre el Acceso a la Información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales en América Latina y el Caribe, Acuerdo de Escazú. El Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe tiene como propósito contribuir al fortalecimiento de los mecanismos nacionales para el adelanto de las mujeres, poner a disposición pública información oficial de los gobiernos de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales de derechos de las mujeres. A través de este observatorio se da seguimiento a la situación de las mujeres en la región, en particular los avances relacionados con su autonomía física, económica y en la toma de decisiones y sus interrelaciones. ¿Qué información se puede encontrar en esta herramienta? Indicadores, informes y estudios, repositorio de leyes, análisis de políticas para la igualdad de género y recursos de difusión. El Observatorio de Desarrollo Social en América Latina y el Caribe es una herramienta regional de conocimiento de la CEPAL. Su creación responde a un mandato de la segunda reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Desarrollo Social de América Latina y el Caribe, cuando los Estados miembros le solicitaron a la CEPAL la conformación de un observatorio de desarrollo social que acompañe el diseño y la implementación de las políticas públicas y permita monitorear sus tendencias. De esta forma, el observatorio promueve el desarrollo integral de América Latina y el Caribe con enfoque de derechos y de igualdad a través del análisis de la situación social de la región, de las políticas públicas y de la asistencia técnica a los países que lo soliciten. El observatorio también integra un conjunto de plataformas digitales. Se destacan las bases de datos sobre inversión social, programas de protección social no contributiva, institucionalidad social en América Latina y el Caribe, juventud e inclusión social y de compromisos regionales y subregionales en materia de desarrollo social. A través de su división de desarrollo social, la CEPAL publica, actualiza y amplía estas bases que están a disposición de los gobiernos y del público en general.
¿Sabías que, con información que entregan los países, la CEPAL creó un observatorio para conocer, analizar y difundir cómo planifican en la región de América Latina y el Caribe para lograr su desarrollo? Concentra en un solo sitio información sobre los sistemas nacionales de planificación de la región. Los sistemas incluyen los planes nacionales, subnacionales, como también marcos legales, actores gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, mecanismos de coordinación e implementación y su vinculación con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Es una plataforma abierta para quienes estén interesados en el ejercicio técnico, político y administrativo de la planificación para el desarrollo, en especial los gobiernos, parlamentarios, académicos, sector privado y la sociedad civil. Observatorio Regional de Planificación para el Desarrollo, de la mirada al análisis y conocimiento sobre la planificación del desarrollo en América Latina y el Caribe. Te invitamos a explorar el observatorio, descubrir y ser parte de la generación de conocimiento para planificar el desarrollo en observatorioplanificación.cepal.org.
Como consecuencia de la mayor pandemia que ha vivido el mundo en los últimos 100 años, los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales, la academia, el sector privado y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han estado abocados a la búsqueda de soluciones y alternativas para detener la propagación del COVID-19 y afrontar sus consecuencias económicas y sociales. Entre las medidas implementadas para frenar y controlar la propagación del virus, buena parte de los gobiernos de la región han optado por el confinamiento de las personas, decretando cuarentenas con fórmulas diversas. Esta situación ha generado no solo una contracción considerable de la actividad económica, con impactos diferenciados en la población, sino también una agudización de las condiciones de vulnerabilidad que afecta y menoscaba los derechos de algunos grupos de población específicos. En este contexto, la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe organizará una serie de diálogos virtuales en el marco del Consenso de Montevideo con el fin de analizar el escenario sociodemográfico de los países de la región en el marco de la crisis del COVID-19 y reflexionar sobre sus posibles impactos en el corto, mediano y largo plazo en grupos de población en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a la luz de las medidas prioritarias de dicho consenso y de los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. El Observatorio COVID-19 en América Latina y el Caribe es una plataforma impulsada por la CEPAL a solicitud de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños CELAC. El observatorio rastrea las políticas públicas que los países de América Latina y el Caribe están implementando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia del COVID-19 en la región. A través de informes y documentos, ofrece análisis de los impactos económicos y sociales que estas políticas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial, además de apoyar su revisión y seguimiento a mediano y largo plazo. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados pueden visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país en materia de restricciones a desplazamientos, salud, economía, empleo, protección social, educación y género. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Anuario Estadístico de América Latina y el Caribe es uno de los 6 informes anuales de la CEPAL. En él se presenta un conjunto de estadísticas básicas que caracterizan la situación económica, sociodemográfica y ambiental de la región referidas a un periodo en particular. El anuario estadístico constituye una referencia para quienes deseen contar con datos estadísticos descriptivos comparables entre países y en el tiempo. También contribuye a promover la generación y uso de información estadística internacionalmente comparable, oportuna y pertinente para la formulación, seguimiento y evaluación de políticas de desarrollo económico, social y ambiental en la región. Porque lo que no se mide no cuenta, la CEPAL insta a romper los silencios estadísticos y buscar más y mejores datos para avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible con igualdad.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2020 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the spectrum of COVID-19. The multidimensional impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Developmental Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
Al año 2018, 21 países han creado o designado un mecanismo coordinador para la implementación y seguimiento de la Agenda 2030 a través de una resolución o decreto. Otro aspecto importante es que más del 50% de las secretarías técnicas de estos mecanismos son las autoridades de planificación. Tienen el gran desafío de coordinar a los sectores, de convocar a los actores, de definir las estrategias y alianzas para el logro de los ODS y prepararse para los procesos de rendición de cuentas. Ello posiciona a la planificación como un medio de implementación de la Agenda 2030 y plantea grandes desafíos tanto para los funcionarios como para las prácticas de la administración pública. La Agenda 2030 nos desafía a planificar con una visión integrada y de largo plazo. El nuevo escenario global en tiempos de la pandemia provocada por el COVID-19 hace imperativo tomar medidas urgentes y evaluar los impactos de estas acciones. Para apoyar el seguimiento y monitoreo de avances a mediano y largo plazo, la CEPAL ha puesto en marcha el Observatorio COVID-19, un esfuerzo coordinado por la Comisión Regional con el apoyo de los coordinadores residentes de las Naciones Unidas, que presenta información actualizada sobre los anuncios de política de cada país y otros materiales de interés. El observatorio recopila y pone a disposición tanto las políticas públicas que los 33 países de la región latinoamericana y caribeña están tomando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia, como el análisis de los efectos económicos y sociales que éstas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados podrán visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país. Estas están divididas en 5 grupos: medidas de contención, de salud, empleo, economía y educación. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Observatorio del Principio 10 en América Latina y el Caribe es una iniciativa de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, por contribuir a un mejor conocimiento, difusión e implementación de los derechos de acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales consagrados en el Principio 10 de la Declaración de Río sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo. El observatorio ofrece referencias destacadas de los derechos de acceso en leyes, políticas, jurisprudencia y tratados relativos a los 33 países de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, proporciona acceso a publicaciones, datos, mapas y recursos relacionados y cuenta con temáticas como biodiversidad, cambio climático, género, educación ambiental, minería, pueblos indígenas o defensores ambientales. Como centro de intercambio de información, el observatorio busca hacer un aporte a la implementación del Acuerdo Regional sobre el acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales en América Latina y el Caribe, Acuerdo de Escazú. El Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe tiene como propósito contribuir al fortalecimiento de los mecanismos nacionales para el adelanto de las mujeres, poner a disposición pública información oficial de los gobiernos de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales de derechos de las mujeres. A través de este observatorio se da seguimiento a la situación de las mujeres en la región, en particular los avances relacionados con su autonomía física, económica y en la toma de decisiones y sus interrelaciones. ¿Qué información se puede encontrar en esta herramienta? Indicadores, informes y estudios, repositorio de leyes, análisis de políticas para la igualdad de género y recursos de difusión. El Observatorio de Desarrollo Social en América Latina y el Caribe es una herramienta regional de conocimiento de la CEPAL. Su creación responde a un mandato de la segunda reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Desarrollo Social de América Latina y el Caribe, cuando los Estados miembros le solicitaron a la CEPAL la conformación de un observatorio de desarrollo social que acompañe el diseño y la implementación de las políticas públicas y permita monitorear sus tendencias. De esta forma, el observatorio promueve el desarrollo integral de América Latina y el Caribe con enfoque de derechos y de igualdad a través del análisis de la situación social de la región, de las políticas públicas y de la asistencia técnica a los países que lo soliciten. El observatorio también integra un conjunto de plataformas digitales. Se destacan las bases de datos sobre inversión social, programas de protección social no contributiva, institucionalidad social en América Latina y el Caribe, juventud e inclusión social y de compromisos regionales y subregionales en materia de desarrollo social. A través de su división de desarrollo social, la CEPAL publica, actualiza y amplía estas bases que están a disposición de los gobiernos y del público en general.
¿Sabías que, con información que entregan los países, la CEPAL creó un observatorio para conocer, analizar y difundir cómo planifican en la región de América Latina y el Caribe para lograr su desarrollo? Concentra en un solo sitio información sobre los sistemas nacionales de planificación de la región. Los sistemas incluyen los planes nacionales, subnacionales, como también marcos legales, actores gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, mecanismos de coordinación e implementación y su vinculación con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Es una plataforma abierta para quienes estén interesados en el ejercicio técnico, político y administrativo de la planificación para el desarrollo, en especial los gobiernos, parlamentarios, académicos, sector privado y la sociedad civil. Observatorio Regional de Planificación para el Desarrollo, de la mirada al análisis y conocimiento sobre la planificación del desarrollo en América Latina y el Caribe. Te invitamos a explorar el observatorio, descubrir y ser parte de la generación de conocimiento para planificar el desarrollo en observatorioplanificación.cepal.org.
Como consecuencia de la mayor pandemia que ha vivido el mundo en los últimos 100 años, los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales, la academia, el sector privado y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han estado abocados a la búsqueda de soluciones y alternativas para detener la propagación del COVID-19 y afrontar sus consecuencias económicas y sociales. Entre las medidas implementadas para frenar y controlar la propagación del virus, buena parte de los gobiernos de la región han optado por el confinamiento de las personas, decretando cuarentenas con fórmulas diversas. Esta situación ha generado no solo una contracción considerable de la actividad económica, con impactos diferenciados en la población, sino también una agudización de las condiciones de vulnerabilidad que afecta y menoscaba los derechos de algunos grupos de población específicos. En este contexto, la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe organizará una serie de diálogos virtuales en el marco del Consenso de Montevideo con el fin de analizar el escenario sociodemográfico de los países de la región en el marco de la crisis del COVID-19 y reflexionar sobre sus posibles impactos en el corto, mediano y largo plazo en grupos de población en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a la luz de las medidas prioritarias de dicho consenso y de los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible. El Observatorio COVID-19 en América Latina y el Caribe es una plataforma impulsada por la CEPAL a solicitud de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños CELAC. El observatorio rastrea las políticas públicas que los países de América Latina y el Caribe están implementando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia del COVID-19 en la región. A través de informes y documentos, ofrece análisis de los impactos económicos y sociales que estas políticas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial, además de apoyar su revisión y seguimiento a mediano y largo plazo. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados pueden visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país en materia de restricciones a desplazamientos, salud, economía, empleo, protección social, educación y género. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Anuario Estadístico de América Latina y el Caribe es uno de los 6 informes anuales de la CEPAL. En él se presenta un conjunto de estadísticas básicas que caracterizan la situación económica, sociodemográfica y ambiental de la región referidas a un periodo en particular. El anuario estadístico constituye una referencia para quienes deseen contar con datos estadísticos descriptivos comparables entre países y en el tiempo. También contribuye a promover la generación y uso de información estadística internacionalmente comparable, oportuna y pertinente para la formulación, seguimiento y evaluación de políticas de desarrollo económico, social y ambiental en la región. Porque lo que no se mide no cuenta, la CEPAL insta a romper los silencios estadísticos y buscar más y mejores datos para avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible con igualdad.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2020 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the spectrum of COVID-19. The multidimensional impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Developmental Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
Al año 2018, 21 países han creado o designado un mecanismo coordinador para la implementación y seguimiento de la Agenda 2030 a través de una resolución o decreto. Otro aspecto importante es que más del 50% de las secretarías técnicas de estos mecanismos son las autoridades de planificación. Tienen el gran desafío de coordinar a los sectores, de convocar a los actores, de definir las estrategias y alianzas para el logro de los ODS y prepararse para los procesos de rendición de cuentas. Ello posiciona a la planificación como un medio de implementación de la Agenda 2030 y plantea grandes desafíos tanto para los funcionarios como para las prácticas de la administración pública. La Agenda 2030 nos desafía a planificar con una visión integrada y de largo plazo. El nuevo escenario global en tiempos de la pandemia provocada por el COVID-19 hace imperativo tomar medidas urgentes y evaluar los impactos de estas acciones. Para apoyar el seguimiento y monitoreo de avances a mediano y largo plazo, la CEPAL ha puesto en marcha el Observatorio COVID-19, un esfuerzo coordinado por la Comisión Regional con el apoyo de los coordinadores residentes de las Naciones Unidas que presenta información actualizada sobre los anuncios de política de cada país y otros materiales de interés. El observatorio recopila y pone a disposición tanto las políticas públicas que los 33 países de la región latinoamericana y caribeña están tomando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia, como el análisis de los efectos económicos y sociales que éstas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados podrán visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país. Estas están divididas en 5 grupos: medidas de contención, de salud, empleo, economía y educación. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Observatorio del Principio 10 en América Latina y el Caribe es una iniciativa de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, por contribuir a un mejor conocimiento, difusión e implementación de los derechos de acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales consagrados en el Principio 10 de la Declaración de Río sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo. El observatorio ofrece referencias destacadas de los derechos de acceso en leyes, políticas, jurisprudencia y tratados relativos a los 33 países de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, proporciona acceso a publicaciones, datos, mapas y recursos relacionados y cuenta con temáticas como biodiversidad, cambio climático, género, educación ambiental, minería, pueblos indígenas o defensores ambientales. Como centro de intercambio de información, el observatorio busca hacer un aporte a la implementación del Acuerdo Regional sobre el acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales en América Latina y el Caribe, Acuerdo de Escazú. El Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe tiene como propósito contribuir al fortalecimiento de los mecanismos nacionales para el adelanto de las mujeres, poner a disposición pública información oficial de los gobiernos de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales de derechos de las mujeres. A través de este observatorio se da seguimiento a la situación de las mujeres en la región, en particular los avances relacionados con su autonomía física, económica y en la toma de decisiones y sus interrelaciones. ¿Qué información se puede encontrar en esta herramienta? Indicadores, informes y estudios, repositorio de leyes, análisis de políticas para la igualdad de género y recursos de difusión. El Observatorio de Desarrollo Social en América Latina y el Caribe es una herramienta regional de conocimiento de la CEPAL. Su creación responde a un mandato de la segunda reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Desarrollo Social de América Latina y el Caribe, cuando los Estados miembros le solicitaron a la CEPAL la conformación de un observatorio de desarrollo social que acompañe el diseño y la implementación de las políticas públicas y permita monitorear sus tendencias. De esta forma, el observatorio promueve el desarrollo integral de América Latina y el Caribe con enfoque de derechos y de igualdad a través del análisis de la situación social de la región, de las políticas públicas y de la asistencia técnica a los países que lo soliciten. El observatorio también integra un conjunto de plataformas digitales. Se destacan las bases de datos sobre inversión social, programas de protección social no contributiva, institucionalidad social en América Latina y el Caribe, juventud e inclusión social y de compromisos regionales y subregionales en materia de desarrollo social. A través de su división de desarrollo social, la CEPAL publica, actualiza y amplía estas bases que están a disposición de los gobiernos y del público en general.
¿Sabías que, con información que entregan los países, la CEPAL creó un observatorio para conocer, analizar y difundir cómo planifican en la región de América Latina y el Caribe para lograr su desarrollo? Concentra en un solo sitio información sobre los sistemas nacionales de planificación de la región. Los sistemas incluyen los planes nacionales, subnacionales, como también marcos legales, actores gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, mecanismos de coordinación e implementación y su vinculación con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Es una plataforma abierta para quienes estén interesados en el ejercicio técnico, político y administrativo de la planificación para el desarrollo, en especial los gobiernos, parlamentarios, académicos, sector privado y la sociedad civil. Observatorio Regional de Planificación para el Desarrollo, de la mirada al análisis y conocimiento sobre la planificación del desarrollo en América Latina y el Caribe. Te invitamos a explorar el observatorio, descubrir y ser parte de la generación de conocimiento para planificar el desarrollo en observatorioplanificación.cepal.org.
Como consecuencia de la mayor pandemia que ha vivido el mundo en los últimos 100 años, los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales, la academia, el sector privado y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han estado abocados a la búsqueda de soluciones y alternativas para detener la propagación del COVID-19 y afrontar sus consecuencias económicas y sociales. Entre las medidas implementadas para frenar y controlar la propagación del virus, buena parte de los gobiernos de la región han optado por el confinamiento de las personas, decretando cuarentenas con fórmulas diversas. Esta situación ha generado no solo una contracción considerable de la actividad económica, con impactos diferenciados en la población, sino también una agudización de las condiciones de vulnerabilidad que afecta y menoscaba los derechos de algunos grupos de población específicos. En este contexto, la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe organizará una serie de diálogos virtuales en el marco del Consenso de Montevideo con el fin de analizar el escenario sociodemográfico de los países de la región en el marco de la crisis del COVID-19 y reflexionar sobre sus posibles impactos en el corto, mediano y largo plazo en grupos de población en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a la luz de las medidas prioritarias de dicho consenso y de los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. El Observatorio COVID-19 en América Latina y el Caribe es una plataforma impulsada por la CEPAL a solicitud de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños ECLAC, El observatorio rastrea las políticas públicas que los países de América Latina y el Caribe están implementando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia del COVID-19 en la región. A través de informes y documentos, ofrece análisis de los impactos económicos y sociales que estas políticas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial, además de apoyar su revisión y seguimiento a mediano y largo plazo. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados pueden visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país en materia de restricciones a desplazamientos, salud, economía, empleo, protección social, educación y género. Visita el Observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Anuario Estadístico de América Latina y el Caribe es uno de los 6 informes anuales de la CEPAL. En él se presenta un conjunto de estadísticas básicas que caracterizan la situación económica, sociodemográfica y ambiental de la región referidas a un periodo en particular. El anuario estadístico constituye una referencia para quienes deseen contar con datos estadísticos descriptivos comparables entre países y en el tiempo. También contribuye a promover la generación y uso de información estadística internacionalmente comparable, oportuna y pertinente para la formulación, seguimiento y evaluación de políticas de desarrollo económico, social y ambiental en la región. Porque lo que no se mide no cuenta, la CEPAL insta a romper los silencios estadísticos y buscar más y mejores datos para avanzar hacia un desarrollo sostenible con igualdad.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2020 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the spectrum of COVID-19. The multidimensional impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Developmental Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
Al año 2018, 21 países han creado y designado un mecanismo coordinador para la implementación y seguimiento de la Agenda 2030 a través de una resolución o decreto. Otro aspecto importante es que más del 50% de las secretarías técnicas de estos mecanismos son las autoridades de planificación. Tienen el gran desafío de coordinar a los sectores, de convocar a los actores, de definir las estrategias y alianzas para el logro de los ODS y prepararse para los procesos de rendición de cuentas. Ello posiciona a la planificación como un medio de implementación de la Agenda 2030 y plantea grandes desafíos tanto para los funcionarios como para las prácticas de la administración pública. La Agenda 2030 nos desafía a planificar con una visión integrada y de largo plazo. El nuevo escenario global en tiempos de la pandemia provocada por el COVID-19 hace imperativo tomar medidas urgentes y evaluar los impactos de estas acciones. Para apoyar el seguimiento y monitoreo de avances a mediano y largo plazo, la CEPAL ha puesto en marcha el Observatorio COVID-19, Un esfuerzo coordinado por la Comisión Regional con el apoyo de los coordinadores residentes de las Naciones Unidas que presenta información actualizada sobre los anuncios de política de cada país y otros materiales de interés. El observatorio recopila y pone a disposición tanto las políticas públicas que los 33 países de la región latinoamericana y caribeña están tomando para limitar el impacto de la pandemia, como el análisis de los efectos económicos y sociales que éstas tendrán a nivel nacional y sectorial. En un mapa interactivo, los interesados podrán visualizar de manera clara las acciones realizadas por cada país. Estas están divididas en 5 grupos: medidas de contención, de salud, empleo, economía y educación. Visita el observatorio COVID-19 de la CEPAL y accede a información actualizada de las medidas de política para enfrentar la crisis en la región. El Observatorio del Principio 10 en América Latina y el Caribe es una iniciativa de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, por contribuir a un mejor conocimiento, difusión e implementación de los derechos de acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales consagrados en el Principio 10 de la Declaración de Río sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo. El observatorio ofrece referencias destacadas de los derechos de acceso y leyes, políticas, jurisprudencia y tratados relativos a los 33 países de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, proporciona acceso a publicaciones, datos, mapas y recursos relacionados y cuenta con temáticas como biodiversidad, cambio climático, género, educación ambiental, minería, pueblos indígenas o defensores ambientales. Como centro de intercambio de información, el observatorio busca hacer un aporte a la implementación del Acuerdo Regional sobre el acceso a la información, la participación pública y el acceso a la justicia en asuntos ambientales en América Latina y el Caribe, Acuerdo de Escazú. El Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe tiene como propósito contribuir al fortalecimiento de los mecanismos nacionales para el adelanto de las mujeres, poner a disposición pública información oficial de los gobiernos de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales de derechos de las mujeres. A través de este observatorio se da seguimiento a la situación de las mujeres en la región, en particular los avances relacionados con su autonomía física, económica y en la toma de decisiones y sus interrelaciones. ¿Qué información se puede encontrar en esta herramienta? Indicadores, informes y estudios, repositorio de leyes, análisis de políticas para la igualdad de género y recursos de difusión. El Observatorio de Desarrollo Social en América Latina y el Caribe es una herramienta regional de conocimiento de la CEPAL. Su creación responde a un mandato de la segunda reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Desarrollo Social de América Latina y el Caribe, cuando los Estados miembros le solicitaron a la CEPAL la conformación de un observatorio de desarrollo social que acompañe el diseño y la implementación de las políticas públicas y permita monitorear sus tendencias. De esta forma, el observatorio promueve el desarrollo integral de América Latina y el Caribe con enfoque de derechos y de igualdad a través del análisis de la situación social de la región, de las políticas públicas y de la asistencia técnica a los países que lo soliciten. El observatorio también integra un conjunto de plataformas digitales. Se destacan las bases de datos sobre inversión social, programas de protección social no contributiva, institucionalidad social en América Latina y el Caribe, juventud e inclusión social y de compromisos regionales y subregionales en materia de desarrollo social. A través de su división de desarrollo social, la CEPAL publica, actualiza y amplía estas bases que están a disposición de los gobiernos y del público en general.
¿Sabías que, con información que entregan los países, la CEPAL creó un observatorio para conocer, analizar y difundir cómo planifican en la región de América Latina y el Caribe para lograr su desarrollo? Concentra en un solo sitio información sobre los sistemas nacionales de planificación de la región. Los sistemas incluyen los planes nacionales, subnacionales, como también marcos legales, actores gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, mecanismos de coordinación e implementación y su vinculación con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Es una plataforma abierta para quienes estén interesados en el ejercicio técnico, político y administrativo de la planificación para el desarrollo, en especial los gobiernos, parlamentarios, académicos, sector privado y la sociedad civil. Observatorio Regional de Planificación para el Desarrollo, de la mirada al análisis y conocimiento sobre la planificación del desarrollo en América Latina y el Caribe. Te invitamos a explorar el observatorio, descubrir y ser parte de la generación de conocimiento para planificar el desarrollo en observatorioplanificación.cepal.org.
Como consecuencia de la mayor pandemia que ha vivido el mundo en los últimos 100 años, los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales, la academia, el sector privado y las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han estado abocados a la búsqueda de soluciones y alternativas para detener la propagación del COVID-19 y afrontar sus consecuencias económicas y sociales. Entre las medidas implementadas para frenar y controlar la propagación del virus, buena parte de los gobiernos de la región han optado por el confinamiento de las personas, decretando cuarentenas con fórmulas diversas. Esta situación ha generado no solo una contracción considerable de la actividad económica, con impactos diferenciados en la población, sino también una agudización de las condiciones de vulnerabilidad que afecta y menoscaba los derechos de algunos grupos de población específicos. En este contexto, la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe organizará una serie de diálogos virtuales en el marco del Consenso de Montevideo con el fin de analizar el escenario sociodemográfico de los países de la región en el marco de la crisis del COVID-19 y reflexionar sobre sus posibles impactos en el corto, mediano y largo plazo en grupos de población en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a la luz de las medidas prioritarias de dicho consenso y de los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. El Observatorio COVID-19 en América Latina y el Caribe es una plataforma impulsada por la CEPAL a solicitud de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños CELAC. El observatorio rastrea las políticas públicas que los países de América Latina y el Caribe están implementando para limitar el impacto de la
You have the floor, Vice Minister.
Good afternoon, everybody. Muy buenas tardes, colegas.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? No.
Tenemos ruido en el Webex de la parte de ustedes, señor consejero, que nos... Deme un segundo. No sean peligrosos. Son ellos. Tengo un audio humano, necesito que hablen de la zona, porque no sé si le consiguió. Ok, ¿me escuchas? 3, probando. 2, 3, 4.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan? ¿Alguien que me pueda decir si me escuchan?
Perfecto.
Sí, doña Alicia, veo.
Ahora sí, muy bien.
Perfecto, sí.
Adelante, muy bien.
Perfecto. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to all, dear colleagues. It is my honor to be with you. Good afternoon, everybody.
In the meantime, I'm going to I have the honor to start this meeting, and I have the honor to present and to welcome to all of you the Honorable Andrew Foy, Premier and Minister of Finance of the British Virgin Islands and Vice Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee of ECLAC, who will be the moderator of the session on challenges for the Caribbean to build back better. Dear Honorable Andrew Foy, you have the floor. Welcome. Señor secretario Yáñez, ¿podría usted ser tan amable de comprobar si el señor
Could you please check if Mr. Foy is connected?
Good afternoon, please. Mr. Honorable Andrew Foy, can you open your microphone and test it, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to be with us and to join us in this meeting. I have the honor to welcome to you the Honorable Andrew Foy, Premier and Minister of Finance of the British Virgin Islands and Vice Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee of ECLAC. Honorable, you have the floor. Welcome.
Vicecanciller, hay un problema de conexión. Piden un par de minutos.
Vice Chancellor, we have a connection problem, just a couple of minutes, and we will reconnect with WebEx. In a couple of minutes, the delegation of Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, will be establishing the connection.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, good day.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Virgin Islands. We can hear you now. Okay, can you speak? Thanks.
So we were having a small bit of a problem, which I think is now resolved. So the Premier will come just for 1 moment.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We will start in a minute. We are just trying to solve some problems. There we are. Now we have our chair with us. Thank you.
Have the kinship, as we say in baseball. Yes, distinguished representatives, rarely do we get opportunities such as these urgent circumstances present to demonstrate the complex, multidimensional nature of Caribbean challenges and vulnerabilities, and to advocate for a uniquely blended response to ensure the survival of the countries and the sub-region during these very challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic has generated a new sense of urgency to address holistically the challenges faced by our heavily indebted middle-income countries of the sub-region already suffering from high exposure to natural disasters and climate change. So I must also say this is to everyone, and I really didn't do the Virgin Islands students just to say a happy Virgin Islands good afternoon all the time. But in our effort to provide responses to these challenges, ECLAC is officially launching today the new edition of the Caribbean Outlook, the flagship publication of the ECLAC sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean offers a biannual perspective on the broad development challenges facing the Caribbean. This year's edition turns the spotlight on the impact of the pandemic on the countries of our sub-region and explores both innovative and practical solutions to put us back on the road to recovery post-COVID-19 and to advance longer-term growth and sustainable development by placing people at its center. I now have the privilege to invite the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, my good friend, to make a presentation of the 2020 edition of the Caribbean Outlook, forging a people-centered approach to sustainable development post-COVID-19. Ms. Bárcena, without any further ado, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, dear Premier Andrew Fahy. Thank you for introducing us and for being with us today. I really want to thank all the panelists that are with us today. Prime Minister Alan Chastanet, Leslie Campbell, Hilary Beckles, and Mohamed Mohaiddin. Thank you for being with us. Joseph Cox and Selwyn Hart. It's really a pleasure for me. And this is and I want to at the outset say that this Caribbean Outlook is a joint effort. It's really a teamwork with the Caribbean Office of Port of Spain, and I'm very happy to acknowledge here
our office, and Diane Quarles, who is our director in the Caribbean office, and her team, who are practically the responsible for this outlook that I'm going to present today. It's really a pleasure for me to introduce this 2020 edition of the Caribbean Outlook, which is actually oriented towards recovery and resilience in the Caribbean. And of course, we know that COVID-19, although it's primarily a health shock, it has a very significant effect on the economies of the sub-region. And while the Caribbean has done quite well in terms of health, the other side, I would say, the economic cost has been huge and very important. And I have to say that almost all Caribbean countries will contract growth, of course, with the exception of Guyana. And we know that Guyana, due to the very good privilege of having oil, but in any event, Guyana is also going to shrink its growth. But overall, the region is going to fall 6.9%, and excluding Guyana, of course, which is lower than the average of the region. And I would say that the most the greatest challenge that this sub-region is facing is the fiscal deficit, which is huge. It's 2.7% of GDP in 2019, and it was higher than 2018, and it's expected to expand further in 2020. So if you can see at the left-hand side, the GDP projections, and at the right-hand side, you can see the ratio of public debt versus fiscal balance, and you would see that the economies, the dilemma that the Caribbean countries are facing is that budgets have had to be allocated, and of course, there is a danger of liquidity that is coming up as very severe. And I would say that in response to COVID-19 in the Caribbean has made huge efforts. And I really want to recognize the enormous fiscal efforts that the Caribbean economies have done, ranging from 0.5% to 5% of GDP, with the exception of Barbados. Barbados has of course, made a huge fiscal effort of 19.2%. So, but in average, we're talking of 3.9% of fiscal effort. Now, this is extremely important because we also see that financial assistance from international donors to Caribbean countries has been inadequate. That's the name of the word, and there has been a lack of sufficient international resources that are especially difficult, and especially on a concessionary basis. And that's something that we really feel that is extremely important for the Caribbean. We see that the international community needs to come much more to this to help these economies, as they are considered middle-income countries. And this is a huge problem because we're talking about countries that are highly indebted on the one hand, highly vulnerable to climate change. So in total, there has been already some money coming to the sub-region. $4 billion have been channeled to the region in the past months, but the majority has gone to the Dominican Republic, 1.1 billion, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. So the rest of the economies do need a lot of help. And collective grants and donations to the region of the international community are of a total of 830 million. So there's a need, an urgent need, to address the challenges of liquidity. And I think liquidity is really, I think, the most important issue that Caribbean countries are facing. As I said before, the fiscal balance is negative, 2.7% of GDP. And of course, this has been, this is a number, of course, of 2019. And this is, I mean, for example, it has served to create a liquidity crisis that could become a solvency crisis, which I think is the most dangerous thing, because this is like a perfect storm. And this is where we have to make sure that the international community is present and there. Now, we have discussed this before in the Caribbean, in the CDCC, in the Caribbean Development Cooperation Committee, and also in the CDR. We discussed several times, and you said it to us, that borrowing is not an option for the Caribbean. If we see, for example, the total debt in the left-hand side, the percent of GDP, we will see that external, of course, we have done a structure of debt and we can see what is the proportion of external and domestic debt, and you can see that in terms of percentage of GDP. You can see the case of Barbados, Belize, Jamaica, etc. So we see that there is a huge problem of external debt and percentage of GDP. So the average, more or less, is like 70% of GDP. And of course, the composition of the external debt is also a very important factor for things we're going to raise later on. And that is, what is the component, the multilateral component, the Paris Club component, which is small, but it's important. For example, for Antigua and Barbuda, for Dominica, it's extremely important. But also the multilateral debt and other bilateral and private creditors. And I'm very glad to have with us Mohamed Mohaiddin, because he's very cautious of the problems that the Caribbean countries are facing, and we can see that debt services in the Caribbean are consuming a lot, close. I mean, in 2019, the service to debt was close to 30% in 2019, and this is expected to increase. And for example, we can see that the highest payments ratio were recorded, for example, in Antigua and Barbuda. Almost 71% of the government revenue has to go to debt service. This is impossible for these small economies to have to destine so much in terms of their GDP, of their government revenues to service the debt. In Bahamas is 51%, in St. Lucia 43.2%. We're going to hear from Prime Minister Alan Chastanet. I thank you so much for being with us. But you see, Jamaica is almost 40%. So we can see that this is why we are so much pushing for this debt debt alleviation in the Caribbean. And also, we can see that there is an important part of debt that is in the hands of private creditors, and that's why we also believe that private creditors should be part of these negotiations. And of course, the largest component of the external debt, which is private sector, is 24.5%, which is a lot. So that's why we believe it's so important to have them in the table to talk about these issues. And of course, ECLAC's initiative is very much related to some of the countries that we see here: Antigua and Barbuda, of course, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana. So what are the sectoral effects that we see out of this crisis? I think we have to look into this, as we did this morning with our document that we are presenting about building the future, a recovery that has sustainability and equality at the center. And I have to say that, for example, in terms of sectors, we can see that one of the most affected sector in the Caribbean is tourism. And we can see that the direct impact in GDP growth on tourism is really going to be between 6.6 and 8.6% contraction. And we have built three scenarios: the optimistic scenario, two scenarios, I'm sorry, the base scenario where we are now, and what is the optimistic scenario and the pessimistic scenario. But in all scenarios, the drop of tourism is very high. And on the other end, on the right-hand side, we see also the direct and indirect impacts of GDP growth of the energy sector. We can see here that two countries, in fact, Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, are going to be very hardly hit. We can see that total impact on the energy sector is expected to be 5.8 in Trinidad and Tobago and minus 11% for Guyana. And again, we have these two scenarios, pessimistic and optimistic. But of course, and also we have calculated the direct impact and the indirect impact, which is also so important, because at the end of the day, we are talking here of I would say of a very important point in the value chains that has to be included. Now, what is the impact of COVID on the health sector? I think this is extremely important. We can see that the total economic impact of COVID on the health sector in the Caribbean countries during the first quarter of 2020 has been $260 million. And we have, in certain way, disaggregated the costs in terms of how much it belongs to prevention, how much to testing, to treatment, to infrastructure. And we can see that the majority has gone to treatment, and it represents almost 42% of total expenditures, while prevention represents 25%. So when we combine prevention with testing, we will have almost half of the expenditures have gone to these two components. So, and these costs will probably increase once the vaccine is made available. So that's something that we need to factor in. Now, I think the connected to tourism, the greatest impact of COVID has been on transportation. And we can see here that airlines, which is an option for Caribbean economies, as we know, the insularity, or the case of the Caribbean is extremely important, because as we heard this morning from Dominican Republic and from Belize, actually, one of the greatest vulnerabilities is the question that they are islands, so they need to be connected some way or the other, and one way of connectivity is definitely the airlines. And we know that some airlines are limited in terms of fiscal support, especially those regionally owned airlines that have been having a lot of trouble. For example, Liat has gone into receivership, and this has impacted employment and the movement of people. And of course, if the internationally owned operators would like to resume operations, they might require subsidies in response to social distancing and the unavailability of the vaccine, which is still very uncertain. And of course, the cruises, which is the other mechanism by which the Caribbean islands were connected. We don't see any option at the moment in terms of the cruise sector activity before the availability of the vaccine. And of course, all this is connected to the commercial shipping, because the route consolidation due to the excess capacity has increased during COVID-19. So restarting tourism business is critical to increase demand and to make, again, commercial shipping a cost-benefit sector. So overall, the options are very limited, and Caribbean countries will need to undertake advocacy, lobbying, and brand promotion in the region to increase transportation demand and cost effectiveness. And this, I think, needs a joint voices and collective action from the Caribbean, but of course, from the rest of the region as well. So this is something that I wanted to put on record, that I think the region has to come up to the solidarity of the Caribbean. And of course, the socioeconomic impacts of COVID, we can reflect that in one case, which is very much pointing in the case in point, which is the inequality in access to education. You can see here that the temporary closure of all education facilities is impacting almost 12 million students or learners in 29 Caribbean countries. We're talking here about the interruption in classes, which is costing already $119 million in 26 countries. And we see gaps, cancellations of assessments, of examinations, gaps in childcare, housework, which is also putting a lot of pressure on women, indirect impacts on nutrition, unintended on healthcare systems. And of course, dropout rates are growing. And of course, we know that this is also potential in terms of child labor, because once they drop out of school, many of them go to work. And this is basically happening among the poorest children and adolescents. And of course, confinement and other pressures on families are pulling pressure on the violence against women. So we definitely believe that this is very important to look into, because this is going to be a source of inequalities, and that's basically one of the skills gap, which is so huge in the Caribbean, is something that we are very worried about. And of course, the vulnerability to climate change and disasters. Look at this. Climate change and disaster shocks are a major challenge. The Caribbean is spending around $3 billion annually in damage and losses, increasing the fiscal burden. We at ECLAC are the ones doing these damage and loss assessments of many of your countries, and we know these figures very well. So there is an urgent need to address climate financing, because many people might think that the Caribbean is highly indebted because of because fiscal discipline is not there or whatever. But really, one of the sources of this fiscal burden is precisely the costs of the disasters and of course the damage and losses and the restoration. So we need to look into this, and of course, how do we factor in disaster risk reduction through preparedness and risk management for building forward better? The Caribbean doesn't need to build back. The Caribbean needs to build forward, because that's the problem with the Caribbean. We don't want to build the bridge in the same place where that bridge was destroyed by the hurricane. We need resilient infrastructure. So risk management has to be part of the strategies at the sectoral sector, especially in agriculture, but also in infrastructure at the coastal areas. We said this morning that many countries of the Caribbean and many people in the Caribbean live below 5 meters below the sea level. So this is a problem. And of course, what are the factors that are required to a jumpstart of the Caribbean economies in the face of this sluggish growth? And first of all, we believe very much, and in line with what we presented this morning, there is an urgency to diversify exports and to expand the sources of international reserves. We know that official reserves are already going down in very important way. So official reserves of at least 6 countries in the Caribbean are below 3 months worth of imports. And this is a source of, I would say, of great vulnerability for the Caribbean countries, because the prolonged border closures and the loss of tourism and energy earnings will exacerbate, importantly, the foreign exchange reserves. And we also see that the current account balance is going to go down from 2.5% to 9.8%. So we are really facing, I would say, inevitably a very important source of problem. And the Caribbean is dependent on remittances, as we know, and this will also cause a loss of the household's income. And I think we are all very worried about that as well. So a major task ahead is definitely how to diversify and expand the trade in both goods and services sectors and move up the value chain in a meaningful way. So we have analyzed, of course, with the numbers that are available, which are those sectors that have technological intensity in terms of exports for the Caribbean. And of course, which are the resource-based manufacturers, primary products, medium technology manufacturers, and how can we move also in terms of the service trade exports, both in the goods and in the services. How can we move, I would say, a step forward in the value chain in a meaningful way in sectors such as transportation, travel, communication, construction, insurance. I think the Caribbean has enormous opportunities also on the cultural and recreation services and in the government services as well. So I think that we need to work on that, and I think ECLAC stands ready to do that jointly with you, with the Caribbean countries, because geography, of course, is playing a role in this isolation of the Caribbean in relation to the global value chain. So this is where I think the region as a whole needs to come in and definitely step up to the equation and see how this sub-region can take some advantages from Panama, for example, from Central America as well, or for the rest of Latin America as a whole. And the other thing is how to address the declining trends in productivity. I think this is something that we are also quite conscious of, because the Caribbean went from 0.8 trend in labor productivity, GDP per person employed, to minus 0.5%. So we are talking here about the English-speaking Caribbean. Of course, if we go to the non-Spanish-speaking Caribbean, it's even worse. We can talk about from 0.7 to 1% going down. And if we compare this with other middle-income countries, we will see that the Caribbean is much more in a worse situation. So productivity is even higher in other parts of the world with middle-income economies. So there is a very important job to do here in terms of competitiveness that has been in decline. And there has been a mismatch between the skills of the workforce and the demand. And this is where we believe that this decline in the skills has to be addressed. And we need to focus on human capital development and training. And I think also the private sector has a role to play, because it's not only how do we raise literacy or numeracy competencies, but really how to improve the creativity skills to make sure that there is entrepreneurship built in. Now, the other part of the equation is gender inequalities. I mean, if we go into the labor market, we will see that women are worse than men in terms of unemployment. And we see this across the countries in the Caribbean. We can see the race here. And of course, we see St. Lucia. By the way, Prime Minister, we hope to hear from you. Why is this happening in St. Lucia? 17.2% of unemployment rate versus 14 for men. So what can we do there? Because I think there is a higher levels of unemployment in women. Of course, many of them are participating in the health sector, in the education sector, but they are also getting less salaries in some cases. And the other thing is, how do we improve the gender stereotypes? I mean, how do we make sure that women also participate more broadly in terms of science and technology and in general? I think, how do we close the gender employment gap that I think it's so important and could be a source of growth anyway. Now, we have identified 6 priorities to build not only back better, I should have said here forward better, and one is food security, because of course the Caribbean is facing a very huge problem in terms of imports, because Caribbean countries are dependent on 80% of the food that they consume coming from imports. And this is something that we need a greater level of investment in agriculture and aquaculture. I think ocean economy is one very important alternative. As I said before, also number 2 is how do we promote economic diversification of blue and green investment for resilience building. I think there is a full alternatives for green industry and for build resilience in the Caribbean, also in terms of the infrastructure of the coastal areas and touristic infrastructure. Number 3 is how do we expand the broadband access? This is very important to promote the wider use of digital platforms. It's extremely important because many children are unable to participate in teleworking and teleschooling because there is no sufficient access and connectivity for everybody. So this is something that this is a priority. It's no longer a luxury to have broadband access or digital access. The 4th area is to strengthen risk assessment and disaster management. This is a priority for the Caribbean, and there has to be improved insurance, for example, or the CCRF, and leveraging the community resilience by adapting some practices, indigenous practices that have been there for some time and that can really help the Caribbean countries. The 5th area is how to enhance social protection. There is a need, of course, as we have said in all the other parts of this meeting, that there is a need, an urgent need to provide decent work, job opportunities, social protection, and of course, opportunities to have total access to health, as we know, which is the last area in which we definitely need to because we already the Caribbean, as I said before, has spent $260 million in the health sector to contain the spread of the virus, but there is a need, of course, to go beyond that and move into prevention and of course, treatment and tracing. I think tracing is another huge area. So I think these are themes that we need to look. So the way forward, some recommendations, of course, are here. Final perspectives on key approach that I hope you will find useful. Number 1 is planning. How do we incorporate careful planning in the Caribbean in terms of recovery? How do we do it carefully? And again, we stand ready to help. And planning should be a state policy. That is, how do we ensure continuity, that it doesn't change when the government changes, but also is data-driven and inclusive with a very strong institutional framework. And thirdly, of course, how to incorporate this in the national sustainable development plans. We are very happy to see that many Caribbean countries are presenting the voluntary national reports, the VNRs, report on the progress made or not on Agenda 2030. But I think that we need to incorporate the resilience building as one of the main factors to address the risks associated with health and other sectors. And of course, data capabilities is critical to inform the national planning and also to respond. And we are trying to help many of your countries to build up the National Institutes of Statistics. And this is something that we are already doing, and we feel very happy that the Caribbean first, as we have said many times, we have put the Caribbean first in everything we do in ECLAC because, for example, in the statistics conference, Caribbean first. Caribbean needs their capabilities and the rest of the region should help in the process of building up the national statistical systems. So, and we are very happy to be part of that. Of course, how do we improve the enabling environment? No question about it. I think greater attention should be given to industrial policies to revitalize trade through economic diversification and value chain. Such policies there are some sectors that offer some comparative advantages in the Caribbean: food, beverages, cosmetics, cleaning products, cultural activities, and I would say also health. We even did a study on the medical tourism, we call it, and I think it's very important. And of course, there's a need to improve trade facilitation, which is customs, improve port infrastructure, and the expansion of market access. This is very important. I think the Central America and Latin America should open up their markets for your exports. And I think this is extremely important. And of course, to pursue ocean-based industries, including tourism and fisheries. Let me say that, and I'm so glad that Mohammed is with us. Thank you, Mohammed. I know that you're going as the executive director in the World Bank, and I think it's the World Bank. I think so. Yes, and we congratulate you for that, and thank you for being so much there for us, the Regional Commission and the Caribbean countries, because this is what we need. We need liquidity support. What's new, right? We need liquidity support. We need, of course, new SDRs. We have talked about this many times, new special drawing rights, and we believe that if there's an issuance of 500 billion of special drawing rights, the Caribbean will receive 2 billion. And that's very important. We have said that before also, borrowing is not an option for the Caribbean. So there's an urgent need for debt relief and grant support. So we do need the engagement of the IFIs, and thank you, Mohammed. You're going to be there so you can be a voice for the Caribbean, and we need to ease the debt burden across the sub-region. And of course, to change the eligibility criteria. This is extremely important. Mia Motley-Amor has already said that the middle-income countries of the Caribbean, we should stop graduation for the time being, number one. But on the other hand, we should review the eligibility criteria for concessional funding based on the vulnerability of the sub-region. I think this is extremely important so they do not fall in the middle-income traps. And I would say finally, and just to close this presentation, I really believe that we in ECLAC have been working for years on this ECLAC debt swap initiative. And I would say the construction, the creation of a Caribbean Resilience Fund. We have talked about the ECLAC Debt Relief Initiative to promote investments in green technology, to build climate resilience, and this will need the establishment of a Caribbean Resilience Fund. And what we're talking about here is that we need an initial capitalization of $6.9 billion, which represents 12.2% of the total debt. It's not that much, and we're talking about a facility, a regional, that will need, of course, member-based infrastructure for sure, and then, of course, GFS and the involvement of the Green Climate Fund in the ECLAC swap initiative and access to concessional and grant resources are extremely important. So let me close by saying that, as I said before, we do need the SDRs issuance and reallocation of SDRs in the region, and of course to expand the G20 DSSI which is a very important initiative from the G20, which is the Debt Sustainability Initiative. And we would like to see the extension of the term and broaden the scope of the beneficiaries to include multilateral debt and to enhance private sector participation, as I said before. And how to institutionalize a space where these for middle-income countries, and also how do we incorporate innovative instruments to discuss. So I really want to thank you. I think we have made an effort, and I want to thank the Caribbean office and all my team here in Santiago for this opportunity. And thank you all panelist members. And as I said before, so glad to see with us Mahmoud, and so glad to see Prime Minister and to see all of you participating with us. Leslie Campbell, of course, Hilary Beckles, thank you so much, Joseph Cox and Selwyn Hart. It's a pleasure to have you with us in this session. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Distinguished representatives, I am sure you want to join me in thanking Ms. Bárcena for her powerful presentation of her leadership and tireless efforts of putting the Caribbean first to ensure that the concerns of the Caribbean are given the widest consideration both regionally and internationally in review of current situation in the sub-region in order to jointly find concrete solutions in the Caribbean. We will proceed in the order outlined in the program. I invite you to hold your comments and questions on the interventions until we begin our discussion. 1. Panelists are asked to turn on their cameras during their interventions. We do want to see your beautiful face when we hear your beautiful face. 2 panelists should keep their contributions time for contributions to 7 minutes to ensure sufficient time for discussion. And 3 participants should indicate in writing in the chat that they would like to speak during the open discussion. Therefore, I have the job creation, external affairs, and the public service of Solution, and a very good friend also. His leadership and the wealth of experience will guide us in identifying innovative responses in our search for durable solutions for transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. Prime Minister, my good friend, my comrade, you have the floor.
Premier, again, thank you very much for that introduction. It's always great to see you. And then I also want to really thank Alicia for a very thorough report on what is taking place here in the Caribbean. And so my intervention really is to maybe bring some more micro perspective of what we are going through here in the region. So my interventions at the IMF and at the World Bank meetings really have been centered around why in part the pandemic has created the fiscal fallout that we're currently seeing. And in part, it is because we have not been able to resolve the institutional constraints that have developed over the last 10 or 15 years in this region. If we go back to 9/11 and certainly the financial crisis that took place in 2008, and then followed on by the climate change, and particularly with the storms in 2017, combined with the need to invest in resilience and also recovery, has created a dire situation in this region. So some of the institutional constraints that have really hampered our ability to respond to this current crisis goes back as far as de-risking. We spent and have continued to spend a significant amount of time attempting to resolve the de-risking issue. Here in the OECS, we are in the process of putting together a compliance department to improve international institutions' confidence in our region, but certainly the new de-risking laws have hampered our banks and also significantly hurt foreign direct investment into our region. And the use of blacklisting has not helped the matter. So one, I think we all recognize the need for more transparency for financial services, but I think that collectively we agree that blacklisting is too heavy of a penalty to pay for the risk that this region creates globally in the area of financial services. The reputational damage, not only to our financial services, but as a region and its impact on foreign direct investment is really very damning to us. Fiscal rules. The SIDS were not around when the new IFIs were created. So when the UN came into fashion 75 years ago with the IMF and the World Bank, SIDS didn't exist. And so in many cases, the rules did not contemplate a micro state. And despite a lot of effort on our part to try to create some level of exceptionalism for the SIDS, sadly, the OECD and the IMF have been very reluctant to amend those rules in fear that that exceptionalism will create pressure on them for other regions in the world who are also indicating that the rules are not favorable to their development. Things like debt to GDP, per capita income, have proven to be useless and inadequate in measuring the wealth of our countries and our fiscal strength. Yet they still exist. We are penalized and not allowed to access concessional funds simply because our per capita GDP is higher, even though mathematically, when you multiply that ratio by the total population we have, in absolute terms, it's insufficient to deal with some of the crises. And I think really of the BVI premier, and I also think of the Bahamas most recently, and certainly on the other end of the spectrum of Dominica, that when you want to talk about losing 200% of your GDP in 24 hours is unfathomable. In terms of what I call now catastrophic debt. So the debt that we had to incur during the financial crisis, the debt we've had to incur in resilience building, which is not going to generate any capacity changes or productive changes in our countries. The debt we're incurring because of a climatic catastrophe, and now the debt that we're incurring for the pandemic is being put onto our books as normal debt, as if in fact we had borrowed and we have something to measure it against. All of this debt is being absorbed onto our fiscal balance sheet, all exogenous, nothing to do with how we've managed our economies. St. Lucia's debt to GDP pre-COVID was 59%. Today it's 85% and counting in less than 1 year. Yet we've done nothing differently other than having, like the rest of the world, to deal with this pandemic. The case of Dominica, the case of many of the Caribbean islands, all have phenomenal examples where we've said that almost 80% of the debts that we currently have on our balance sheets have really been for exogenous factors. In the case of the GDP, of COVID has created now a liquidity trap. One, our GDP contraction is going to be close to 26%. We've seen a loss of almost 40% in our tax revenues. As I indicated, we've also seen a significant reduction in the rollover of our current bonds. We have a redemption rate of about 25%, meaning 25% of our bond holders have chosen to cash out. And so that's put an additional cash constraint on our economies, as well as now the increased cost due to COVID. So the combination of all of those things is catastrophic. And sadly, Alicia, the world has not had a response to this. And we are waiting here in vain for, I have to say, the IMF, for the most part, needs to take the lead with the World Bank on how to expect countries like ours to manage the situation. How do you factor in a 26% drop in your GDP? And also the loss of almost 40% of your revenues, and having to pay out bonds that would have, under normal circumstances, you would not. And so the $1 million question becomes also next year's budget and the following year's budget. What are the fiscal rules that are going to guide us in terms of our policy position? So if in fact the requirement is going to be that there has to be business as usual next year, and we're looking at fiscal deficits of no more than -3%, we all have some very difficult decisions to make moving forward. And what we're appealing to the IFIs for, particularly the IMF, is an early decision, because that will significantly change how we solve the problem. If in fact we're recognizing that this is going to be a gradual build-back, and therefore we're going to get funding available to help fund these exaggerated overall deficits, that's one thing. If we're not going to get it, then we're going to be held accountable to getting back to fiscal discipline. Then we need to know that that's what the case is going to be, and what is the resources that are going to be used to help us make much faster, quicker transitions to fiscal discipline. So that's why we're saying that this idea of new exceptions to the SIDS, we need much greater clarity that if we're not going to make the exceptions for us, which I think that the empirical evidence is there to justify how we're going to solve the problem moving forward. So I want to say to you what we've done in St. Lucia. We've taken on two terms. One is we must coexist with COVID, and the second one is get ahead of the crisis. And getting ahead of the crisis means accepting that there's a crisis, and let's use this crisis to our benefit. And so the crisis is telling us that there were decisions that had to be made before COVID-19. This is only now giving you the justification to move much quicker. And so we're certainly seeing in the area of e-government, education, our bureaucracy and tax collections, that this must be expedited, because in this COVID era, and if in fact we're going to be vulnerable to this in the future, we have to have a better mechanism to continue educating our children, to make sure that our bureaucracy is working, and at the same time that our tax collection is as efficient as possible. The next one we spoke about is e-commerce, which is online opportunities. We heard that Microsoft indicated all of the workers who are currently employed and are working from home will remain working from home, even post-COVID. So it means now we're really talking about a borderless global economy, one in which a person from the Caribbean can actually work for Microsoft, which prior to COVID could never even be considered, because we'd have to get visas and all kinds of stuff to be able to make that happen. And we've also talked about these e-nomads, persons who now can live in the Caribbean and work remotely. So digital nomads. And that there's a huge opportunity for us to look at that market. Barbados has done a very successful job, and I see some of the other Caribbean islands also following suit. In the area of tourism, I want to say to you, Alicia, that we're actually making much more progress and much faster. And that's because it speaks to the comparative advantage that the Caribbean continues to have in tourism. So in the case of St. Lucia, as I speak now, within another 2 weeks, 80% of my hotels are really open. My larger hotels are showing occupancies in excess of 80% for the month of November and December. In terms of airlines, one thing for sure, once you have demand, there's an abundant amount of airplanes available to fly. So we've actually seen from the UK market into St. Lucia that we have 50% more seat capacity now than we had pre-COVID. We have 5 flights on British Airways, and we just had 2, starting with 2 additional flights coming into St. Lucia. Our American flight from Miami is running at 76% load factor for the month of October. The reality, though, is that it's a very different tourism product. So these tourists are coming down in a controlled environment, and we've not seen a return to our attractions. And as you pointed out, the cruise industry also has significant constraints in reopening. But tourism, we're seeing, has a huge opportunity to recover much faster in the Caribbean, and for the Caribbean to gain market share. Sadly, the CTO is retracted, and I think rightfully so, to a research entity. But it's time for the Caribbean to really consider putting in a Caribbean brand, because if we'd had that initiative going, I think we could have gained even much more greater market share. We need to work with our commercial banks and figuring out how we can get the banks to lend much more money to the productive sector. There's a tremendous amount of liquidity in the savings accounts in the banks and from the consumers. But that money is not going into the productive sector. It continues to go into the purchase of vehicles, luxury goods, and homes. Given what's taking place in the rest of the world, and I think the difficulty in banks making a profit, we're going to have to work collectively together to do a better job to identify the constraints, which have been very weak project analysis, very weak interaction with the government to overcome the inefficiencies that we've had, which is your ease of doing business report. But I prefer to focus on the cost of doing business to be exact. And we've got to have a greater sense of urgency in resolving those problems. And lastly, really is regional integration. The time has come for us to stop talking about regional integration. One is that I think one of the greatest impediments, Alicia, and maybe that's something that ECLAC can help us with, is both CARICOM and the OCS are very poor at presenting documents on initiatives that show the cost benefit. And we still talk in foreign affairs lingo, and we're not detailed enough, meaning that we should have, for example, 3 options. Option A is if we don't have integration, here's what the cost of each of your national governments are. If in fact you have a partial integration, here's what the savings on to your national government is going to be. And if you have full integration, here is what the cost savings are going to be. We are holding on to our nationalism and our own independence at a very costly price. And that is not being laid out in the presentations that we're doing. And so I think that we could move much faster integration if, in fact, governments were much more appreciative of the cost savings that we would have. Sadly, the world is going to look at us to make this initial step, in my humble opinion, because many people have thought for too long that we are not making some of those tough decisions. And I sort of think over the next 6 months, there needs to be a fundamental change on when we go to the OECS and when we go to CARICOM meetings, on ideas of security, education, tax collection, financial regulatory institutions. These are all things I think that we can share. It's not going to take away from the independence of our countries, but it's certainly going to strengthen us on our cost of operations from a government perspective. So those are some of the things I just want to really to share with you. And again, to thank you so very much for your very thorough presentation. And I look forward to your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, my good friend, Prime Minister Chastney, for the valuable perspectives and strategic vision. And in one thing in the Caribbean, we all are learning from each other's successes, and also to see how we can improve on any area where we also struggle. So definitely in this together. And no one has the playbook for COVID-19. Unless you're in opposition, of course, they are the professors in COVID. But no one in the government's anywhere have the playbook for COVID-19. So thank you for Mayor Chastney. It's always beautiful. I like Prime Minister, Chastney, a good friend of Mr. Ureno. You have to coexist with COVID and get ahead of the crisis. Decisions that had to be made before COVID-19. This gives us an excuse now to make that I've made some copious notes. And I want you to know that if you have them copyright, please forgive me because I've stolen some already. So thank you, my good friend. It is now my honor to invite Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell, State Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Trade of Jamaica, jointly with the Government of Canada and the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Jamaica has launched a unique initiative on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, aimed at joining forces with all heads of state and government, international organizations, and other key partners to enable discussions of concrete financing solutions to the COVID-19 development emergency, including financial relief to countries in deep economic distress. Minister, we look forward to hearing your perspectives. And now we give you the floor, so please have the floor for 7 minutes for your presentation.
Chair, I thank you. And would those be 7 Jamaican minutes or Caribbean minutes?
But this is quite a problem. Which one? Both of them equate to the same thing. Internationally, 7 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Excellencies, Executive Secretary Ms. Alicia Bárcena, delegates all, good afternoon. I welcome this opportunity to join colleague panelists in sharing views on the nature and extent of the challenges facing the Caribbean as we seek to build back better amid COVID-19 pandemic. First, I offer commendations to you and the other members of the Secretariat for the hard work undertaken to produce the publication, The Caribbean Outlook. The paper not only offers a comprehensive assessment of the challenges being faced by our nations, but advances specific solutions for the post-pandemic recovery. There is absolutely no doubt that the economies of the Caribbean sub-region, comprising largely small island developing states with vulnerable economies, have suffered great loss on the economic and social fronts. At the same time, even in the face of very limited fiscal space, we have had to prioritize increased expenditure on public health and safety and vulnerable groups. Notwithstanding these realities, Jamaica is confident that recovery is possible through effective management and approach that is inclusive, flexible, and sustainable at both the regional and global levels. We are committed to building back better and stronger. As other panelists have noted, one of the biggest challenges for the Caribbean nations is financing. The capacity to effectively overcome this will require focused assistance from the international community. As you will be aware, last month, Jamaica, Canada, and United Nations Secretary General co-convened a high-level meeting on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. During the meeting, a menu of ambitious but practical policy options for tackling the crisis was presented to the international community. We believe that the proposal by our host, Costa Rica, to establish a fund to alleviate COVID-19 economics that is faced also merits serious consideration. It seeks to address not only the current liquidity challenges of the developing countries, including middle-income countries, but also their long-term sustainable investment needs. We also welcome the proposal by ECLAC to establish a resilience fund that would serve as a large-scale funding mechanism to build climate and economic resilience in the Caribbean. This is of particular significance to the small island developing states, our region, bearing in mind our particular vulnerability to climate events. If the Caribbean is to be able to build back better and stronger, we must succeed in mobilizing the resources required to finance near-term emergency measures to provide crisis relief, to stimulate recovery efforts over the medium term, and to invest in long-term resilience building. Excellencies, access to digital technology and reliable connectivity are also priority areas for developing countries. The increased use of virtual platforms in this COVID-19 era as an alternative to the customary physical engagement will become a given for human development and business continuity processes in the future. Indeed, many of our countries have had a shift to online learning processes as the majority of our schools remain closed. Disparities in access to internet connections, either due to a lack of infrastructure or prohibitive costs, have resulted in some students being unable to participate in classes. It is clear that the closure of this digital divide is urgent if we are to achieve more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development. Another priority issue is the need to ensure sustainable long-term investment in our public health sector to improve the health and well-being of our people. COVID-19 has highlighted the inadequacies of the health sector and the need to increase access and affordability by strengthening health insurance schemes. We must also ensure that an effective COVID-19 vaccine becomes available. That when it becomes available, it will be accessible to all countries on an equitable and affordable basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to note the importance the record accords to the gender-sensitive approach in our response to the pandemic. Indeed, an effective recovery process is contingent on the inclusion of women and vulnerable groups in fiscal stimulus support packages and medium to long-term recovery plans. Admittedly, the social and economic disruptions, cumulative loss and damage are not yet fully measurable at the national and global levels, as the uncertainty surrounding the nature of the virus itself and its effects is ongoing. It is anticipated, however, that our capacity to move definitively communicate adaptations in medium-term sectoral strategies and medium to long-term development outcomes will improve as more data and information becomes available. We therefore are grateful for the information gleaned from research and outcomes of consultations with forums like this. Let me therefore reiterate the importance of the work of ECLAC in data gathering and analysis. This support will be crucial in our recovery efforts. In closing, I must underscore the importance of national development policy and planning as prerequisites for mitigating losses and damages. Jamaica's National Development Plan Vision 2030 and the SDGs of the Globally Agreed Agenda 2030 provide a framework for guiding our response to crises such as COVID-19. However, actions in the medium to long term to realize our goals will require strategic review and revision. This will include revisiting development targets up to 2030 and the schedule for achieving planned outcomes and our own national development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has created and exposed cracks in our national, regional, and global systems and structures. While it has posed a real threat to our development efforts, more importantly, it also presents opportunities for implementing change to drive growth. We cannot deviate from the pursuit of a new multilateral development paradigm that is sustainable and inclusive. So, whilst learning to embrace our new normal, let us also remain committed to leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, for giving us an international 7 minutes. You did it extremely well on that one. So we thank you for those words, for sharing with us the commendable efforts made by your government. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies and 2 weeks ago, ECLAC and UWI organized a pivotal meeting theme, investing in higher education to build more diversified and resilient post-COVID economies, during which the Vice Chancellors called for the creation of a multi-donor trust fund for higher education and research in the Caribbean. The centrality of higher education and research to increase human capital development and knowledge creation so as to enhance inclusive social development and economic transformation in our sub-region cannot be overstated. We therefore look forward to hearing your perspective. So, Vice Chancellor, my good friend, you have the floor now for 7 compact, powerful minutes that we know that you will give us. Go right ahead. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope I can be heard clearly. I wish to begin by expressing, as my colleagues have done, our gratitude to Executive Director Alicia Bárcena for her extraordinary, clear and profound report on the Caribbean outlook, recovery and resilience, and to identify with all of the statements made by my colleagues, our Prime Minister, of course, Alicia Bárcena, and what I've just heard from Leslie Campbell. I fully endorse the narrative and, of course, the assumptions and the projections of those presentations. On the theme, building back better, again, the issue of recovery and resilience, of course, and the need for the Caribbean Resilience Fund, I fully endorse that narrative and that output, and I am consistent in my support of the narrative thus far. Allow me to begin, though, Mr. Chairman, by indicating that we are still recovering from the 2008-2009 financial crisis. The COVID-19 has come as another layer on top of what was a slow and sluggish recovery, exposing some of the internal and systemic challenges within the Caribbean economy, the search for competitiveness, the search for innovation, the application of science and technology to improve productivity. All of these matters have been before us. COVID has taken this crisis and has taken it to a very high level, posing challenges around the existential threat. So I share with you, yes, that very important at the moment, top priority is the liquidity crisis in the region, the result of the tremendous impact on the tourism, and the fact that we cannot drive forward any form of recovery on the basis of increased debt within this region. So allow me then to begin with this fundamental point. What is holding back the transformation and the development of the Caribbean economy? Within the context of recovering from this COVID-19 pandemic and the previous 2008-09 financial crisis, this is a cascading series of interlocking crises that has gripped the Caribbean, is the issue of the human capital. And I wish to say a few things about this because we recognize where we are in the human capital development program. We heard a great deal about the productivity of labor. We heard a great deal about the reskilling of the Caribbean labor force, not only at the level of production, but also at the level of financial services. We heard these issues, but we need to understand what indeed is driving this process of human capital decline. First of all, let us begin with the fact that we in the Caribbean, and especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, we have the lowest enrollment in higher education in our entire ECLAC group. Not only within the ECLAC group, of course, within the hemisphere, but specifically within the ECLAC family, the Caribbean and the English-speaking Caribbean on the whole has the lowest enrollment in higher education, has the lowest access to professional training and skills development. The importance of this is that there is no economic model that is available to us in terms of understanding economic development and social transformation that does not foreground the critical role, the central role of the development of the human resource, the skills capital express and access to these levels of professional training, skills development, and academic engagement. So we begin in the English-speaking Caribbean, in the Caribbean on the whole, with a fundamental issue that the COVID crisis has absolutely exploded, that we must have a revolution right now in this region in the human capital development process, which can only be attained within the context of a significant injection of capital into skills training, professional development, academic training, and of course, on top of all of that, the necessary research. We are in a sub-region where less than 15% of the age cohort 18 to 35 is in a position to access these important developments. And every model of economic growth that I have seen is dependent upon the number and the percentage in your population that has had skills training, professional development, and academic training. So the sluggishness of which we have heard consistently, the low productivity of which we have heard consistently, are indeed the result of a broader challenge which we must address. Now, we have been speaking of this for some time, and we recognize that it is precisely the inherent persistent poverty of our region that has not created a context for our governments to do what they know they must do. If you take, for example, the University of the West Indies as our regional university, it has been sustained primarily by our governments for 70 years. And we have been able to build the finest university in the Caribbean in the top 1% of the ECLAC community that has over 5,000 universities. Our regional university is in the top 1%, largely because our governments have funded it for the last 70 years. Our private sector has not yet reached the stage of development and security where it is willing and able to invest in research, institutional capacity building, because the fact is that our private sector is not yet in the position of having the surplus and the reserves to transition into making that investment. So the state has carried it. And now that we are in a circumstance where our states that are accounting for 70% of the investments in higher education, our states do not have the fiscal space, do not have the revenue, do not have the capacity. What is going to happen to the higher education network that has been the spine of this region, that has kept this region together with its professional training, with the creation of its social capital? What is to become of this spine, this core that has held the Caribbean together in terms of the human resources? Already what we are seeing is a migration, a phenomenal migration of our skills that our indigenous institutions are producing. These skills are migrating into Europe and into North America especially. And so North America is going to be, and has been for some time, the net beneficiary of a Caribbean indigenous investment. And so the Caribbean makes its indigenous investments, and 50% of our graduates are emigrating to North America within the first 5 years of their graduation, largely because our private sector has not been able to absorb these skills. Our public sector has carried the responsibility for employment, and now our state systems are sharing that responsibility. We have not had the innovation to absorb our graduates, and yet we do need them. So there is, therefore, at this moment, in the context of the collapse of public revenue, in terms of the impact of the collapse of the tourism sector, the logistic transportation sectors, that our state, facing this major fiscal and financial problems, do not have the resources to sustain a sector that is absolutely critical to sustainability. And therefore, we are calling for this multilateral investment. The best form of support which ECLAC can roll out within the Resilience Fund for this region is this investment in the higher education and tertiary system. And so we call upon our colleagues to understand the systemic impact. What will happen in this region if the higher education and research system that has been the spine, if that spine is allowed to crumble? So this is a special plea. If we're going to build back better, if we're going to build back in any way or form, we will need the human resources to enable this. And hence, we are calling upon our ECLAC colleagues to partner, to do their best within the multilateral community, to create this fund that will hold the higher education and research system together. That is a top priority. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your generosity. Thank you.
Well, we want to thank you, Vice Chancellor, intervention and recommendations. I was just starting to get more warm up into your presentation, not looking into the time, but I thank you for that as usual. Your inspiring words and well research and provocative thoughts also. So it's now my distinct pleasure to invite Mr. Mahmoud Mohideen. I hope I have it correct. I do not like the person's name incorrectly. United Nations Special Envoy on Financing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The pandemic is putting at risk the realization of the 2030 Agenda in the region. Despite the challenges faced, the Caribbean has renewed its strong commitment to this agenda and is engaged in the decade of action for achieving sustainable development goals. However, more needs to be done to support our efforts. With the intervention of the Special Envoy, we look forward to considering what opportunities might be embraced to achieve our goals in such challenging times. So, Special Envoy, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair, Honorable Prime Minister. Prime Ministers, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena. I'd like to share some reflections based on the very rich discussions that we have been having since the start of this session. And I have been very much pleased. I've been very much pleased with the active and very enthusiastic participation of the Caribbean countries, Caribbean leaders, thought leaders, and businesses, and our process that was mentioned at least 4 or 5 times during the last few minutes, the joint initiative of the 2 Prime Ministers of Jamaica, Canada, and the Secretary General on dealing with the finance for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. And now I understand why you are that engaged, because you are not just stopping at the issues of concern, but you have some good proposals going forward, not just to the system, but to the IFIs, including the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, which I'm going to join in a few days as a board member and an executive director. So if I go to the main discussions at this process, it's not just an event because it's a big process starting with heads of state meeting in May, and then went into 6 discussion groups co-led by more than 20 countries with very active participation by more than 40 countries and tens of organizations and economists and business leaders. I'm happy that there is a great deal of convergence on what we are recognizing as problems. The perfect storm was mentioned. With its different dimensions, normally we focus on three areas: the impact of lives and livelihoods, the impact on the real economy, and the impact on the financial markets and debt. So these are basically three areas of work, and I'm happy with the summary that Alicia shared with us with her 6 points. And I think there is a great deal of convergence of ideas, because when I got a summary of the managing director of the IMF main outcomes from the meetings of the IMF and the World Bank during the annual meetings, and they could be summarized as well, all of the same, about how to coexist with COVID-19, how to prevent a recession from becoming a depression, when she warned against any kind of premature withdrawal of support, be it fiscal support, budget support, or monetary support. A third aspect, which is, I would say, new, I've been following, I worked at the World Bank for 10 years before joining the UN, and I worked in government as a counterpart for the IMF and the World Bank for many years. I didn't see them, or at least the IMF, because IMF was very much worried about it this time, about the role of the public investments in enhancing the opportunities for private sector investment, and I don't really know how can we get into digitalization, for instance, or broadband and speed of internet and getting into new generations of technology without the public investments providing the necessary support, and then the private sector through partnerships can do its wonders through competition. She also mentioned as a fourth area of work matters related to debt. And there is an idea about having a new approach in debt management and debt, in debt restructuring. When we see the cases of the Caribbean economies, I think there are many important, relevant outcomes of the Finance for Development initiatives. Bearing in mind, of course, as mentioned eloquently by previous speakers, there have been a great deal of vulnerabilities before COVID-19, some underlying structural vulnerability that have been reflected in this kind of heavy concentration on revenues, the economic sectors that have been impacted in the past heavily as well, including tourism and commodities. It's good that we are referring now to the financial crisis and macro recovery from the financial crisis, because we need to build beyond financial crisis management into a bigger crisis now. Then we have, of course, all of the mention related to the airlines as a sector, the tourism industries, and how to diversify beyond that. But the issue of debt is really a big case. And I'm happy with this good analysis of notions and categorizations as put by Samusha earlier. But here, highlighting the problem alone is a first step, but is not sufficient. So we need to provide the alternatives. If we're not happy with the debt to GDP, what would be the other indicator that we can really communicate on with the IFIs, because we need benchmarks. Would the debt service be a better notion with the growth of debt service? However, in matters related to debt, I think your priorities have been reflected effectively in the recommendations. Emphasizing the importance of the debt service suspension initiative and extending it and expanding it and broadening its scope beyond the low-income countries into the other categories of income based on the notion of vulnerability. And I think we need to pursue that even further before we get into debt restructuring, because unfortunately there will be some serious cases that will be requiring attention if we're not really handling matters related to debt in a good, bold way before it gets into a crisis in some countries. Debt restructuring, debt resolution, and debt architecture. And I'm happy that the Secretary General and his policy brief had emphasized the importance of debt restructuring and debt architecture. More recently, the Managing Director of the IMF emphasized the same kind of approach that we need to have a framework. And this is one opportunity now. If, as rightly mentioned, when some of the rules were written, the Caribbean SIDS were not in existence, but now you are very much there, you are very much vocal, you are very much listened to. And with that approach, I think some of the suggestions could help not just the Caribbean economies, but other economies which share many of the major elements of concern. To summarize, the work of this Finance for Development in the year of COVID-19 had dealt with all matters related to finance with a focus on three areas: debt management, with a focus on debt vulnerability, the role of the private sector creditors and rating agencies, the role of the non-tariff club creditors. We may have an element related to finance, not just ODA or official development assistance, but the role of the private sector and the role of the local investors. And it's good that the issues related to cost of doing business have been raised. And then there is something as well that we need really to emphasize. We cannot just talk about finance, additional finance, and debt management without really addressing the leakage in the system, not just from the domestic resource mobilization perspective, but even after mobilization of resources, you will find illicit financial flows as a big threat to sustainability of finance. We need to take these three areas of work, or these three lenses, debt, finance, and illicit flows, while we are dealing with all of these big issues that we have discussed. The coexistence with COVID-19, preventing the recession from becoming a depression, more of localization with diversification on sectors and using digitalization to help us achieve that, and sustainability and the SDGs to help us building back better for the countries that had some sort of reference in the past that we like to go back to. But in many countries around the world, building forward better could be of more relevance, because what was there before COVID was not really that good to return to. So if we are restructuring, if we are building better to do this kind of forward-looking perspective based on the principles of the SDGs and sustainability. The whole thing then, if there is a convergence of ideas, what we should be doing in order to get them implemented. And I'm happy that my friend Alicia pointed to me a couple of times about expectations of people in some institutions who can share some of these ideas and put them into actionable measures and institution framework. Having said that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Heelan, for your valuable insights. We count on you to continue addressing the specific vulnerabilities faced by the Caribbean to achieve the 2030 agenda in this decade and identifying new partnerships and forms of collaboration at the global and regional and national levels. So we do thank you. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite Mr. Joseph Cox, Assistant Secretary General, Trade and Economic Integration of the Caribbean Community CARICOM Secretariat. It is worth highlighting the recognized efforts at CARICOM to successfully coordinate sub-regional efforts to contain the contagion of the virus, resulting in the development of sub-regional health and safety protocols, the establishment of multi-stakeholders coordination mechanisms to find solutions, among others. The upcoming 41st regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM in 2 days will be another key moment in this process. Assistant Secretary General, we look forward to the intervention and updates. You now have your floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I'm not seek to preempt what will obtain at the heads of government meeting, which commences on Thursday. So let me opportunity to extend my formal congratulations to the Executive Secretary for her presentation, which I found quite useful. Also to recognize Prime Ministers, Ministers, and distinguished gentlemen, all as we continue to confront the issues surrounding the fallout, I would say, from COVID-19. Now, traditionally, the Caribbean economies have been affected by several structural impediments to growth that emanate from weak macroeconomic fundamentals. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic has positioned the Caribbean and across business development with the achievement of the requisite medium and long-term successes being predicated on the development of optimized policy adjustments and operational changes with respect to how business is conducted. However, this policy realignment process geared towards increasing international competitiveness and economic growth. Must be sufficiently nuanced to excuse me? Okay. It must be nuanced to incorporate the social dynamic at the local level while taking cognizance of the current instability in the global economy and the vulnerability of the regional economy to the attendant exogenous shocks that emanate therefrom. In the region, the analysis must also incorporate the high rates of informality, which range between 40 to 60% of GDP, and that which currently obtains, coupled with an estimated 50 to 60% of the labor force being deemed the working poor, all cast against the backdrop of relatively low levels of savings. Now, given the high degrees of informality coupled with the widespread economic distortions, and largely driven by a misaligned and pro-cyclical policy framework, successive political regimes across the region have opted for short-term economic growth versus long-term economic development. They have sought to do this while maintaining some semblance of a working social infrastructure financed through capital market borrowing, given the inadequacy of the tax base and a relatively low tax compliance. This has culminated in an unsustainable debt dynamic and the attenuating liquidity fiscal space, which is further exacerbated by the absence of an adequate social safety net in the face of frequent high-cost economic and social disruptions occasioned by exogenous shocks, including natural disasters, and of course, the current COVID-19 pandemic. Further, the tax system, which generally across the region, encourages enclave development, which has minimal linkages with the rest of the economy, and direct investment flows to industries largely isolated from the vehicles of developing economies. This has resulted in investment concentration in a relative few areas. Now, these changes in the economy have impacted on the spatial organization of cities and towns, leading to declining business activity and resulting in increasing levels of unemployment and declining investments in basic services. With the negative externalities that emanate from the COVID-19 pandemic and the expected protracted period of impact, the region is treating its recessionary impulses with tourism-dependent economies projected by the IMF to decline by 9.9% and commodity-based economies to grow by 0.6% in 2020. Both internal and external accounts have been adversely impacted as revenue flows from taxes and duties decline. Merchandise trading balances have widened,
and remittance flows have been adversely impacted. Economic and social disruptions have also heralded a period of increased market concentration occasioned by mergers and acquisitions, coupled with business failures. Hence, supply chain management and transformed business continuity frameworks become critical aspects as businesses traverse the new normal. Nonetheless, the traditional pro-absorptive capacity of the private sector continues to be a concern. There's also likely to be greater pressure on foreign exchange markets, given the fallout in production, productivity, and the attendant decline in exports, which may occasion the need for foreign exchange control in some areas. In several member states, there is an active parallel market for foreign exchange, and over the short to medium term, the gap between the official foreign exchange rates and the parallel market will widen. Therefore, in the interim, Caribbean economies will experience a reduction in primary balances, a decline in foreign exchange reserves, and retarded economic growth. This is compounded by sustained high unemployment and underemployment across the region. It is also projected that based on the investment and demand shocks, the performance of the services sector will remain dampened through the winter season of 2020-2021. Indeed, the UN projects that globally FDI flows could fall anywhere between 5 and 15% to the lowest levels in a decade. That being said, Chair, we also have to look at some of the opportunities that will emanate from this process. But the vulnerability of the revenue base of many Caribbean economies highlights the need for effective, meaningful tax reform and strengthened public finance management across the region. This will necessitate rationalization of the tax incentive and exemption framework through the establishment of tax expenditure budgeting, strengthening of revenue administration, and improved data mining. Given the vulnerability of the region to natural disasters, there is also the need for the development of fiscal buffers to treat the ratio of vulnerability of the economy states such as shocks. COVID-19 may also prove to be a catalyst for companies to make longer-term strategic changes and therefore create a dynamic whereby markets have the potential for fundamental reorientation and transformation. Critical issues that could challenge business fundamentals include the shift in customers and workers' behavior and the high probability of the retention of learned behavior in the post-COVID-19 period. One manifestation of that is that digital engagement levels have grown exponentially. The economic transformation emanating from the COVID-19 pandemic is the migration to digital solutions adopted primarily by the private sector. This behavioral change has manifested itself in an exponential increase in e-commerce in the region, whereas over time, some businesses will seek to revert to business practices that were obtained prior to the pandemic. This will not be the norm, as already shifts in demand and the shrinking of profit margins will create greater impetus for the efficiencies that arise from embracing a more technologically driven future. However, the state in the main has been found to be lagging as community services continue to require physical attendance at offices and in some cases, particularly within the public school system. Absence of broadband access became a significant hindrance and has led to the social exclusion of at least some groupings. This also requires optimization of the labor force, and in that regard, upskilling and reskilling are integral accelerators for the achievement of efficiencies within the public sector and the future growth of business. There is also the need for greater focus on reducing operating costs, including electricity charges, and the increased use of renewables. Though oil prices have been particularly volatile over the last 9 months, the impetus for the continued growth of renewables remains largely unchanged. This has all been influenced, of course, by a myriad of fiscal stimuli which have been offered by countries in a bid to forestall the projected economic fallout occasioned by COVID-19, but it has also resulted in severe cash flow challenges. In any event, given the weak fiscal multipliers that predominate across the region, structural change must remain the imperative of the economic recovery. This has the region's economies and remain too reliant on a few sectors, notably tourism and commodities, which continue to undermine economic stability.
Now, in that regard, let me just point out, we're not talking about a tourism or, it is a tourism and solution that we'll be recommending. Now, the thinness of the revenue base of Caribbean economies and its vulnerability to exogenous shocks, coupled with the significant fiscal deficit which this occasions, are also a matter for urgent attention. Equally, the high levels of replacement investment primarily associated with natural disasters continue to undermine efforts at sustained economic growth and development. This points to a fundamental need for the structural realignment of the policy framework through the lens of economic, social, institutional, and environmental resilience. Similarly, there is a need for the region to increase the quantum of bankable proposals that are being developed. It is instructive that only 18% of all applications for loans across the region are approved. And whereas this in part is attributable to outdated and overly restricted collateral requirements, the issue of the quality of proposals made is also a significant issue. This points to an urgent need for secure transactions reform or collateral reform, coupled with technical assistance with a view to strengthening the proposals. Then one of the final areas I want to touch on is the issue of public-private partnership. In treating really high levels of replacement investment across the region, occasioned primarily by natural resources, there is a need for the development of a comprehensive public-private partnership ecosystem, which will allow for the direct intervention of the private sector in the construction of public infrastructure in affected countries. This will be the recommended strategies, as most countries within the region lack the fiscal space to borrow the quantum of funds usually required in the rehabilitation efforts. This will allow for the addition of build, own, operate, and transfer, and other PPP modalities to be added to the arsenal of intervention strategies for the financing of public infrastructure. A similar approach will also be suggested in terms of funding regional transport offerings air or maritime. Currently, the region does not have a shortage of food. What currently obtains is a misalignment of supply and demand, which has necessitated the involvement of several governments as they seek to bridge the market divide by providing greater access to farm-gate supplies. However, there is room for intervention by way of establishing a framework for increasing regional food security by way of value chain development. The concept will allow for the comprehensive mapping of value chains, which will be led by large agricultural aggregators who will be supplied by contract farmers. The essence of this policy intervention will be to focus more on options to leverage private sector investment and our economic growth. Finally, the issue of social inclusion is paramount, and any strategic intervention must include a process for housing regeneration in marginal communities, targeted crime intervention strategies including community policing, which are immediately followed up by social intervention programs and skills training. To crack down on corruption by the use of countries to establish integrity commissions, which will charge with both the monitoring of the public procurement process, but also provide greater general oversight on public expenditure. Additionally, the strategy must include mechanisms to incorporate participants in the informal economy to cross over to the formal economy. Mechanisms such as micro loans or micro insurance will also help boost activity, particularly among self-employed. Similarly, tiered know your customer requirements to facilitate the formal entry of those marginally employed into the formal banking system would be useful. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close, it is imperative that we recognize that at the back of all of this is, of course, the high debt ratios that obtain within the region. And the sad truth of it is in the post-COVID exercise, one of the benchmarks that are used to really hike up the cost of borrowing for the region is the sovereign risk. And I dare say that we are fearful that in the post-COVID environment, even more weight will be given in terms of the sovereign risk, and therefore the rates will be even higher. And therefore it is imperative that we treat frontally with the issue of access to concessional financing, remove this burden that has been placed by using our per capita GDP basis, and look more to the vulnerabilities of the economies.
With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you for your indulgence, and I look back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, for the intervention and for highlighting the comprehensive and exemplary work being conducted by CARICOM to help our countries to foster collaboration and coordination in this process of building back better. And I want to say that I don't think that you preempted the heads of government of CARICOM conference, but you surely give us a good little snippet. So we thank you. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite Mr. Sylvan Hart, Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Climate Action and Assistant Secretary General for the Climate Action Team of the United Nations. As we know only too well, the Caribbean is among the regions most vulnerable to climate change and to the devastating effects of extreme weather events. Many Caribbean small islands, developing states have pioneered many innovative climate change adaptation strategies. It is time to realign our priorities and to build climate resilience for the very survival of our nations. We look forward to hearing of your ongoing work towards supporting the Caribbean sub-regions' effort to build a more resilient future. Assistant Secretary General for the Climate Action Team, you now have the floor for your presentation, your intervention for 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Premier and Chairman, Prime Ministers, Ministers, colleagues, friends. Really great to see so many of you. And first, let me commend Alicia and her team at UN ECLAC for this excellent report, including our colleague and friend Diane, who has responsibility, and Qualis, who has responsibility for the Caribbean. And this report has put on the table some very pragmatic and helpful solutions to the challenges faced by our region. And many of those challenges, as many of the other colleagues have indicated, have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's quite clear that even before the COVID-19 crisis, our region had not fully recovered from the 2008-2009 financial crisis, and many of the previous speakers had alluded to this. And there were many symptoms of this, and one could easily say that the region was in crisis on a number of fronts. The region had a growth crisis. It was one of the slowest growing regions globally, with growth rates averaging around 0.69% over the course of the last decade, well below global averages and well below the averages of other small island developing states. We all know that many countries in the Caribbean suffered and continue to suffer from chronically high levels of public debt, with most Caribbean countries above the 60% threshold. 11 out of 14 CARICOM countries, for example, had debt levels last year above that 60% threshold, with some having average debt levels of over 100% of GDP. With debt servicing in the region accounting for approximately 30% of government revenues. And of course, there remains high levels of unemployment and growing inequality across our region. However, I believe that these are mere symptoms, and they're mere symptoms of broader structural and systemic challenges. And many of my colleagues before have made mention of some of these sort of broader institutional and structural challenges that the Caribbean faces. One, some low resilience to external shocks, be there economic, financial, social, or environmental, including the threats faced by climate change and natural disaster. The region has a massive infrastructure gap when I say infrastructure, not only physical and hard infrastructure, but as Sir Hilary so eloquently stated, the soft infrastructure where human capital deficiencies have been pervasive across the region. We also face a significant competitiveness challenge. The cost of doing business in the region is relatively high. We have higher than average energy costs, the cost of electricity in the Caribbean. The retail cost is about 4 times that of the United States and 2 or 3 times higher than that in most parts of the Latin American region. And the region has also had a very slow uptake of digitization, which has stifled innovation and entrepreneurship and represented a major drag on regional economy. I believe that this current crisis presents the region with a once in a generation opportunity to reset and reimagine our development in the Caribbean. Alicia, I like your phrase, rather than building back better, we need to build forward and build forward in a way that not only addresses the symptoms of growth and high debt, but design a recovery that is transformational and addresses the broader structural and systemic challenges facing our region. Of course, for us to do this, it will require a strong political will on the part of governments and citizens of the Caribbean, and it will also require significant resources. And for the region to do this, it will need access to grant and low-cost financing that has a very minimum impact on already high debt levels in the region. These resources or these investments that are to be provided or should be provided from the region must be directed at addressing the structural systemic challenges, must be directed at addressing sort of these big transformational areas and activities that the region must undertake if it is to recover from the COVID crisis, but also prepare itself for the climate crisis. And I will focus on 2 important things: building resilience to climate and on securing energy independence for the Caribbean. It's absolutely essential that the region integrates climate risk into all planning and budgetary process. Risk-informed decision-making and planning is absolutely essential. Our region must understand the risk it faces from climate change. And equally important, the private sector must be able to price that risk, understand that risk, and appropriately price that risk. This is why the Secretary General at his climate summit last year, the UN Secretary General at his climate summit last year, formed a coalition called the Coalition for Climate Resilient Investment, which is geared towards bringing countries together with private and public capital providers to look at the inherent climate and other risks across the economy and appropriately price that risk in a very transparent and open manner. And Jamaica from the Caribbean has been selected as one of the pilot countries to advance this initiative. We're working very closely with our partners to expand this initiative to a broader range of countries, including countries in the Caribbean. There's a clear recognition that in order to mobilize resources at scale to address the pandemic, but also to build forward to address the climate crisis, it is absolutely important that we look at new instruments and new tools that would better mobilize large sources of private finance. On the subject of energy, the Sustainable Energy for All, UN Sustainable Energy for All, has produced a pretty comprehensive COVID recovery guide for the Caribbean. It has called on the region and its development partners to invest at least 25% of stimulus and recovery investments in the renewable energy sector to ensure the energy security of the Caribbean region. This investment will or could produce approximately $633 million US dollars in GDP impact for every investment made in renewable energy. 5 more jobs are created whenever an investment was made in the fossil fuel industry. It would significantly help to reduce the costs, the already high costs of electricity generation and energy in the Caribbean. And we already have some good examples. Paradise Park in Jamaica has been able to produce clean energy at US 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour, at a time when the average retail price of electricity in the Caribbean is around 34 cents per kilowatt hour. Our region could potentially save US $9 billion annually by simply transition to 90% clean energy by 2030. And it will definitely improve competitiveness in key sectors such as tourism, manufacturing, and agriculture. So I hope that as we look at how the Caribbean can go forward from the crisis, that we really look to target opportunities around climate resilience and ensuring energy security to the Caribbean region. I remain confident that our region can emerge stronger and more resilient and more inclusive from the COVID-19 pandemic, even as we fight and stand up on the front lines of the global fight against climate change. There are many inherent vulnerabilities associated with our small size, but our small size, and I'm saying our small size provides us with significant advantages. We can be more nimble and we can change course much faster than larger countries. This will require a new relationship with the international community. It means that one-size-fits-all approaches to development will need to be abandoned. We need to recognize a diversity within the international community. Per capita income should not be used as the only benchmark for determining access to grant and affordable resources. And we must fully integrate climate risk and vulnerability across the development spectrum. Colleagues, Mr. Chair, you can be assured that the Secretary General and the United Nations will continue to make a strong case for the Caribbean as the Caribbean seeks to go forward from the COVID-19 pandemic and go forward to address the climate crisis. I thank you.
We want to thank you so much, Mr. Hart, for your most relevant and timely intervention. And I must state that our distinguished representatives, please join me in thanking again all of our panelists, including most recent one, Mr. Hart, for their insightful contributions. They have brought to this dialogue many concrete and innovative ideas and proposals towards transformative recovery and resilience building in the Caribbean, while including strong calls for more cooperation and solidarity at global, regional, and sub-regional levels. Well, I will now call someone that's very special to me to add some views and perspective from his government side, and that will be the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, Andrew Foy, which happens to be myself. So I would like to add a few views and perspective on my own, and given the instructions that I received, I have 7 minutes. So I'm giving myself 7 minutes, so if I sentence myself to 7 minutes, you know that everyone else will be sentenced even more harshly. So allow me now. So Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of St. General and Chastity, all honorable ministers, ECLAC Executive Secretary, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate ECLAC on the publication of the latest edition of the Caribbean Outlook. The Regional Commission continues to do outstanding work on behalf of the Caribbean that must be commended. I want to particularly thank ECLAC Executive Secretary Ms. Alicia Bárcena and the head of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, Mrs. Diane Qualis, for the inclusion of the British Virgin Islands and other associate member countries, AMCs, in the report and work of ECLAC. First, the AMCs are an integral part of the Caribbean that contribute to the vibrancy and richness of the region. As islands, we have the same developmental challenges and constraints as our independent neighbors and face the same risk to our viability and societies. For this reason, AMCs are recognized as small island developing states by the United Nations. The 14 AMCs also make up nearly half of the membership of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, CDCC, which serves as ECLAC's subsidiary body for the Caribbean. In terms of international support, the AMCs are a constituency within the Regional Commission that requires greater attention. COVID-19 has had an enormous impact on us, particularly in the tourism sector. The theme, building back better, is important, but we have heard this before. Like Antigua and Barbuda and Dominica, the hurricanes of September 2017 impacted Anguilla, British Virgin Islands, United States Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Dutch St. Martin, French St. Martin, Guadeloupe, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. The catastrophic damage caused by Irma and Maria highlighted AMC's vulnerability and the need for greater international support, despite constitutional links to external states. Following the hurricanes, the theme for recovery was building back better. However, many of us are still recovering. In the case of the BVI, the government did not receive direct grants for reconstruction and was not eligible for official development assistance. Rather, we were steered toward a loan guarantee on which to borrow, which to date has not materialized. Building back better cannot just be a catchy slogan. It requires real resources, and this is where several AMCs have a problem as we face COVID-19. As the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, rightfully stated that we must now go forward. Most AMCs are not eligible for international funds. This is either because of our income level or political status. Also, the external states to which we are linked, in too many instances, are unwilling to expend additional resources to assist in areas such as the environment over which several AMC governments have constitutional responsibility. UN support is critical to helping close the assistance gap faced by the AMCs. Notably, the UN played an important role in the immediate aftermath of the September 2017 hurricanes in the stabilization of conditions on the ground and early recovery. Among other things, ECLAC conducted several damage and loss assessments which provided a top-level view of the impact of the storms. UNDP also supported recovery plan, and other UN agencies made valuable contributions. We must keep in mind that the UN itself, as provided for by the UN Charter and the UN Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, has an obligation to assist at least those AMCs for which it has a remit based on the UN list of non-self-governing territories. A report on UN assistance to these AMCs is annually submitted by the C24 for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Excellencies, there are 4 critical areas where the AMCs require focused attention and international support in regard to the current public health and economic crisis and post-COVID-19 economic recovery. These include the ongoing public health and economic response, climate change, and sustainable development. The severity of the economic impact of COVID-19 on the Caribbean has required every government in the region to rely on some form of extraordinary financial support. Several AMC governments do require some form of concessional financing. A combination of grants and soft loans would greatly assist and help us to conserve as much of our fiscal resources as possible to combat the virus, especially in the event of another outbreak, which we pray God never happens. There's also a very important role that public and private sector investment must play in driving medium and long-term economic growth, especially in the development of infrastructure that is essential to global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, as the global pandemic rages on, we are still contending with the climate crisis. This hurricane season is not yet over, and there are still storms forming in the Atlantic. As I mentioned earlier, the Caribbean has already paid a heavy price for the world's inability to arrest global warming fast enough. AMCs have been disproportionately affected. Unfortunately, the AMCs do not have access to the Green Climate Fund, and several governments will lose access to EU funding for climate change and sustainable energy at the end of the year. There are currently no replacement funds earmarked after Brexit. The Caribbean is not a net CO2 emitter, and the moral obligation by the international community to assist it in responding to climate change should also be extended to the AMCs. At the very least, we should be afforded technical assistance, technology transfer, capacity building, and funding where this can be accommodated. Once again, the constitutional links AMCs have with external states does not mean they have adequate support to address their challenges, as we saw after the hurricanes of 2017. The final area where AMCs require support is the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda was adopted by the UN as a standard for all societies to improve the condition of humanity and sustainability of life on this planet. The unique political circumstances of the AMCs demands greater consideration on how they can mobilize the needed resources to achieve the sustainable development goals. In this regard, I'm very much looking forward to the planned AMC summit that will be organized by ECLAC in the British Virgin Islands in 2021 that will consider the unique challenges of the regional commission's 14 associate member countries and the support they require to implement the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the Caribbean can turn this crisis into an opportunity. But to do this, building back better will mean going beyond simply restoring existing industries and livelihoods. We have to pursue a post-pandemic recovery that drives economic diversification, embeds climate resilience, increases renewable energy, expands our digital footprint, improves the quality of human capital, and contributes to progress on realizing the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This is global, but we require the necessary international support and investment to achieve these goals. I wholeheartedly support the creation of a Caribbean Resilience Fund and sincerely hope the AMCs will also have access to it. So no member of the ECLAC family will be left behind when the sub-region emerges from the COVID-19 global pandemic. I'll close by saying the Caribbean must strengthen its resilience to bounce back quickly from crisis. Crisis are becoming the order of the day, and we must respond if we have to survive and thrive in the period ahead. So I thank everyone for your attention. And now I turn it back over to the chair of the meeting. So chair, you can have the floor. So I would like to thank the premier of the BDI for staying within his 7 minutes of the presentation, and now as chair, we will now move forward. And I now open the discussion and invite the interventions delegates to take the floor in order to ensure that there is time for all who request the floor to speak. I ask you to limit your interventions to 3 minutes. Yes, 3 minutes. So one, to allow the Secretariat that you would like to speak, please do so by indicating and writing in the chat box. And two, please turn your camera and microphone on when you are given the floor to speak. And three, I invite you to introduce yourself before making your contribution. I will begin with the speakers already inscribed on the speakers list. So far, the following are listed to speak. So I give the floor first to Mr. Ephraim Guadalajara, Director General of American Regional Organizations and Mechanisms, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and National Coordinator for the Community of Latin America and Caribbean States, ECLAC. So you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to greet the Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena, for the presentation of the document. Mexico assumes its Caribbean belonging and shares bonds that we want to stress today. The foreign policy of the government of Mexico, the relationships with the Caribbean are very important, specifically in this historic stage when we're fighting COVID-19. In the multilateral sphere, we have important activities in the Association of Caribbean States, and we have 4 Mexico CARICOM summits, and we hope to hold the 5th soon. It was postponed at the beginning of this year due to the pandemic. In these bodies, we have fostered cooperation in natural disasters, technical cooperation, educational, cultural relationships, trade, tourism. Bilaterally, Mexico fosters 100 cooperation projects with countries in the region that deal with different priorities like agriculture and agro-industry. The government of Mexico agrees with the statements of ECLAC when mentioning that it is necessary to forge a persons-focused approach for sustainable development in the Caribbean. We have to go to equity, solidarity, social solidarity, prioritizing the more vulnerable populations to comply with the 2030 agenda, especially not leaving anyone behind. In agreement with this, in the international sphere, we will continue to promote international cooperation for development and the strengthening of our regional mechanisms, especially with Latin America and the Caribbean. On the other hand, I would like to mention the work that we have been developing as temporary presidency of CELAC. We will maintain for 2021 this to continue with the activities that we have proposed to benefit the region. Amongst the activities carried out against the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to mention that CELAC asked ECLAC to write the report on economic impact in Latin America and the Caribbean of COVID-19. Likewise, I would like to point out the agreement between Mexico and Argentina with the support of the Carlos Slim Foundation for the manufacturing of the vaccine developed by the University of Oxford and AstraZeneca of about 350 to 100 million doses to fight COVID-19. Likewise, we established in the 33 countries of the region a network of specialists in infectious agents of CELAC with the support of Calderma and the Nuevo León University in Mexico. A study of the effects of COVID-19 on the skin was carried out. A joint program with the FAO was carried out on food safety for an emergency program financed by the South-South Committee of $2.5 million with the purpose of supporting all the countries of the region. Finally, I would like to share the issues that we will be proposing in the coming weeks to the countries of the region for the working plan of 2020. In the first place, we will continue to insist upon the fact that we have to go back to this space agenda where we will try to hold the next edition of the spatial meeting. And we will also consolidate the Regional Space Agency. And just some weeks ago, the foreign ministries have established a legal basis to constitute it. We will have an educational agenda as well, where we will try to hold a Latin American Caribbean meeting on education with three main axes. The first axis would be a meeting of ministers, the second point, minister of principals, and the third point, meeting of the private sector. And a third instance to strengthen CELAC China Forum in all the sub-fora already established and already agreed by the parties. We will try to carry out ministerial meetings regarding tourism, anti-corruption, and transportation. We will begin with a city agenda, connectivity, sustainable urban transportation, and territorial planning. We'll go back to the CELAC Awards, which this wasn't carried out due to the pandemic, and we will then try to recognize countries, governments, authorities, academic institutions, entities of the private sector, and of the civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean that are outstanding in specific areas, provide them with a recognition. We will have the Forum of Science and Technology for the Societies of CELAC, which couldn't be held due to the pandemic. We will establish a solid agenda in the General Assembly of the United Nations next year, and we will stress environmental agendas, climate change agendas, gender equality, and non-discrimination agendas. As has been demonstrated, Mexico has built the idea of the Latin American and Caribbean unity based on international cooperation. This mission that seemed impossible at the beginning of the year, today we have to thank the support of ECLAC and the support of ECLAC's executive secretary. We have an ally of Mexico and ECLAC in her as pro tempore presidency. it will be very important to have the support of all the member countries of the Caribbean for these initiatives that are trying to benefit the whole region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your intervention. And now we're looking here. Thank you. So the Honorable Jerome Walcott, Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Barbados, now will have the floor. So Minister, please take the floor. You stay there for your 3 minutes intervention. Are you?
Thank you.
Jerome Walcott, I saw you indicated. Thank you so much, sir.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah.
I'm hearing you. Clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Executive Director Bárcena, for overseeing the production of the 2020 Caribbean Outlook publication, which is an excellent document, and I believe that the approach of integrated resilience planning is of critical importance. I would also like to express my appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, and the panelists for what was indeed an excellent session. In my intervention, I will aim to flag Barbados' main priorities with respect to what is necessary to promote sustainable development in the Caribbean post-COVID. In other words, what is needed for us to be able to build back better. Let me start off by saying that it is Barbados' view that the United Nations must play a key role in the global response to help its members in their recovery efforts, to assist them to build back better economies, better societies, and better conditions for the upliftment of the poor and marginalized. Barbados' Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Moore-Motley, has described the SDGs as a set of essential goals for improving the quality of life of ordinary people while providing useful guidelines for social impact investing. And to achieve them, we need the public and private sectors working together to put people at the center. Mr. Chairman, it is therefore evident that there is need for coordinated collective action to battle the crises that COVID-19 has wrought on our countries. This pandemic revealed entrenched social and economic divisions, inadequate healthcare systems, gaps in social protection, structural inequalities, and highlighted the harmful effects of human action on the environment. Recovery will require collective leadership. It will also require a balance between economic growth and social well-being. And this is our focus in Barbados, and I think also in the wider Caribbean. As I said yesterday in the Foreign Ministers' Dialogue, Barbados believes that now is the time for the creation of a universal vulnerability index, which makes clear the challenges facing vulnerable countries like the Caribbean small island development states, and proves our case for special parameters for international financial assistance. Clearly, the vulnerability index must go far beyond the ineffective measurement of development in terms of per capita income. This is why Barbados is intent on working with interested partners to devise a universal vulnerability index that will capture the multifaceted nature of countries' susceptibilities across economic, environmental, and social dimensions. It is also Barbados' view that if the Caribbean is to rebuild better in the context of an ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and increasing climate threat, a systemic approach to both domestic and global financing is needed. The Honorable Marcia Carroll, Barbados' Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, recently participated in the World Bank Ministerial Panel on the topic of building back cleaner, greener, and better post-COVID. In that meeting, Minister Carroll stated, and I quote, Countries like Barbados have been leading in finding new ways to de-risk the investment environment for the private sector to stimulate job-led growth. Notwithstanding, the global community must meet its commitments to developing countries made under the Paris Agreement. One way of doing that is by acknowledging that the COVID and climate crises require a new way of treating debt, risk, and vulnerability. Minister Kelly went on to identify a role for the international financial institutions, saying, and I quote again, if ever there was a time that the rise in debt was not a case of original sin, it is COVID debt. A debt that is large, but unrelated to any prior actions of the government. This is therefore not the time for lengthy case-by-case assessments, but for new, flexible multilateral instruments that introduce equity-like characteristics to COVID debt, where repayments are state-dependent on whether COVID is past and growth is back. That would make this debt more sustainable, more repayable, and therefore ultimately of higher credit quality. In closing, Mr. Chair, let me say that it is Barbados' view that there will be no single recovery moment. We must recognize that recovery must be built around climate resilience, the blue and green economy, and digital transformation. I thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Walker, Honorable Walker. Thank you, Mr. Jerome, Honorable Walker, and for your contribution. And now we give the floor to Ambassador Miriam McIntosh from the Secretary for Geopolitical Affairs and International Development of Suriname. From the Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for giving something wrong with the song.
Honorable could you please mute the interactive application because we have echo and it will feedback.
I believe that you may have more than one device open, so you have to end all of them except yours, because usually a feedback like that is coming from your area, and it probably is that there are more than one device open, or the speakers they're facing each other for interpretation. So could you just have them work on that little technical area by you, because we really want to get your input now. I think it's fixed. We have not had any echo. Can you give it a test run? Can you give it a test run for a second? It's good now. We can hear you. It's good now. Secretary or Ambassador, McIntosh, we can hear you now. You can go ahead. Much better. Hello?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think it's working now.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for giving me the floor, and also I would like to thank the panelists for their insightful contributions. May I, on behalf of Minister Albert Brandin, thank also the Executive Secretary for the hard work and all the organizations and persons involved for preparing the relevant documents, giving us a very good insight in the main drivers and challenges for the Caribbean to recover and build better. I emphasize that the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically and drastically changed the social, economic, and health panorama of the hemisphere and has highlighted the interdependence between our economies. With the limited resources available in the field of finances, technology, as well as human resources, and taking into consideration the vulnerability of the Caribbean, including the susceptibility to climate change, there is an enormous pressure on the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The current Santoki-Brunswick administration that took office in July this year is committed to bringing welfare and well-being to all. In this context, I find it opportune to inform that the current government is also committed to make better use of the support of ECLAC, can accelerate, including the initiatives of ECLAC to fund green industries. With the expanded mandate of the ministry to also include international business and international cooperation, an important contribution is made to achieving sustainable growth and development. The expansion of the ministry and its mandate regards international business can be found in promoting foreign direct investment, the production and export in the field of natural resources, agricultural production, environment and infrastructure, ICT, education, health, including traditional systems of medicine, culture, tourism, and diaspora engagement, creating a diversified and resilient economy involving more women, girls, and young people. In order to ensure that environmental matters are optimally addressed, Suriname has recently adopted the Environmental Framework Act, create a balance between economic growth and environmental protection as per the aspirations of the Surinamese people, as well as Suriname's environmental commitments. I therefore call for a strong advocacy role of ECLAC towards the international community, in particular the IFIs, to assist in designing and executing region and country-specific strategies for a sustainable recovery of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. In closing, may we once again express our appreciation to ECLAC and the work undertaken, and let us continue our constructive discussions and actions in the years to come in the context of South-South cooperation and solidarity. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. It was worth the wait. So we want to thank you. And we now move to we now give the floor to the Honorable Evelyn Weaver Cruz, Prime Minister of Aruba. So Prime Minister, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Kind regards from the one happy island of Aruba. Indeed, our region and our citizens' lives and livelihood have become severely disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Aruba is committed to continue its work towards a people-centered approach of innovation and sustainable development, and we are determined to recover from this crisis stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive. Even during these unprecedented times, the Aruban society has shown its strength and solidarity by connecting to an urgent call for action with our partners and citizens through a unique platform uniting citizens to participate in our island-wide effort to develop our economic recovery and innovation plan. This outcome solidifies Aruba's common direction of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as our compass, ensuring our bold ambitions geared and not only bouncing back, but more importantly, bouncing forward. Working together is the only way forward to recovery and to achieve the SDG goals. And this is exactly what Aruba did together with our partners. For Aruba, This means a transformation towards a sustainable tourism model. We've developed safety, health, and other protocols that has allowed Aruba to consciously reopen its borders and welcome back travelers in a safe manner. Aruba is also the home to the Caribbean's most eco-certified hotel, the Bukuti Antara Beach Resort, and it is the first ever hotel in the world to win the prestigious Global United Nations 2020 Climate Action Award, which was officially announced earlier today. We are setting a world standard in the hospitality and tourism industry and signaling the positive effect the sector can and must have to combat climate change. Aruba is also addressing its structural and existing vulnerabilities with key initiatives and reforms that will trigger a ripple effect and catapult the remainder of the recovery plan into action. We are strengthening our public institutional capacities and transparency while also creating a more agile government with a strong focus on e-government, economic incentives, and sustainable solutions. To bounce forward, we are called upon to embrace a new way of thinking. These recovery efforts demand robust financial investments. I commend ECLAC on its seminal work on developing different funding and financing initiatives. These play a crucial role in the supporting of its member states as well as its associate member states in forging the resilient recovery path. Aruba looks forward to intensifying our partnership within the region and our region-wide recovery efforts. I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much, Prime Minister Aruba. And now we will ask Mr. Carlos. Thank you very much, Prime Minister of Aruba. Now we will ask Mr. Carlos Peter Martin Rodriguez, Director of International Economic Organization of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment of Cuba, to take the floor. Please take the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Excelentísima señora Alicia Bárcena, secretaria ejecutiva de la semana. Distinguidos jefes de delegaciones, delegados e invitados. Estimados hermanos del Caribe. Me gustaría comenzar mi intervención destacando la magistral presentación presentada por la señora Alicia Bárcena en el inicio de este panel. En el Caribe, la crisis de bajo crecimiento económico, la alta desigualdad y la crisis ambiental que enfrenta la región se exacerban. Los países caribeños somos en su mayoría pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, condicionados por el aislamiento geográfico, los altos costos de transporte y la energía, y con una alta vulnerabilidad ante el cambio climático y los desastres naturales, que somos impactados por varios ciudadanos que arrasan nuestras economías cada año. A ello se suman los altos niveles de endeudamiento de los gobiernos nacionales y las limitaciones en el acceso a...
To that, we add the high indebtedness of several Caribbean islands and mid-income countries. To that, we can add the pandemic impact that has affected our health system as well as the education system and the labor sector. A change becomes imperative. The Caribbean needs a special differentiated treatment that will help the continuity of growth. And this is what the rest of the region needs. We must have access to additional financial resources that would help us build capacity and gain more resilience. Thus, we must identify new synergies, going deeper into those that already exist between the different players
and cooperation mechanisms between the different policymakers. We must avoid doubling of efforts to avoid misusing the scarce resources. Friends, Cuba is not devoid of these problems. Even though we do have different geographies, we still, for 60 years, have been facing a terrible financial blockage that USA has posed on us. And this has become even harsher in the last couple of years, and even during the pandemic. In spite of this, our country is going forward in our agenda towards full recovery. We have adopted an economic and social strategy to encourage our economy to grow, because we have also been affected by COVID. We have short-term measures and long-term goals in order to ensure the transformation of our economic and social model. Aside from this, our country is now developing the first Latin vaccination against COVID. It's called Soberana Un. This will become a very valuable resource towards the new normality in the country and in the region. Colleagues, Cuba will not resign our humanistic, altruistic destiny. We wish to continue with sustainable development in the region and towards the implementation of the 2030 agenda. We repeat, we wish to act with solidarity, sharing what we have without any conditions. And with the Caribbean, we have continued cooperating in education, culture, risk management, disaster management, and environmental measures towards resiliency. Our health service has also been using the accrued experience during all of these years in our health system, in spite of the negative campaign launched by U.S. government against our medical health professionals. COVID-19 is a challenge that we cannot face alone. Leaving this crisis behind will only be possible with more solidarity, cooperation, getting multilateral institutions to assist us and to cooperate at all levels. For Cuba, the initiative promoted by our distinguished Secretary Caribbean First is indeed a powerful tool. Together, we will continue pushing ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Now we want to know, we want to make it clear that if you wish to be added to the list, so please indicate in writing in terms of a list of speakers. Please indicate in the writing in the chat. So I just would like to make sure that is clear for anyone else. But we want to thank you so much. Cuba is very special to us too, because we do have a cadre of the Cuban medical officials and right here in the BVI, and they are doing excellent. We want to thank you for your support in this regard. And we're here together in the Caribbean, so it means so much to us. And whatever we can do in return to help Cuba, we'll always be willing to do so. So thank you. We now have from Canada, Ms. Sylvia Siratu, Director General for the Central American and Caribbean Office, Global Affairs in Canada. So please take the floor now for your intervention, and I think that will be 3 minutes.
Chair, distinguished guests.
General for Central America and Caribbean Office, Global Affairs Canada.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair? Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, thank you. Apologize for that. Chair and distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Government of Canada. As noted, I'm the Director General for Central America and the Caribbean at Global Affairs Canada. And I, for one, I found this discussion interesting, stimulating, and pertinent to Canadian efforts in the region. I've been asked to be brief, and I will try to respect that. So I'll only address a few of the issues that were raised during this session, but I want to underscore, above everything else, Canada's commitment to accompany the Caribbean on the path towards living back or building forward better. The Caribbean is a natural partner for Canada, and I don't just mean our shared history, which reaches back to each Caribbean country's independence, but more importantly, the bond that exists between our people. We have deep and embedded ties, and it's no accident that more than 1 million people who were born in the Caribbean today call Canada home. Like Canada, the Caribbean is rich in biodiversity and natural resources. We all need to preserve the delicate balance of our nature, and nature not just for itself, but also for our economies. The pandemic is causing us to reflect on how to preserve this delicate balance and how to respond to everything from food security and health systems to climate action. Canada is aware of the urgency of Caribbean countries, and small island states in particular, and what they face to maintain hard, soft development gains in this global crisis. And we are committed to remaining a strong partner in these uncertain times. We recognize that the needs in the region are vast, but also that the current crisis presents an opportunity to build back better and greener and bluer in a way that will make your economy stronger and more resilient to climate change, as other speakers before me have noted. That is why this past February, Canada announced $61.5 million in new initiatives to help Caribbean countries bolster their climate and economic resilience, to build capacity, and to use technical innovation to find new solutions. We also launched the $20 million Canada CARICOM Climate Adaptation Fund, a partnership with the Canadian Development Bank. Some of this funding provides technical assistance to help the countries develop financial instruments to support climate resiliency and recovery. But the rest means that ODA-eligible CARICOM countries are able to pay the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, or CRIF, premiums, freeing up domestic resources for response to the pandemic without losing out on protection from climate risks. So in so doing, countries can determine for themselves through their budget process how best to reprofile their funds. As was also noted earlier, Canada recognizes the urgent need to address concerns of developing states with respect to financing. As noted, our Prime Minister, along with Prime Minister Holness of Jamaica and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, convened heads of state, governments, and international organizations for the second high-level event on financing for development in the area of COVID-19 and beyond. During those two meetings, Prime Minister Trudeau announced an additional $400 million in international development funding to ensure that the development gains made over the last decade are not lost and that progress towards the SDGs continues. In those forums and throughout, and at our highest level of government, Canada has been bringing the global community together to leverage development funding to build back better and to raise the issues that are very pertinent to the Caribbean and small island states, such as was noted earlier. Access to concessional financing, debt servicing, and a better definition of vulnerable economy.
I'm going to skip this. The idea being brevity. We must not forget that women are on the front lines of development and sustainability, including climate change, and have been significantly impacted by the COVID crisis. It is critical that women also have to shape solutions to build back better. More Caribbean women than men work in the sectors hardest hit by the economic fallout, as was noted, such as tourism and hospitality. We must harness the talents of young women in sectors and make sure that financing and programs are accessible to women, including women's businesses, as it is for men. That is what Canada is doing through the $15 million Climate Change Action for Gender-Sensitive Resilience Initiative, in partnership with United Nations Development Program. We work with Caribbean governments to ensure that national climate adaptation and mitigation includes the needs and perspectives of women and girls. As these programs illustrate, our feminist international assistance policy continues to guide our response as we look to build back better in the wake of our pandemic. I should also say that our development programming in the region also focuses on skills development and capacity building with a particular focus on vulnerable populations. In addition to this programming, Canada plays an important advocacy role in multilateral and regional discussions. We can and will continue to push to ensure development gains are not lost and that SDGs are fulfilled. As we look to the future, we know that there can be no lasting shift without being inclusive. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to look at what is working and what is not, as we consider which actions will give us a more sustainable and equitable future. And Canada remains committed to working with our Caribbean friends, neighbors, and family to achieve those common goals. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. Thank you to all the panelists for your contribution to this insightful discussion here today. Madam Executive Secretary, I want to state to you now that it's time for you to take the floor for any final words. So, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, please take the floor one more time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We have heard and listened very carefully all the statements made by this very high-level panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate, on behalf of my team, of all Santiago, ECLAC, in everywhere in the region, we do appreciate, and I want to reiterate our commitment for the Caribbean first. We have stated loud and clear that for us, ECLAC, Caribbean comes first. Whatever we do, whatever session we organize, the Caribbean is always the first to intervene, to participate. And in all the documents we prepare for the region, not only the Caribbean outlook, but all the things that we are doing, we consider the Caribbean a priority. And I'm sure, just to end my very brief remarks, I am very sure that the presidency of this session and of the coming 2 years, the government of Costa Rica will remain very committed with the Caribbean. I see the Minister Solano is already with us, and I have to say, Mr. Chairman, that for us, it's really a privilege and an honor to serve all the Caribbean countries and the associate members. This is the space where all the associate members, you, of course, one of them, is included and the voice is heard loud and clear. I want to thank all the participants for your interventions and for the attention you have given us. And of course, you can count on ECLAC for all the commitments and all the proposals that were put forward today, including the very interesting proposal from Prime Minister Chastanet, where he said that we should build scenarios of what will happen with and without integration. I think it's a great approach that we not only will use with the Caribbean, but we should use for the region as a whole. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Count on us. We are there. We are very committed with financing for development, as stated by Canada, Jamaica, the Secretary General. We will continue pursuing all the elements that we have put forward on the debt for climate or the debt alleviation for the Caribbean, including, of course, this measure that was raised by Mahmoud on how to, I would say, how to measure the vulnerability of the Caribbean countries. Maybe the debt service can also be one of these indicators. There are many things that you mentioned in this panel. We are taking duly note, and we will certainly continue working very closely with you and all the member states of the Caribbean, but of course of all the region as well. And I want to thank also the intervention of Mexico on behalf of CELAC, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, which I think it's extremely important that we raise this integration and we move forward on this direction, the region as a whole. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to give these brief remarks. Over to you. Thank you.
I take this opportunity once again to thank Ms. Bárcena and ECLAC for facilitating this important dialogue on the Caribbean, which has afforded the exchange of diverse perspectives for identifying both short-term responses and long-term solutions focused on resilience building and economic restructuring, even as we try to keep the sub-region on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Objectives of Agenda 2030. We are now approaching the close of this session. Thanks once again to all our panelists and representatives who participated in this most substantive discussion. It is my hope that we find a way to keep these lines of communication open as we work together to build stronger and more resilient societies post-COVID-19. Colleagues, I will now call for the closing remarks by Ms. Rodolfo Solano Cuellos, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. No, you do not have the floor now, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica.
Thank you so much, Premier and Minister of Finance of the British Virgin Islands and the chairs of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee of ECLAC, Mr. Andrew Foy. For us, Caribbean countries are very important for our region, and we need to look forward on how to strengthen capacities and move forward. You can count with us to work for the next 2 years to improve our relations and, most important, to share our common vision. On my capacity of Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, I would like to make the following statement. Queridos amigas.
Dear friends, especially friends from the Caribbean, it's an honor for me to participate here in this meeting to study the challenges the Caribbean is facing to build better, by starting with the introductory remarks of my colleague Andrew Foy, Prime Minister from the Virgin Islands.
The presentation of a special edition of the Caribbean Outlook by our friend Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, followed by wise reflections from government authorities of the countries of the region, as well as representatives of the University of the West Indies, the Caribbean community, and the Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations. There isn't much I can add to such well-informed interventions from experts who know their topics like the back of their hand. So allow me just to say that all your contributions will be taken into account in the organization of the events and in the discussions that will take place during future activities of our press.
We trust that we will be able to use your ideas on our path to promote a recovery process with a central focus on environmental sustainability that allows for the construction of more egalitarian and inclusive region through strategic actions that will contribute to a less negative impact of the socioeconomic, financial, and environmental consequences of the pandemic, which is one of the central objectives of our presidency. As of the introduction of this edition of the Caribbean Outlook, we, also Caribbean nations, can only feel identified and empathic with your societies, troubled by pre-existing vulnerabilities that have worsened as a result of the pandemic, such as the levels of inequality, the weakness of many of our health and social protection systems, financial exclusion, informality, and fiscal weakness, among others. The Caribbean Outlook also identifies opportunities that will prepare the region to thrive in a post-COVID-19 world by emphasizing a people-centered approach in line with the aspirations of the 2030 Agenda. Dear friends, the message of this document is quite clear. COVID-19 pandemic is having severe health, social, economic, and humanitarian impacts on the Caribbean. Thus, considering the multiple challenges that we will face in this process, there is the urgent need to identify and to capitalize on opportunities that will allow us to rebuild better, which we believe will include ambitious, nature-centered decisions and actions. The greening of the economies in the region should be the guide to address the most important challenges we face today. Among these, we have the decline and the necessary recovery of the tourist activity, on which, to a great extent, our income depends. As you all know, Costa Rica is also a country where the tourism sector contributes a significant share of GDP. It has been seriously affected by the pandemic, causing levels of unemployment that are now highest in decades. With the prospect of economic recovery, we are strengthening our commitment to nature-based solutions in order to consolidate our proposal of tourism that respects nature. We know today that the current health, climate, biodiversity, and ocean degradation crises are all interconnected. The pandemic we experience today has been repeatedly called as a rehearsal for another equally deadly threat on our horizon, which is the climate crisis. Scientists tell us that we have now a window of 10 years to solve the climate crisis and to reverse the severe trend of biodiversity loss. Now, more than ever, we must work together to strengthen multilateralism. Through initiatives such as the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and